The agenda of the is structured in a way that it covers all the main issues of the energy crisis, its causes, its consequences, and discuss ways out of it. We did our best, I'm speaking now on behalf of the organizing team, to prepare an interesting agenda so that actually, the discussions here, will help all of us, all the participants to understand better, the problem and what are ways out from this energy crisis. Let me also start by thanking all of you who accepted the invitations. I would like to thank to all my colleagues from the organizing team, all our supporters and partners, and my special thanks go to the Prime Minister of the Slovak Republic, Eduard Heger, and Minister of Economy, Karel Hirman, for taking patronage over this, of this conference. Let me apologize, Prime Minister Eduard Heger, due to other very urgent working commitments, simply he cannot be with us today. But let me admit that I'm his advisor on issues related to Ukraine, and we discussed the messages he would share with you, and we agreed that he simply authorized me to share the messages, just 5 main messages with you. I will do, but yes, we agreed the messages, but the interpretation is mine. Therefore, please, if there will be any critics, so it should be addressed to me. First message: freedom, democracy, rule of law, peace in Europe are not for sale. Because this energy crisis is a part of a larger military crisis, unprecedented one, since the end of the World War II, and is a tool, and is another, the core, I would say, battlefield of this crisis. It's rather a tool which is used by one side of the conflict simply to go ahead with its with sort of the goals, how they understood by Russia in this conflict. But again, freedom, democracy, rule of law, peace in Europe are not for sale. And no one cheap Russian gas exists that would save jobs in our countries. You can see these arguments, in many European countries, but this is an illusion. We can discuss that. But again, so this is what should be stressed, especially in the context. Yes, this is a very political message, but it should be stressed. Interesting is that I'm going now to the second message. It's a rather argument, because we had energy crisis around the years of financial crisis, 2007, 8, 9, 10. Also, there was the heating prices on energy commodities. Oil was like 147 dollars per barrel, and so on and so on. Then it again became calm, but it's not the first energy crisis we have. But it's my understanding it's the second one big energy crisis with a geopolitical background. The previous one was oil shock, so-called known, or the oil crisis at the beginning of 70s. And what is very, I would say, interesting in this context, that exactly the start of cooperation with the Soviet Union was seen in terms of supply of gas and oil. It was seen as a solution to the problem. And there was a problem with the supply from the Persian Gulf and the Arab countries. And now, after 40 years, we have again geopolitical crisis, sort of the energy crisis with geopolitical background. And what was seen then as a solution looks like a problem today. And this was Germany, 1970. This was for the first time when Germany managed to conclude a contract on supply of natural gas from the Soviet Union, 1970, with the agreement of the Western partners and allies. This was the first sort of the economic cooperation contract, which started simply, which later on bring us to the this Helsinki process and so on, and the reunification of Germany. That's true, and I think the Ostpolitik of Germany is a very important part of the deal we have in Europe. But still, it's very interesting that, again, it's the second geopolitical crisis, when at the beginning, starting cooperation with the Soviet Union was a solution. Now we have a problem with that. So we had like 40 years, more or less, stable supply from Russia, which became a part of our own prosperity and economic system. Now this is shaking all the system. And it's also interesting to look how this crisis was managed at the beginning of 70s, the oil crisis. And I think that we also can learn some lessons for our needs today. First of all, joint measures. I'm very happy that we'll continue in presenting the World Energy Outlook by International Energy Agency. International Energy Agency was established after oil shock, just with the aim simply to monitor the situation, simply give sort of the timely awareness if there are some problems, etc. And EIA is one of the institutional solutions which was born and produced by this oil shock at the beginning of 70s. So we can have plenty of joint measures we can adapt within the European Union in cooperation with our partner countries. We need, as the same, to replace, as we replace partly supply from Persian Gulf and Arab countries, now we have to replace supply from Russia. And I think the LNG, when it comes to gas, natural gas, will play a crucial role. And green transition. And I think in the green transition, this is what actually is a key, because this is what we have in our own hands. And finally, if we do not want to have a third energy crisis with geopolitical background, simply we have to stop dependence, the European dependence of Europe on supply of fossil fuels, fossil energy commodities from the third countries. And so this brings me to the third message. Crisis is always also an opportunity, and we must seize it. And what we can change is the way how we produce, distribute, and consume energy. The first two points regard mostly to the technologies, new technologies. The third one is about the energy identity and political, if you want, political culture, how we consume energy. Fourth message, which we agree with the Prime Minister, is the importance of regional cooperation and solidarity. And here the Slovakia is, especially with the lessons learned and the measures adopted in Slovakia after the gas crisis 2009 are very illustrative. We strengthened, re-established, all the interconnectors with the Czech Republic, Hungary, Austria, Poland. Since 2014, Slovakia supplies reverse flows of gas to Ukraine. We are happy that Moldova, a couple of weeks ago, started to use the Slovak transit road to import the gas from EU for its own needs. So this is something what we learned after 2009. This is something we have to work together, and what we need is really to be flexible and because there will be times testing our ability to be for solidarity with our neighbors. And finally, long-term solution, as in the 70s, and today it is a settlement of the international conflict, which is a cause for this energy crisis, and not only. And here is the only one acceptable solution for Europeans, for Slovakia. I can speak that very frankly on behalf of the Prime Minister. When we discuss the issues like that regarding the war in Ukraine, we share it, Ukraine must win. Because no other solution is good for us. If it might happen something the opposite, what that would mean, militarization of our state budgets, the war with Russia in the air constantly, less money for healthcare system, education, social services, green transition, digitalization, etc., etc. That would bring us, simply throw us back decades. In my understanding, the beginning of 60s, before the Caribbean crisis, when there was before the Cold War, the Cold War was formed after the Caribbean crisis, before that, because actually we have no real regime how to regulate military relations with Russia. So therefore, we have to do what we can, and Slovakia is doing what it can to help Ukraine to win this war. So this is for the beginning, and also introduction, opening of the conference, and some remarks and messages that Mr. Prime Minister would voice here. Anyway, again, interpretation is mine, is it may be different, but the main messages are the same. Thank you for your attention. I wish you enjoyable, interesting time you will spend at this conference. And simply hope that I wish you, all of us, to get better understanding. So I'm sorry, what's the message? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Fine. Now I would like to invite Pavel Debes to take the floor and to moderate the first panel. Okay. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Peter, I think that you should just leave, gentlemen, this part of show and for wake up, but later on he may become a bit more tired and leave the floor. My name is Pavel Demeš, and it's my great privilege that I was asked by organizers Alexander Duleba and others to moderate the opening panel. Before I will introduce the panelists, I would like just to say that Slovakia produced two conferences which gain enormous significance not only here but internationally. Conference GLOBSEC, which is bringing people mostly from foreign policy and security community, and this conference started by Alexander Duleba and his team, which is focused on energy security. And I think that whenever we are saying that something is never more important than now, when it comes to energy and energy security, this is by far the most convincing argument that people like yourself who are dealing with energy issues, whether you are political figures, experts, business people who are handling energy issues, you are today at the core of foreign policy on global scale, and particularly those of us who live in Europe after Russia invasion to Ukraine and disrupting international order. I think energy is becoming fundamental issue, and that is why I think that it is important that in coming days you will be discussing how to deal with this insecurity which was brought by Russia to international audience. I think that also when it comes to Slovakia, I think that story of Alexander Duleba and Karel Hirman, together with Jan Klepač, who is in the room, just shows how important it is that expertise is valued by policymakers. Karel Hirman, throughout the years, was coming to this conference as expert, and he is leading expert in field of energy and just recently became Minister of Economy, which for this country was quite a shock because we had some reshuffle in coalition, and Karel Hirman turned from one day to another to Minister of Economy. Alexander Duleba, after outbreak of war in Ukraine, became the most demanded expert commenting on what's going on, and not only commenting, but also advising government how to deal with this tragic situation. And he is advising nowadays not only on general foreign policy issues, but also on energy, which I think is very valued in this country and in the region. Originally, what you have in the program, we were supposed to have, after Karel Hirman, Minister Galushenko, but he will be replaced by Yaroslav Demchenkov, whom I will introduce after he will be before he will be speaking after Minister of Economy Hirman. And then we also, or you have in program Andrei Spinu, Minister of Infrastructure and Regional Development from Moldova. He had to cancel his participation because he's accompanying his President Maya Sandu to Paris today. So for that reason, I think it just shows how fluid times we are living, but I'm sure that this opening panel will be an interesting one which will set the stage and tone on issue of enhancing energy security. We are very glad that we have, besides experts and practitioners in the room also, I saw ambassadors of Great Britain, France, probably there are other excellencies in the room, so welcome to this show. Also, we are streaming this, that is why I don't see what yellow people have, but for you to know, this, we are online, and with this I would like to ask Karel Hirman, Minister of Economy of the Slovak Republic since September 22, who was, as I mentioned, long-term energy expert, commentator, advisor to several governmental agencies, but he was also energy expert and member of the team of advisors to Ukrainian Prime Minister Volodymyr Hrojsman, and is also known for media community since he is publishing regularly, or has published regularly on energy issues. Karel Hirman, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Pavel. Good morning, everybody. This protest or this event in our event shows that Slovakia is a democratic country. Really, everybody could present opinion on public, but unfortunately, these rules, common rules, sometimes are not respect people who wants to present ideas. I had 2 weeks ago very good meeting, debate with head of Greenpeace organization in Slovakia. This discussion was really very correct. Of course, not all topics which we debate during this our meeting, we had same opinion, but I think that correct dialogue is fundamental principle of democracy and society. And principle is that if I'm going to even other organization or other entity, is not polite to present my opinion so formal like you now. It is finally, for Greenpeace, it is not good point for public, for the people, because your ideas which present now, paradoxically on our conference were present several times. Personally, I presented a lot of these. Your ideas are more or less correct, but if we are going to deeper to the details, we have to have other picture, or this picture is much more not different, but much more like there are a lot of aspects which we have to take to our decisions and our analyses. And thank you very much for your presentation, but I will be very glad if your event, on our event, will finish now. Can I ask you for it? Môžem vás poprosiť, aby ste svoju akciu na tejto našej akcii ukončili, bola vám umožnená a so slušnosťou a s úctou zasadli naspäť medzi ľudí a účastníkov konferencie a zapojili sa normálne, regulárne do debaty, tak ako sa to slúši a patrí v normálnej, korektnej, demokratickej spoločnosti. Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ďakujem v mene vôbec všeobecnej ako verejnosti, že ste až tak nezdiskreditovali Greenpeace, ako ste mohli ešte. Takže, dear minister, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear excellencies, topic of energy security has become a European topic also due to specific needs and situation of the Central and Eastern European EU member states and our neighbors countries like Ukraine, Moldova, or Balkan countries. After the gas crisis in 2009, we jointly implemented several key measures in the field of energy infrastructure and regulatory framework. I think that our energy crisis now, it is crisis of new era. Welcome to this conference and welcome to the end of fossil fuels era too. Sasha mentioned several times Ukraine war or Russian war against Ukraine. I think that this war is the significant part of this new era, because the end of fossil fuels era is and will be very difficult period for all our world. We know that during this fossil era, we had several global crises and 2 global wars, because First World War and Second World War, one of the reasons of these wars was energy, coal and oil, and protecting supply of these crucial energy sources for states, for this era, for Germany, or for western part of world, or for Japan. It was one of crucial strategic problems for Tokyo in the end of 13 to have oil, to have control on oil production in Asia. That's why we cannot be naive that the end of fossil fuels era will be without problem, without conflicts. Our ideas in Europe regarding Green Deal, for us, according to our opinion, it is very good solution. It is like peaceful solution for our planet, for our civilization, but generally for human. But it is not true, because for state producers of fossil fuels, Russia, Persian Gulf, and others, it is problem. It is problem for budgets of the states, for all regions, for society, stabilization of society, for power of the states. That's why we have to recognize that the end of fossil fuels era will be very complicated, not due to new technical and innovation solutions, how to implement it, renewable energy sources, new energy efficiency measures to our economy and ordinary life, but it is problem for our security generally, for security and principle of global security. If we are looking to our current situation in Slovakia, we have to say that our energy security before this winter is not bad. Thanks to management of SPP, the biggest gas trader in Slovakia, almost 70% our import of gas is coming from non-Russia sources. 1 year ago, it was almost 100, if we are speaking about SPP portfolio. Our total capacity, our gas storages in Slovakia is 3.4 billion cubic meters, and now this volume of storage gas represents more than 94% of the total storage capacity in the half of November. That's why if we are talking about gas market, situation in Slovakia is not bad. Is positive, and we are ready for this winter season. We have, Sasha mentioned that we have connection with all our neighbors countries, including Poland, because last connection was open only few weeks ago with Poland, and we have now access to the crucial LNG terminals on Baltic Sea coast, Atlantic via Germany and Czech Republic, and with Adriatic LNG terminals in Italy or Croatia too. As regards electricity supplies, we see no immediate threat. However, we have to be open that Slovak nuclear power plants run solely on Russian nuclear fuel. Diversification of nuclear fuel represents a substantial challenge for other countries in the region as well. Cooperation Slovakia with Czech Republic, Finland, and Hungary is very, very close or very intensive last time, and it is our common problem to find solution for supply of nuclear fuels for our reactors, Soviet and Russia design VVR 440, but together we could this solution without additional cost, and this time will be for find the solution, and for first supply will be much earlier than if we are going to these negotiations with our potential partners separately. It is very good example cooperation in EU countries or among EU countries regarding energy security issues. In this context, but I would like to emphasize, to strengthen the significant role of nuclear component in electricity mix, which contribute not only low carbon economy, but also to security of supply and technical stability of the electricity system. We have, for Slovakia, I'm proud that our production of electricity in Slovakia is more than 80% low carbon production, thanks to nuclear power station and hydroelectric power station. A lot of EU countries has only like plan in next 10 or 20 years to have these figures. But in Slovakia, it is reality now that more than 80% of our electricity production is low carbon production and stable. It's very, very important too. Maybe you know that we have market coupling area for electricity with Czech Republic, Hungary, and Romania. As thanks to this, our market coupling, Ukraine and Moldova electricity grid system was synchronized with ENTSO-E in September, I think, this year. And it is again, Slovakia is very important partner for these two countries, not only for reverse flow of gas, as mentioned Sasha, but for stabilization, the synchron connection, Ukraine and Moldova grid system to NSOE, and for trading with electricity. Now, after attacks of Russia on electricity grid system on Ukraine, it is very, very important momentum, and it is our responsibility to help Ukraine and Moldova grid system in synchro with NSOE grid system. If we have only very short remark regarding oil market. You know that was crucial for us, together with Czech Republic and Hungary, to exempt imports via Druzhba South line, via Druzhba pipeline, from the sanction regime. Why? Because these supplies are crucial for our refineries in Slovakia, Bratislava Slovnaft, Százhalombatta in Hungary, and Litvínov in Czech Republic. The exception from sanction gives us the necessary time to transform the technologies, this refinery, while supplying our neighbors and adjusting the infrastructure to import other types of oil via the Adria pipeline, which is coming to Hungary and Slovakia from Omišalj terminal in Croatia. Adria is really open for the supply. Capacities of oil pipeline Adria is enough for refineries in Hungary and Slovakia, but there is problem with logistics, with trading, and of course with some changing in technologies of these refineries for more efficiency production, oil product with other kind of oil which are coming by tankers to the Omišalj, but it is not this solution is not, don't need long term. And now our refinery, which is part of Group MOL, are working very hard on this issue. Very important in connect of this on this topic is that our countries are huge exporter of oil products to Ukraine. And we know that after February 2023, sanction regime will cover export of oil products from Russian oil too. And it is very sensitive topic for Slovakia because our refinery is one of the crucial players on oil market, our region, especially regarding diesel, for instance. There is huge deficit of diesel products, not only in Austria, in Czech Republic and Hungary too, and without a new regime for export oil product after February 2023, this export to the Ukraine will be not possible. And for Ukraine, import oil products is strategic issue, of course, during the war. That's why we will, if Ukraine will have interest, we will work together with Ukraine regarding this sanction or this regime and this topic, together with Ukraine, will work with Brussels and with our partners in EU, because it is I said, very important issue for stabilization oil market, oil products market in Ukraine, and for export oil products to Ukraine. The security of supply has an economic dimension, and the current situation poses a threat to supply of electricity and gas to households and industry. I consider the recent development of gas and electricity prices in the EU to be absolutely unacceptable. The Ministry of Economy of the Slovak Republic is currently being put in operation a state aid scheme to compensate the increased cost of entrepreneurs in connection with high energy prices. We are preparing several supporting schemes for our industry and households too. According to the agreement, Slovenské elektrárne, Slovak power plants should sell their power electricity as a commodity for households by 2024 at a fixed price of 61 euro per megawatt hour, which reflects their production cost and reasonable profit. And the total agreed volume of electricity at these rates is our 6 terawatt-hour per year. It is very important for stabilization of our social situation for our households. It is agreement between Minister of Economy, Minister of Finance, and the shareholders of Slovenské elektrárne. But we need common EU solution. In the long term, we need to reform the design of the electricity market and separate electricity and gas prices. However, we must now focus on short-term emergency measures that will mitigate the serious consequences of turbulent energy developments. We must to find solution for stabilization our markets, gas and electricity markets, and for stabilization, for creation of pricing mechanism on this market. Now it is under very difficult discussion among our member states. I personally signed a letter almost two months ago of 15 ministers addressed to the Commission regarding implementation some price corridor for gas, which will be more transparent than current mechanism, and we know that this topic is very sensitive for all our countries in EU, and final solution we have to find on next meeting this week, but we will see. I'm skeptical, but we have to work on this solution, because next winter, next year, 2023-24, maybe will be much more difficult for all of us than this winter. That's why it has to be our priority to find common solution, because if we are going to individually scheme and supporting scheme for our industry and households without common solution, finally we are going to destroy our common market. It is very, very dangerous trend, and we have to stop it. Finally, I would like to say one remark. We could hear last time from several EU countries or from our politicians in Slovakia too, or in other countries, that sanction regime against Russia due to war in Ukraine is reason our energy problem. It is not true. Russia, Mr. Putin, unfortunately, put to the waste box all pragmatic work and relationship on energy cooperation between Moscow and EU countries and Western and Central Europe. This work, which started in the end of 70s and during when Cold War and after democratic revolution in our region, after collapse of Soviet Union, all this time this work on this cooperation was very fair and very effective for both sides, for Russian people, for Russia, for transit countries like Ukraine, Slovakia, and for customers in Europe. Unfortunately, Mr. Putin and elite in Moscow, current elite of Moscow, definitely stopped this cooperation. Supply of gas to Europe, Putin started cut off this process started in the summer last year. Before previous winter, gas storages of Gazprom in the Netherlands, Germany, and Austria were almost empty. It was before attack on Ukraine, before February 2022, before our sanction. It means that Mr. Putin and Kremlin's elite prepare on this war, on this attack on Ukraine, and finally it is, unfortunately, it is energy war against us, against customer of the Russian gas and energy supplies in Europe. We cannot be naive, and we have to reflect on this new situation. We have to find new diversification, new partners for it, not only for gas, for oil and nuclear fuels too. But of course, it is one part of solution, and second one is energy efficiency, using renewable energy sources, and new innovations, new technologies for our energy sector. Without these components, we cannot achieve not only climate target for 2050, but for much earlier time to find this solution for our problem, for our energy security, our common energy security in Europe, for our common market, for our people, for our industry in the Europe. I am optimistic. I think that we will find these solutions. We will find decisions which are positive and fair for all of us. And I hope that this process will be without threat for our democracy and for our society and for our parliament democracy in Europe. Thank you very much for attention. A lot of energy for all of you, and thank you for your visit and participation on our conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. You showed true leadership before your speech with this conflict resolution. I didn't know who those, you knew that they are Greenpeace, and minister addressed them in Slovak and they left peacefully. Sasha, I hope you didn't arrange this expose. Okay, fine. Excellent. Thank you. And also excellent expose. Now let me introduce our next speaker from country which is spelled most often globally these days. Yaroslav Demchenkov is Deputy Minister of Energy of Ukraine for European integration. And Mr. Demchenko is the cabinet, he was appointed to this new position in May 2020 and is dealing with energy and international affairs in broader sense. His expertise is also in European integration, Green Deal implementation, energy transition, research, innovation, and he's involved also in development of coal sector transformation and hydrogen energy. I understand from Sasha Duleba that you, Karel Hirman, you met with our next speaker in Uzhhorod recently, so you are duet. Even if we would be most happy to have you with us, Mr. Demchenkov, we are extremely happy that in short notice you were able to replace your minister and be with us today and tell us how you see whole complex issues of enhancing energy security from perspective of a country which is suffering so much of destruction of whole energy sector infrastructure, and we are watching, all of us, so attentively what's going on. And as you heard also from ministers' intervention, that we are trying to be as good partners as possible, not only Slovakia, but all European countries. Before you ask, before you will take the floor, that you would like to bring us some short video. So I would like to ask now if we could see video on energy front from Ukraine, after which Jaroslav Demchenko will take the floor. Nech sa páči, môžeme to video. Thank you very much for these very powerful images. And now I would like to ask you, Mr. Demchenkov, to address this audience. Thank you very much for being with us.
Dear colleagues, friends, this is unbelievable, but unfortunately it is very real. The situation is very serious. this control, but dear colleagues, your excellencies, friends, after Minister Herman, it's very difficult to speak. He covered the subject in a very professional and in-depth matter. Like the theme of this conference suggests, we should put a lot of efforts in trying to rethink energy security. Europe could have prevented this energy crisis. There were obvious steps that should have been done to speed up energy transition, not allow Russia to increase its share on the European energy market because it seems profitable and as a result build an economy deeply dependent on Russian fossil fuels. Ukraine understood what Russian was like, and we had told our partners abroad about it. Unfortunately, we were not heard. Ukraine faced gas conflict with Russia in 2005, 2008, and in 2014. And we can say with confidence that the Kremlin never follows economic goals only. It should be mentioned that our country stopped buying Russian gas back in 2015 exactly because Russia was using this commodity as a political leverage. Russia's national symbol is Matryoshka, a doll that has several different layers. Behind one face, another are hidden. Just as imperialistic goals are hidden behind so-called cheap gas and affordable loans. Cheap gas and oil only means that later the Kremlin will demand to pay much more, to pay with sovereignty and independence. It is not written in Russian military doctrine, but it is installed in the whole Russian mindset to use energy sources as a weapon. Let's make it clear. The large-scale aggression against Ukraine is not really a surprise. Putin mentioned his intentions many times in this speech, in his personal speeches. He had tested the potential response of the international community by invading Georgia in 2008 and occupying Crimea and Donbass in 2014 by its active and brutal involvement in the Syria. How did the international community respond to this? A few years after the war in Georgia, Gazprom started building the Nord Stream 1 pipeline. After the Russian invasion in Crimea and Donbass, Gazprom was allowed to build the Nord Stream 2. If this is not encouraged, then what? Russia aggression is based on the idea that Russia can do whatever it wants because Europe cannot afford to give up Russian energy. Energy as a weapon, this is Russian ideology. Every year, Russia also export incomes increased and increased its military budget. Unfortunately, this terrible war was fooled with the money European paid and is still paying for Russian gas and oil. Russia almost succeeded in entangling Europe with the gas pipelines, but the war became the moment of truth. We allowed this addiction to happen, but we must get rid of it. Fortunately, this season is mine. Europe is united in the face of danger. The EU has done what seems impossible in February and dramatically decreased its dependence on Russian fossil fuels. European gas storages are full, plus Ukraine can storages are full, and plus Ukraine can offer additional 15 billion cubic meters capacity for European gas reserves. It means that Russian energy blackmail will not work. This winter, household bill will be higher than usual, but Europe can withstand it. And millions of civilians in Ukraine can withstand darkness and cold after constant barbaric Russian missiles attack on our energy system, as you can see on video previously. Today, we have one more warning. Europe shouldn't make another mistake. It would be naive to believe that a state that easily shells and captured nuclear power plants can have peaceful nuclear technologies. Zaporizhzhia NPP, the biggest nuclear power plant in Europe, has been occupied for almost 8 months. The site is turned into a military camp. Its infrastructure is often shelled. Just several days ago, Rivnenska and Khmelnytska NPPs were cut off from electricity supply due to the Russian shelling, and their safety system, including cooling, run on diesel generators. Russia regularly is putting Europe on the brink of nuclear disaster of the scale of the Fukushima accident. Russian soldiers that hold Zaporizhzhia NPP are nuclear terrorists, and Rosatom staff that assist them are nuclear terrorists as well. Therefore, today we must think not only about rejecting Russian gas and oil, but about Russia's denuclearization as well, about ban of Russian nuclear technologies, business in this area, and access of Russian scientists to nuclear research. Every nuclear plant that was built with Russian expertise or with using Russian technologies can be captured with the help of Rosatom, whose staff is familiar with all technologies processes. This is an essential point in our panel about energy security in times of climate change and a war in Eastern Europe. But don't call it war in Eastern Europe. The Eastern Europe concept goes back to the Cold War and Russian attempts to reshape the sphere of interest. This is the war in Europe and against Europe, its values and principles. The war against European ideas of a better sustainable future where energy is not used as a weapon and does not harm the environment. If something happened to the Ukrainian nuclear plants due to the Russian shelling, the consequences will not face Eastern or Western or whatever else Europe, but the whole continent. Russia threatens our civilization itself. Our response must be adequate. First of all, this is crucial to increase sanctions on Russia. We must undermine Russian ability to wage wars in the present and in the future. There is a direct connection between Russian fossil fuels export and its aggression. Energy sources are directly used to fuel the war. We call upon our partners in Slovakia to speed up actions to abandon Russian oil completely. And before that, we ask you to implement price cap on Russian oil at the cost level as proposed by G7. This will not only significantly impair Russia's ability to wage war, but also help stabilize fuel prices in the global market. Eventually, the same actions should be applied by the EU member states to Russian gas as well. Previously, Russia kept Central and Eastern Europe in its firm grip as a monopolist. Now we must make sure that gas transmission infrastructure is available to multiply alternative suppliers of gas. The second is to keep and increase support of Ukraine's energy sector with necessary equipment for repairs. Russia is attacking not just the Ukrainian grid, it is attacking the part of the European system. We need strategic reserve of higher voltage equipment, such as auto transformers, circuit breakers and disconnectors, as well as other equipment as cables, generators, and so on. It brings us to the third essential point about a new architecture of the energy security. Neither for Western or Northern Europe, nor for Southern or Eastern. This division is imaginary, and it is very much in Russians' interest. We need energy security for every country on the continent because we see how devastating aggression can be. We should not be afraid of an energy crisis in the long run. Ukraine, with its nuclear capacities, its renewable potential, including hydrogen and biogas, can replace Russia as the continental energy supplier. We should not disconnect the fact, we should not disconnect Ukraine because of war. We should not discount the fact that Ukraine too is rich in raw materials and can contribute in it. And our energy for sure will be affordable, clean, carbon, and imperialism-free energy as a source of development, not a fuel of wars. Ukraine's entering the raw materials market and participating in all cycles of the modern production and development of green technologies in Europe to speed up green transition is our undeniable threat, along with sustainable produced electricity. This will be a real victory over Russia when Ukraine can realize its potential in this way. It will strengthen us and the whole of Europe immensely. We should switch our gas and fuel consumption for electricity as much as possible. We should switch, for sure, our gas and fuel consumption for electricity. And where we continue to use gas, ensure that we expect our own gas resources in the most efficient way. And this is for Ukraine very important task. To achieve this, we must win the war and prevent potential energy disaster. Close the sky with the help of modern air defense systems. The occupying Zaporizhia NPP as a key condition in achieving victory and guarantee stability on the continent. Without Russian raw materials, gas, oil, nuclear fuel, and technologies. All these things that fill the Russian budget and keep the Russian war machine running. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Minister. It's really incredible to listen to you. You are having more energy than many of us because for us watching what's going in our countries is already complicating, but seeing in what kind of challenges you are dealing with and all of your leadership, starting from President Zelensky, through our cabinet ministers, parliament, yourself, I think that you are showing us enormous example of not to give up in this huge fight, which is much bigger than about energy security. It is about international order, and you in Ukraine are doing extraordinary job. Since you are with us, and now we are having about 20 minutes now for Q&A, I would like to start right away with you, and then I will ask questions to our panelists, Minister Hirman and Alexander Duleba. Slovakia is having nowadays presidency in Visegrad 4 group. How do you see role of this grouping, which is in a way regional group? We are, three of us are neighbor states to you, and all our countries are since February intertwined with your faith because influx of refugees, humanitarian assistance, military assistance, economic assistance, and so on. What would you like to tell us about improving our performance, or is there anything where Visegrad 4 group could do more or something differently than until now vis-à-vis Ukraine, and namely in energy sector, which we are discussing at this conference?
Thank you. Thank you so much for your question. Indeed, this is very important issue. And we should have one voice, we should have one message: stop Russian invasion. Because this is, as I have mentioned, war not Ukraine, not with Ukraine, but with Europe. War against our sustainable vision on energy sector development. War against the European Green Deal, and war against replacement of fossil fuels with renewables, with more sustainable sources of energy. That's why we should pay more attention how we could speed up energy transition in our countries, how we can be more efficient, more active in this, on this way. Of course, yes, this is a topic of our panel, and we understand this, that for just transition, this is a temporary solution with gas, LNG gas or natural gas. But we should think right now about future. Just a few days ago, COP27 was implemented in Egypt, and all leaders discussed how we could prevent climate crisis, and the main energy in this. Energy should do everything to be more sustainable. Energy should be more clean, safe, affordable, and reliable for our consumers, for our family, for our people. And this is the first task for us after victory. Also speed up everything and replace Russia in energy mix, in European energy mix, with our raw materials, with our sustainable energy, and with our sustainable and clean electricity. And for sure we will do this. And this is a task for us in this tough period of time during war, but also for all countries where you haven't war, but you should think and be more active about just transition, about clean future, about clean and sustainable energy for our families. That's why let's think about this as a task for this initiative.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Alexander Duleba, would you be so kind to expand on this Visegrad cooperation? Because since outbreak of war, there were all kinds of differences in attitudes among the four countries vis-à-vis sanction. Hungary has all the time some troubles with that and is not so united in position as other Visegrad 4 members. in the field of energy, what have you observed since February until now in between our four countries? How are we doing and what should we do differently probably? Because Karel Hirman, then question will go to you also, whether you are in touch with your counterparts, ministers of economy, energy within Visegrad, for how are we doing in these fields. So first, technically and comparatively, and then from you on political level, how are we intertwined with the European Union? Are we adding or are we troublemakers?
So let me be very brief and blunt. Actually, because of position of Hungary on this war, we have a problem actually to run the presidency, because actually, I mean, our partners from Poland, from the Czech Republic, they are not ready to participate in the planned meetings. And already some of those meetings, so we had to cancel as a presidency country, because actually there was not a political will simply to meet. So therefore, it is a problem here. I think that we have more or less clear position of three countries, the Czech Republic, Slovakia, Poland. And then we have the fourth country, which is Hungary, and Hungary has its own sort of the approach to that, but this approach is seen as a problematic from the perspective of other three. And that's it. So, I mean, it doesn't work. It doesn't work, and I mean, I hope that things might change, but definitely, you know, in the history of the Visegrad, we had a problem, so the issues where we could not find a sort of the common position, we skip it. This was the way how the Visegrad works. So if we agree, so we can agree on cooperation, let's go forward. If we do not agree, let's skip it. So it was like this, but the war is too much important issues just to skip it. And therefore my question is, and it's rather a question for participants, we can discuss about the future of the Visegrad, because you can skip technical issues. You can skip, okay, we cannot agree on some acquis communautaire or proposal of the European Union, and we have different positions, okay, let's forget and let's work where we can work. But it's too much important issue with a huge impact on all the aspects of the political and economic lives of our countries, just to skip it. We'll see. I do not have a response now how Visegrad will look like, you know, in 1 or 2 years. I hope that after the war, which will soon.
Your position, will energy and attitude of Hungary undermine Visegrad future, how you see it, and are you in touch with your Hungarian counterpart?
Yeah, I had very short discussion, debate with Minister of Szijjártó, Minister Szijjártó, during our summits of Minister for Energy in Brussels or in the Luxembourg. I have to be open. Position Slovakia, Poland, and Czech Republic is same. Is common position. Of course, Czech presidency, due to presidency, Czech Republic has to be more diplomatic, and of course it is very sensitive position. But we could see, and we have dialogue, debates, meetings, etc. Position is same on crucial topics. Of course, position of Hungary on these meetings, on the summits, yeah, in Brussels or Luxembourg, position of my colleague, Mr. Szijjártó, is different. On the other side, I mentioned that we have other common topics and other common problems which are more or less together. For nuclear fuel, diversification of nuclear fuel. There is very good cooperation with our Czech friends, with our Hungarian neighbors and friends, and with our Finland partners, because it is our common problem. How to find this new supplier for our reactors VVR 440. It means that, or other topic, oil supply, I mentioned that it is our common interest to have the open road via south line of Druzhba, which are for Russian oil, which are coming to our refineries via Ukraine territory. And if this pipeline is functioning, I think that it's logical that that production from this oil products has to have open road or open way for export back to Ukraine, because it is very important issue for, first of all, for Ukraine, but for our refineries too, for our market too. That's why sometimes on several concrete issues, energy issues, we have good cooperation with Hungarian, for instance. But on the maybe these crucial topics or these long-term topics or these strategic topics, unfortunately, position Warsaw, Prague, and Bratislava is more or less common. It's very close, but Budapest, unfortunately, has other opinion.
Sasha, question about two important players which were not mentioned so far, but which definitely have impact on not only energy security, but hard security and security in general, United States and Germany. Since last conference, 15th, we are at 16th. How attitude, position of United States and Germany changed after 1 year, particularly after outbreak of war, and how these two countries need to be calculated in all these issues of winning the war and making energy and hardcore security sort of safe?
Very interesting and important question, but it would take really a lot of time for me to go into details. Therefore, I will be very brief. For Germany, it's a revolution because they completely redefined their, I would say, foreign policy. Because when I mentioned this first contract, 1970, and building blocks of the Ostpolitik, Helsinki process, reunification of Germany, it took 30 years for Germans, but they managed. You know, as I remember when former German foreign minister Hans-Dietrich Genscher, he was like calling, let's start to trade with the vegetables and we will change the partner. So this was the, let's trade with, you know, whatever. And it brought an outcome because really it took 30 years, but this sort of policy for Germany was very successful, led to the unification of Germany, strengthening its position within the European Union and as a country. And now they are rethinking that. Something which led to the modern Germany, they are rethinking. And simply, we have to understand, you know, sort of the German way of thinking and how they approach sort of, or so-called pragmatism in relations, because it's really something which is inherited deeply into the German foreign policy. But it's being changed. This is a revolution. 100 billion euros for military, defense, etc., is something completely new. The United States, if you look, again, there's some question how we can replace, the shortage of supply from some key supplies. As it was at the beginning of 70s, it was Soviet Union. Now, if you look at the gas structure, you see LNG, and the U.S. play an important role. U.S. and Qatar may be the most important suppliers that can help us simply to replace the supplies from Russia. And therefore, they play absolutely key, and the United States and the position, especially the Biden's administration, is very clear, support for Ukraine, and I think the NATO and the transatlantic community, including Germany, if I would quote Chancellor Scholz like 2 days ago, it's a clear message, you know. Even 1 month, I would say 2, 3, before June, because I think the consensus more or less was achieved in June. There was the Council of the European Union deciding about the granting candidate status to Ukraine, and I think before that event, I mean, more or less we developed a consensual vision of what our interests vis-à-vis Ukraine. So these are dramatic changes, and especially for Germany, I would say.
And Gerhard Schröder is doing what these days?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay. So he also evaporate. Do you know what is he doing?
No, but do you remember that when Putin came to Kremlin in Berlin was this like idea that our guy in Kremlin, due to this connection with German history or part of this KGB, he was agent in Dresden, I think. But finally, we could see that Putin is not the guy of Berlin in Kremlin, but Schröder was guy of Moscow or Kremlin in Berlin. Mm-hmm. The opposite.
Yeah. Okay, now we are getting questions via Slido. Mr. Demchenko, now 2 questions to you. That you mentioned 2 nuclear power plants which are occupied by Russia. The question is, what is the current situation of the Crimean nuclear power plant? It's the first Crimean nuclear power plant. What's the situation with that? And second is, what can you do to bring in Hungary closer to position of other Visegrad 3 partners? Are you in touch with Hungarian authorities trying to bring them on the same platform as we discussed we have with the rest 3 countries?
Thank you so much for your questions. Indeed, the issue of nuclear safety, this is the top issue in this war, because since the 3rd of March, Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, as I have mentioned, the biggest nuclear power plant in Europe, has been occupied, and its infrastructure is open shell. Even yesterday, we had some war accidents in the territory of Zaporizhia entity. Following strikes just a week ago, 2 other nuclear power plants, Rivnenska and Khmelnytska, were cut off from the grid and their own electricity needs, including cooling systems, and run on diesel generators. And this is, as I have mentioned, very, very dangerous situation. And this left us 1 step away from a nuclear accident of a Fukushima scale. The same approach, the same protocol was in Fukushima. Because of diesel generator, because of cooling system was not able functioning well, so and this accident happened. We work with International Energy Atomic Agency and our in close cooperation, and our request from the first day of the occupation of Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, the occupation of this territory, this plant. Ukraine, as an independent country since the independence, has never have any objection from this respected international organization regarding our own nuclear safety or any concerns regarding nuclear safety in our nuclear power plants. Now, Russia occupied the biggest nuclear power plant in Europe, and we have real problem. We are not able to control situation in this territory because terrorists now in this territory, and Rosatom support it. So, first of all, we should deoccupy these territories. Russian troops and Rosatom staff should left this territory, and Ukrainian staff and Ukrainian professionals should start work and remain the security situation in the territory of this nuclear power plant, and create a neutral zone, safe zone near all nuclear power plants in Europe. So this is really important question, and we also think that good message for Russia will be sanctions against Russian nuclear industry. Rosatom and other related company to nuclear generation, nuclear industry should be under sanctions. This is important message, and this action should be done. And this second question was regarding, so could you please repeat the question?
Budapest, and how are you ready to bring in more Hungarian attitude and policies vis-à-vis Ukraine to make it more common with other EU mainstream?
Yeah, this initiative really, as I have mentioned before, any cooperation really important. Because right now we need new security architecture for the long term. And all mentioned countries, including Hungary, should be a part of this new security architecture without Russian fuels, and with more our own fuels, sustainable energy, because we should all together in Europe withstand this barbaric attack and demonstrate that terroristic methods don't bring any advantage, only isolation. And we work with Hungarian government regarding this. Of course, they have some situation, political situation in the country, but war in Ukraine demonstrate that business as usual with Russia impossible. This is myth. Such cooperation with Russia as usual, to do business as usual with Russia, this is one way to the isolation, one way to the next war, to the strengthen Russian imperialistic, authoritarian style of life. Imagine 100 rockets fired just only on the 15th of November, and this cost for Russia $1 billion. Imagine, this is huge budgets for all of our countries, and they destroyed our transmission system. They destroyed our energy companies with one goal: to demonstrate war that Russia is a boss in this society, and that Russia would like to continue fossil fuel style of life in our European continent. That's why such initiatives and all of European countries should isolate Russia, should stop, demonstrate this terroristic way of doing business by Russia. And just such actions could have real success and strengthen energy security in whole Europe and stop this war. And position on Hungary really important, and I hope that all of our words and intentions and statements will have results in real politics of this country. Thank you.
Thank you, and we are coming to the end of this. There are a bunch of questions which I think will be discussed during various breakout sessions and plenary sessions. So last two questions will go to two of you gentlemen. We are having 16th edition of this Central European Energy Conference, and it is very different setting in which we are debating energy security. What would you wish, Sasha, we will start with you, that we will be discussing on 17th edition of Central European Conference?
I would say that
Same question will go to you. You have a little more time to think.
hopefully new technologies and cooperation investments, how we can invest into the innovations and green transition. We had already to 2016 when this conference was matched with the set plan conference of the European Commission, and we hosted like 200 companies from all the Europe, you know, inventing all types and I mean, sort of the how to produce energy, how to distribute, how to consume. It was really nice. I was really happy. So, but it is a different question and different debate. So I do much hope that next conference or in 2 years, so we'll go back to this debate. This was very sort of the enthusiastic and full of energy, giving people more energy, you know.
What you would like next year's conference look like?
I fully agree with Sasha. During these 2 months, my position in minister, I met with several very clever, very innovation companies. Slovakia, for me, was really, or is big surprise how many we have very innovative companies, invent people. Really, it is huge source for not only for our energy sector but generally for our society. I just was in Kežmarok on Saturday. There is geothermal. They are preparing geothermal heating for central heating system of town. Other company which is has very good results, practical results, not ideas but practical results, physical data, how to use hydrogen together with natural gas for heating, production of heating, electricity, cogeneration equipment. That's why, yes, it is. I think it is only. It is topic which have to be in the focus our debate. Maybe not only for the future conference, but today too. And it is only one way how to find this really relevant solution for sustainable solution for our problems in energy sector generally. For security, for climate, for emissions problem, for local energy sources, renewables, together with fossil fuels for transition period. These practical solutions, which like I'm engineer, that I like it because debate regarding idea, philosophy is very we need it, but without this practical, technical solution is not possible.
But first, Ukraine shall win, and then we can change the topics.
Mr. Galoshenko, and Ukraine must win. And last question goes to you. I wanted to thank Mr. Galoshenko that he was replaced by Mr. Demchenko. Deputy Minister, last question goes to you. What you personally do to keep your personal energy alive? Do you do yoga, jogging, or what you do to do your job, which must be one of the most difficult jobs Mr. Galoshenko and yourself are having these days? I don't think there is other country in the world where people like two of you and your colleagues at ministry every morning waking up, what was destroyed, how are we going to do so? This is not theories of energy security, but you must every morning to think what you are going to keep people warm after all and have energy, electricity, gas, and all of this. So please tell us your recipe for us to think about.
Thank you. You can see here, this is brain and heart.
Yeah.
We have just only one country. Wake up, go to bed, clear understanding that just one way for all of us should stop Russia because we love our country, respect Ukraine, respect our independence, respect the rule of law. And for me, as a deputy minister, also very important the future of our country. But in current situation, our ministry, the main goal now is to deliver electricity power to our consumers because of winter. Because people should have capacity, should have power to have heating, to have water, to have elevator, to have internet, to have access to knowledge, because we very depend on electricity. And Putin would like to demonstrate that he has power to change the style of life in our country, destroyed our electricity grids, destroyed high voltage equipment. Our work now to prepare campaign as quick as possible to deliver needed power, energy, electricity to our consumers. And for me personally, I believe that after victory in our country, we will have huge opportunity for businesses, for international partners to develop through sustainable energy sector here in Ukraine. Best practice, best technologies should be here in Ukraine after victory. And this energy will be based, for my sure, for my knowledge, will be based not on the coal, oil, or gas. This new technology, this new type of energy system in Ukraine will be based on sustainable global energy transition and the decarbonization of industry. And this approach will be shared not only in Ukraine, but through our partners in Europe. And I really believe that Ukraine, after the victory, will be a significant player on energy market, sustainable energy market in Europe. And we will help all Europe replace Russia in European energy mix and not to have energy as a weapon. That's why we believe that our victory we will celebrate together with our partners. And I would like to say thank you so much for your solidarity, your respect of our country. Thank you so much. We love you also. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Demchenko. And with this, I would like to just tell you that next year we would like to welcome you here. We hope that things will be much different, not only in technology advancement field, but also in peace in your country, which will open up new energies for our imagination, creativity, and collaboration. With these, ladies and gentlemen, let me thank our three excellent panelists, Deputy Minister Yaroslav Demchenkov, Minister Karel Hirman, and driving force behind this conference, Alexander Duleba. Thank you very much, and have a cup of tea or coffee.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I ask you to enter the ballroom? The second panel is slowly starting. Thank you.
Potrebujeme odchytiť. Ale už je zase inde. Keď sa mal suknúť, tak to rýchlejšie tam dostaneme. Ale
tu stojí, takže ešte keď...
Ne.
Začneš teda tou úvodnou otázkou, že... Áno, každému. Že uvediem ten panel a začnem s tou úvodnou.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are about to start the second panel of today's conference, chaired by Mr. Richard Kwasniewski. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you in this panel. We will discuss the gas industry and gas topics, concretely replacing of the supplies of Russian gas in terms of Russian-Ukrainian conflict and the latest development in the Europe. Last year, when I was moderator of this panel, we were mostly discussed some other issues. Maybe we will look more to the future by discussing about the hydrogen, about the biomethane, about the new gas projects. But after 1 year, the situation has extremely changed. The Russia-Ukraine conflict has completely rewritten gas map as we know it for years. The Russia has ceased to be the main supplier of gas to Europe, which is now Norway, and LNG suppliers from different countries. And the issue of energy security has come to the forefront of all discussions, policies, and policymakers. For Slovakia, this is a crucial question as well, because we are in the heart of the Europe, we are the gas crossroad, and currently the second most gasified country in the European Union. Also, it is critical issue for the V4 countries and the region of the Central Europe, because we are landlocked in our geographical position. And after replacing of Russian gas, we will be at the end of all pipelines, dependent from the open routes and solidarity in case of any disruptions. So I'm happy that we can discuss this topic today also with my panelists, so I can introduce them. Mrs. Anna Maria Fehér, head of CEO cabinet MVM Energy from Hungary. Mr. Rastislav Nukovic, Director General of company Ustream and also President of the Slovak Gas and Oil Association.
Good morning.
Mr. Sergij Pereloma, Chief Executive Officer of the company Uktrans.
Good morning.
And Mr. Miroslav Kula, Chairman of the Board of Directors and Chief Executive Officer of company SPP.
Good morning.
So at the beginning, my question for all panelists, after the 9 months of the conflict, of the Russian-Ukrainian conflict, how was affected your businesses, your companies? What has changed? What did you maybe do in your management to cope with this situation? I can start with Mrs. Fay.
Thank you. So first of all, thank you for the invitation, and I'm really happy that I could join this conference today. I would like to say some words briefly about our company MVM Synergy. MVM Synergy is part of the flagship energy company in Hungary, MVM Group, which is the 13th largest company in Central Europe by revenue. And MVM Synergy is the natural gas wholesale arm of MVM. So we are dealing with natural gas, and the core of our supply is a long-term contract with Gazprom and an LNG contract at Creek LNG in Croatia. So the last year really affected our business management really seriously. Actually, these disruptions, what happened in the last year, are unprecedented, and also the extreme high prices affected our company really strongly. Now, thanks to the different energy routes we have in our portfolio, we succeeded to solve these disruption problems. So regarding the volumes, we could say that we are fine for this winter. However, next winter is another question, so we can discuss it later. But we also expect a significant decrease in the consumption due to the fact that due to the extreme high prices, the consumers started to turn to renewables, and they try to find different solutions to substitute natural gas. So really briefly, that's the current situation now at Synergy.
Thank you very much. Mr. Nukovic, the company Ustream has this year has a really very nice milestone when you opened the new interconnector between Slovak Republic and Poland, which is I think very important step to achieve a full diversification of routes to the Slovak Republic, because we are connected with all of our neighboring countries. So what is maybe your position to the situation in this year?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for question and invitation. Well, there is also another important date this year. By coincidence, Ustream celebrates this year 50th anniversary of gas transmission, natural gas transmission via territory of Slovakia. And without not hiding, our history was connected with transportation of Russian gas. So since 1972, there was almost one-directional east-west transportation from Veľké Kapušany to Baumgarten in Austria and Lanžhot in Czech Republic. And it was till 2009 where there was the first gas crisis. Since that time, we implemented a series of projects how to desertify our system. First was reverse flow from Czech Republic, then Austria followed. It was mentioned that there was reverse flow to Ukraine. In parallel, we built interconnection with Hungary, and the last one, which was missing, was interconnection with Poland, which we successfully introduced this summer. So Thanks to this, Slovakia now is connected to all neighboring countries and can serve as a platform to transport any source of gas within the region. But the first question was, what is the impact on our company? So with this history, of course, impact is very significant and negative. I can demonstrate it on figures of annually transported volumes of gas. If I take last 7 years, the average of annually transported amount was 57 BCM per year. The record was in 2019, where there was 68. We experienced significant drop in transportation even in 2021, when Gazprom still followed his contracts. Nevertheless, there were no gas put on spot market. This was obvious in many recent years. Plus, there was no gas injected into European gas storages. So we dropped to slightly above 40 BCM. And this year, we anticipate transportation volume not more than 25 BCM. So this is really a significant impact. And of course, it will be figured out also in financial terms.
Thank you very much. Maybe to complete the picture of Slovak Republic, I can now take word to Mr. Kula, the representative of the company SPP, which did in the previous months really very important steps to decrease the gas dependence of Slovak Republic from Russian gas. So maybe you can tell more.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you for the question. Well, you can imagine what happened early this year was a shock for the whole world. And I think the same applies for our company. You can imagine that in the history, we were always dependent on one source of gas. I mean, typically it was to sign a 20-30 years contract with one company. And yes, we had certain, let's say, contract revisions or price revisions relatively frequently in the past, but we never discussed the volumes, in terms of the physical supply. It was a rather a different question, a different topic on the table, that we would like to decrease the volumes, that were originally in all the contracts. And suddenly, from one day to another, of course, you having certain shock of actually being at risk not to get any gas at all. So, of course, the whole company was primarily working on diversification and getting the different sources of gas. Nowadays, I can say that successfully we have achieved 2/3 diversification, so 2/3 of the imported gas are now coming from other sources than Russia. So that's one thing. Second, of course, this was not only the supply shock, but as well price shock. And thanks to conservative strategy of our company in terms of the hedging and fixing the prices for our customers and the whole portfolio, basically all the customers are getting what they have signed with us as a contract. None of the customers was disconnected or somehow influenced, so we kept all the contractual premises and promises to the customers. So from this perspective, at least for this year, customers were basically having no real impact, from this situation. Of course, this is changing for the next year and next years. We have to deal with it, and you see the reaction of customers where some of them are limiting their production or stopping the production because of the price. But at the moment, as I said, with full storages and having the hedging policy in place, more as we successfully, overcome the first shock, from what happened in early this year.
Thank you very much. We are really happy that we have here also representative of Ukraine in person, Mr. Pereloma. So I think it's obvious that Ukraine is very hard affected by the conflict. We have also seen in the previous weeks very hard attacks of Russian forces to the Ukraine's infrastructure, energy infrastructure. So maybe also the partial question is if your infrastructure, underground gas storages or maybe pipelines are also affected by these attacks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this event for the wonderful opportunity to be here in person. And, well, answering the question, I should say that if you'll meet a Ukrainian who will say that his life wasn't changed since February 24th, it's not true. There is no single person or no single company, no single business in our country who is not affected. Different companies, different people were affected in different ways. Half of the nation took weapon and started to protect and to defend our country and our territory. The second part of the country is working to make our economics alive and to support our soldiers, our boys, our girls, who are now risking their life to protect our values, to protect our territory, to protect the things we do believe in. Talking about Ukhrtynsk gas, yes, despite severe attacks from Russian side, rocket attacks on civilian infrastructure, which is absolutely a terrorist act, they cannot achieve any significant success in the battlefield, so they're attacking civilians. All people, children, infrastructure objects. But up to present moment, we, like as storage system operator, we are happy to admit that we are still okay. So we were not affected up to this moment. No guarantees in future, certainly. And the question was originally what was changed, actually. Many things were changed. Certainly having in mind all the risks which are in place today in all territory of my country, we did a lot to strengthen our security measures. Certainly, it's not the right time to say what we did in particular. I think we'll discuss it after our victory. But we did, I think, everything which was possible in this respect. Certainly, we face the necessity to relocate some our offices, some our branches, some our subsidiaries, because especially during springtime, the front line was moving quite actively, and you do remember that we have seen, unfortunately, Russian troops near the capital of Ukraine, the city of Kyiv, in the northern part, in the southern part, much more than there today. But due to successful actions and due to heroism of our armed forces, now the situation is completely different. And I'm ready to say that Ukhrtynsk gas was and still is fulfilling all our obligations for our clients, both residential and non-residentials. When the war started, I was talking to many of our clients and friends from European countries, which they're asking, could you explain that you have a war, but all your services are working? All the digital platform is working with no interruptions at all. You are keeping a customs warehouse regime active, whole transportation regime as an active, and yes, it was not easy, but despite all the risks, despite the military operations we are unfortunately facing every day in our country, despite the rocket alarms which are every day almost all over the territory of my country, we still are in a position to give good services for our clients. And I hope that last 271 days of Russian invasion, it's not a conflict, Richard, as you have mentioned, it's a war. We can say it's a military war or it's a terrorism, but it's not a conflict, it's much more than the conflict. And like today's speakers were mentioning, it's not a war Russia with Ukraine, it's a war of Russians with Europe, with European values, with European practices, with European way of living. And unfortunately now Ukraine is paying very high price in this war to be a shield of Europe, possible to say even like this. But again, talking about our business, about core business, gas storage, we are working successfully. And today, a bit later, I hope during this panel, I will try to show what we are already offering and what we would be ready to offer to our European partners in future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. When we are discussing the current situation, of course, we have to maybe discuss also the preparedness for the current winter. The level of the storages is now filled in the Europe on the 95% roughly. So it looks pretty very good comparing, for instance, the last year. So my question is, are we really very good prepared for this winter? Do we maybe expect some disruptions concerning the supplies to the consumers? What do you expect?
So actually, in my opinion, now, due to the geopolitical situation, we are facing a regulatory tsunami in the last year, because policymakers try to find a solution how to ensure security of supply in the energy industry. Due to this, I think so that the storage levels are quite good in the region. However, we shouldn't forget the financial part of this. So the extreme high prices caused really shock waves in the energy industry. So it's really difficult to finance these prices and these volumes. Besides this, I would say that from volume point of view, we are really good. So but you know, in this situation, you can never say that it's for sure we will be fine for the winter, and especially for Q1 2023. However, the question is that how can we inject in the spring, which will come next year. So I think this is the main issue now. From Synergy, we are evaluating different sources and different routes, different options, actually, such as our industry fellow players. So we're trying to find diversified solutions.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Jukovic?
In terms of preparedness for this winter, we are basically solving two issues. First is safety of supply, if we have enough gas to support all customers, either households and industrial customers. And second issue is extensive gas prices. Focusing on the first one, it looks that we will, as a whole European Union, able to survive the winter without any interruptions, and it is thanks to the fact that Europe was within this year able to attract almost all free LNG available on world market because of very high prices in Europe. And plus, undoubtedly, there is also aspect of Russian deliveries, significantly limited, but there were some. And thanks to that, we have extraordinary high level of gas storages. Plus, it looks that saving of energy of European Union is really significant. We checked figures in Slovakia, and year to date, if we compare 2022 and 2021, we have 19% decrease in gas consumption, what is really significant and is more than anticipated 15% saving set for European Union. Of course, it is also thanks to very appropriate weather within October, where usually some withdrawals from gas storages are very obvious. This year, real withdrawal season started only a few days ago. And it was also visible last month, where some LNG cargoes were waiting in Spain to be LNG to be delivered. And because there was no demand, stock levels at very high level, average level in Europe is now more than 95%. It was difficult to deliver this gas. And even it resulted in very low gas prices for a couple of days on day-ahead market. Now the correlation is back, so now gas is back at levels over 100 euro per 1 megawatt. And what is challenge? So regarding to safety of supply for this winter, I suppose we are safe. Challenge will be next year, how to be prepared for the next year when, in the event, if Russian gas is completely stopped. Our analysis and our models shows that it is not possible to fulfill gas storages for not this, but upcoming next winter for more than 70%. So there is really challenge to focus on safety of supply next year.
And do you think that Russia can really completely stop all supplies to the Europe? I mean, not only the pipeline Brotherhood, but also via Turk Stream?
It's a difficult question. It is a bit paradoxical that Nord Stream 1 is not working Yamal since December, but transport via Ukraine, where there is war, is still working, plus Turkish Stream, Turkey, Bulgaria, Serbia, and Hungary, of course, at very limited level. I suppose that these deliveries will continue because there were some occasions where it was really shaky and flow still continues. So probability that it will continue, I consider higher than that it will be stopped. But anything can happen. Some missile in Ukraine can completely stop our corridors. So it's difficult to predict.
Thank you. Mr. Kula, Slovakia has currently received the gas not only from Russia, also from Norway, also from LNG suppliers. So do we feel safe for the next winter concerning the security of supply?
Well, first of all, as it was already mentioned, we are in a much better situation this year than last year in terms of the storage. But we have to say as well that if you just count the capacities of storage in Europe, you will find that, of course, that this is not sufficient, for Europe if all the flows are stopped to cover the demand. So yes, we are in better situation. We have diversification contracts, but there has to be certain solidarity within the European Union. Because imagine if one of the nations would basically stop the flows or ban the export from between the countries, then you find out you're in a situation that you have just your own storage and nothing else. And this is basically not sufficient. So yes, if the flows continue, if there's, let's say, some international law prevailing and what was agreed in the contract with different suppliers is guaranteed, and of course we have purchased several LNGs. But yes, if the ship comes and somebody doesn't stop the flow, to the destination of that gas, then everything's fine. If it stops, then of course we have a problem. And it's not about Slovakia, because we are, in terms of the storage capacities, I think pretty much in the very beneficial situation comparing to other countries. But if this happens all over Europe, then we have a serious problem.
Okay. What about Ukraine? What are your expectations concerning the current winter?
Sure. I should say that I fully agree with Rostislav, with Miroslav, because both of them just picked up some words I was going to say. That to confirm Rostislav's idea that this heating season, this winter, would be much easier than the next one. And to successfully overcome a next one, we should think, by saying we, I mean all the European countries, to think how we have to be ready for it and to start these preparations as soon as possible. Probably all the decisions have to be taken this winter, and this would give a good chance for all European countries to act immediately after this heating season, and withdrawal season from underground gas storage all over Europe would be finished in spring. I don't know whether it would be April, early April, late April, but I hope in April, usually it should be like this. So the action plan should be on the table. And the second very important idea was mentioned I'm sorry, by Miroslav, that if we will compare all European storage capacity, probably, certainly, it is not enough at the moment. Could I ask for the slide, please? And that's here Ukraine comes. What is very interesting and could be very, let's say, mutually beneficial for Ukraine and for European countries as well. What Ukraine is ready to offer. Ukraine, I would like to remind you that we have historically storage capacities which is number 3 in the world after the United States and Russians. In Europe, we have the largest capacity for storages, which is almost 31 billion cubic meters. In case we'll be talking in megawatts, is 340 terawatts. So certainly, some of our storage capacity, Ukraine as a country is using for ourselves to be prepared for the winter. But we have, let's say, a possibility to offer for European countries, for our European countries, at least 160 terawatts of storage capacity. What is 160 terawatts? Let's think, it's about 14% of all European storage capacity. Not bad. It's up to slightly less than 4% of annual European gas consumption, actually, which is a lot. And certainly, when we are talking about storage and the figure and index that, like it was mentioned today for Slovakia, that 94% is a storage fulfillment now. For Slovakia, because they do have a total capacity about 3.5 billion cubic meters, it is okay. But different countries have different storage capacities. And in case we look for even our neighbors, Baltic countries, Estonia and Lithuania, they do not have any storage capacities at all. The same is for Moldova. If you look for Poland, they can store simultaneously only up to 15% for their annual consumption. But historically, European countries were trying to keep up to 25% of their consumption in their storages. So if you have 25, you may think that you are more or less safe and well prepared for the coming winter. So it's absolutely obvious that our neighbors, which are located in our Eastern European region, could have huge benefits from storing their gas reserves in Ukraine. Because even if we look at the map of Ukraine, we will see that about 80% of our storage capacity are located at the western part, very close to the Ukrainian border with Poland, with Slovakia, and historically they were built because of this geographical factor. What else is necessary to say? I'm very confidently saying about future, not about today, because really all Ukraine believes in our army, and we have no doubts that we'll have the victory in this war. We want it to have as soon as possible, because every day costs the lives of our citizens. But we are ready that one day we'll face. That's why we can discuss our future and be sure that it would come. What else necessary to say? Probably all of you know this burden share mechanism, which was announced by energy community this year, this new requirements which were adopted this August for all European countries. It's about the strategic reserves of European countries, and the countries which do not have enough storages or do not have storages at all can have benefits by storing natural gas in other storages. That's again about the role of Ukraine and about what Ukraine can offer to European gas market for all the Europe, and our neighboring countries, first of all, can have benefits and to feel more confident when we are preparing for next winters, not one, but many coming winters, and to pass them smoothly. Also, it was also mentioned by Rostislav about the role of LNG, that to substitute Russian pipeline gas, certainly LNG deliveries are absolutely necessary. And if we'll see that last year, for example, before the Russian invasion to Ukraine, again, not a conflict, current existing LNG infrastructure was used up to 70% of their total capacity. Now it's is used for 100%, and new capacities, especially in Germany, have been built right now. So in case it would be done, and I'm absolutely sure it would be done, the total capacity of LNG next year in 2023 would be about 1,700 terawatts, enormous amount of natural gas, which could be theoretically delivered by means of LNG. But it's absolutely obvious that you cannot consume it immediately. And again, the question is where to store. And then we are back to Ukrainians' capacities. About the capacities, historically, we can offer a very good gas grid, which connects us with all European countries, especially Slovakia, Poland, Hungary. So traditional routes which Ukrainian plays a transit role in these directions, and now we also have gas reverse flows only from these directions. And this, after, like was also mentioned by Rostislav, you're one step ahead of me today. After you have completed the interconnected between you and Poland, it's additional source and additional possibility to deliver for further storing the gas from Polish and Baltic LNG capacities, which are already working. For example, like Svinousia, like Klaipėda, and other projects which are now considered for the construction. For us, just to understand probably interesting figures from the slide, what is 160 terawatts Ukrainian can offer? For example, for Estonia, it's 40 years of consumption, 40. For Slovakia, it's almost 3 years in case you inject, in addition to your oil having injected domestically, another 3 years you are safe. For Lithuania, it's more than 6 years. For Poland, it's 8 months. It's absolutely because of the size of the national storages and the size of, well, domestic consumption of these countries. So, when we are talking about tomorrow, and tomorrow we understand the necessity to change the map, gas map of Europe, which existed 9 months ago, it's a necessity to diversify the supplies, also to make reserves as much as possible, to make these reserves in a way that countries can help each other. Especially it's vital when some countries are lacking or do not have storage capacity at all. So it's everything which could be done. It's not easy. It's not would be done like this and everything starts working tomorrow. But Ukraine is offering, first of all, big capacity. Second, it's a reliable partnership, which was, let's say, confirmed during the last at least 3 years period. We have a very big number of foreign clients. We have more than 120 of them, and they do represent 28 countries from all over the world, not only Europe, but Asia, Northern America as well. Also, our tariffs for injection, storing, withdrawal are significantly cheaper in comparison with European tariffs in place in European countries, even if we will be accounting the transportation costs. But short-haul product gives a very competitive transport costs when you're delivering gas to Ukrainian storages and then taking them back to the European market. So the reliability of Ukretransgas, like a storage operator in Ukraine, was confirmed last month. We have invasion, we have war, we have all things which are connected with this, but we are still performing with a 100% result, giving all the necessary services to our partners and to our clients.
Thank you very much for
Thank
explanation.
You.
And you raised also some other questions, which is important for this discussion. And it is the next year, which going to be maybe more struggling for the European Union countries concerning the preparation for the next winter. So my question is, maybe what do you think about some European solutions helping to achieve the 90% of fulfilling of the storages, which is kind of a new obligations? I mean, the measures like the common procurement of the gas in the level of 15%. So what do you think about these kind of solutions? Could it help?
I think it's difficult to evaluate these solutions and these proposals because we know that there is no silver bullet, so there is no one-fits-all. In Europe, there are differences between the member states. So what I previously mentioned, that really many regulatory proposals we receive nowadays from the EU. I am also a member of the industry advisory group, which is dealing with the price cap and joint gas purchase mechanism. I do believe that it's definitely a helpful solution, and if we have physically available stock in storages, that's really a tool for security of supply, since this is the only one which is available physically and it's there. However, as it was mentioned previously, the storage sizes are really different in the EU. So I think we should mix the different tools. The storage is not sufficient alone. We need diversification, new routes, and also diversification in the energy mix. So we do need renewables as well.
Okay, Mr. Vukovic.
Okay, question was regarding the draft of regulation for enhancing solidarity through certain actions. Definitely it can help. Nevertheless, if you go through the text, the wording of that, it's still very general, and still a lot of details have to be set and implemented, and only after that we can figure out how important or how it can really help in practice. In general, what we need is to cover or to correlate again between demand and offer of gas. And that's true that currently we are facing lack of gas. That's why prices are so high, and a lot of solutions which are on table are rather some supportive mechanism how to subsidize this big price rather than tackle really the price. So only final solution is to balance demand and offer.
We've already received some questions via Slido, so I can use some of them to ask Mr. Kula, because they are addressed to you. So what is your opinion of the EU gas purchasing platform initiative? This is also my question. And to what extent it can be useful for the needs of SPP?
Mm-hmm. I think I can answer in broader terms. it's kind of going backwards a bit, you know, and rethinking, you know, what we have done in let's say recent history. We all used to have long-term contracts, and I'm talking about the source of gas, but in principle, the contractual relation with 23 years contracts and kind of long-term is, well, price stability and supply stability, and we change it to energy exchanges, and let's say the most common probably price agreement with any supplier is kind of like month ahead, day ahead price, a very short-term products, and suddenly now it doesn't work, or we have this price shock. You know, we are now surprised, but basically Europe was going into that situation for quite some time, and we have all kind of ended this long-term agreement and went into this new mechanism. Suddenly now we see it works in good times. Yeah, it doesn't work in bad times. And now we have to rethink, you know, make some kind of compromise, you know, that, okay, probably we need some long-term agreements with reliable partners. Probably we need more of these partners, not just one. And then we can talk about that some of these gas volumes probably can be then traded on short-term basis. So I think it can help in future. I think it's rather, let's say, a long-term discussion. So we shouldn't be never dependent, you know, 100% one way, 100% another way. You know, we now see, you know, that how much this diversification means in terms of the assets, in terms of the storages, in terms of the, let's say, price mechanisms and etc. So I think it's a kind of going a little bit backwards. We're thinking, you know, what we have done that didn't really work, and try to use the good one from the history. Of course, let's see, there are many interests. So EU, it's a relatively difficult place to find a common agreement and find, let's say, the one way forward, so it will take time. But I guess if we come to some kind of a, let's say, voluntary basis agreement that adding more and more volumes and agreements, and with, let's say, more reliable partners, to some extent it can help. Yeah, I think it's not a one-shot solution that automatically this is solved, but it's basically, again, one of the pillars, you know, how to provide a bit more stability in future.
Mm-hmm. So, and you opened this question of the long-term contracts. We've seen in the last year that European Commission refused this kind of contracts. I prefer the short-term contracts. Do you think that is the time that European Commission should maybe justify also the long-term contracts by purchasing of the gas from the LNG suppliers, like, I don't know, USA, Qatar, and these countries?
I think it has to be. I think it has to be a mixture, yeah? And as I said, in the last few years there was enormous pressure on price. I would compare it to some kind of production facility. So if you go for the price only, then basically the best is something like a just-in-time production and immediate delivery, you know, and very efficient without necessary storage, without necessary kind of bottlenecks. Suddenly, you know, we see that maybe we forgot part of the security in that supply. And if you go for security, it's the opposite, yeah? So it means basically diversification, it means assets, storage, LNG terminals, whatever you have. So basically, we need to, you know, kind of rebalance, you know, the price only to let's say, security plus price. And of course, it will cost some money and some time to rebalance, you know, this position. So I think all of this ways should be now reflected, and kind of the strategy should be more balanced, you know, between the price and security, whatever this means. But as I said, it will take time.
Okay, and one more question on you from Slido. There is no way to refill gas storages in 2023. Aren't current gas prices too low? This is the question.
Very difficult questions. You know, if I knew the answer, you know, what is the price level, if it's correct or not, probably I would be doing some different job. But let's say, yes, it seems that if you have a risk, you know, of having the storages filled next year, that it will push the price up. Yeah. On the other hand, what nobody knows, you know, in terms of the investments, and either in storage or primarily in LNG, I would say, or interconnections, I think the main issue was as well the time, you know, of putting the assets into operations. Yeah? And so what was, of course, very difficult or kind of, let's say, not unmanageable, you know, a few months ago, was that you put some terminal into operation within a few months. You know, what the regulatory procedures and building permits, etc. So of course there is a question of time. If the governments act quickly and really kind of accelerate the process. You know, some of the assets could be placed in months, not in years as it was previously, as we can see now. So there are now many terminals being built, and with all these procedures, maybe it's not a question of 1 year, but basically in 2 years, probably the problem is solved if we can accelerate. And now I think it's really the time to accelerate if you want to have the euro secure for next year.
Thank you very much. This is a question also for Mr. Nukovic. Why do you think is Russia still sending gas to Europe? Isn't cutting of all gas supply to Europe the most rational move to create maximal pressure?
It's a very difficult question. I explained that now in a position that probably safety of supply issue of gas delivery is solved at least for upcoming winter, but we still have here a question of affordable gas prices. If you remember, significant increase of gas prices started in August 21, well before the war started, and the first starter was lack of LNG in Europe because there was significant increase of demand for LNG in Asia, and Gazprom only add to that it limited its deliveries to Europe. And then up to now, there were always several steps how to decrease deliveries when market was somehow stabilized. Then they always introduce some move and prices really up again. Now I suppose we reach certain kind of equilibrium that even if now Russian deliveries are stopped, it will not have a significant impact on current gas prices. But I definitely do not suppose as a good idea to stop the flows because of gas prices and to secure upcoming winter. Because, well, as I said in previous answer, to solve the issue, we can solve it only if there is balance between demand and offer. There were a lot of projects in terms of regasification terminals in Europe. It's amazing how quickly Europe can react. For example, Germany in February has no LNG terminal at all. Now they have, after a few months, first in Wilhelmshaven, and there are another one announced to be implemented within next year. So this capacity will be available, and this will significantly improve the situation in Europe. But hand in hand, we have to look also on sources, which is liquefaction capacities. And here is very valid your previous question regarding long-term contracts, because next year probably we will face worldwide and Europe specifically a lack of liquefaction capacities, so I mean source rather than LNG regasification terminals in Europe. And only way how to enhance or speed up the development is to have long-term contracts for producers. This was their basic answer. And particularly now we are in a situation when during Corona crisis gas prices were very low and many projects for liquefaction bankrupted or were not able to be economically viable. So that's why we have to somehow solve that issue. And gas deliveries from Russia can only help the situation until we have complete plan B and this balance. Otherwise, we could face very high prices next year and next winter, and we will have lack of financial instruments to introduce plan B, and also very important aspect is to speed up renewables.
Yes, this conference is dedicated to Central Europe. We're discussing the diversification supplies to Central Europe. We discussed LNG supplies, Norway. And what about the Southeastern Europe, the path from the Southeastern Europe? What do you think about the potential some other gas sources? I mean, from maybe Turkey, from Azerbaijan? What do you think about it?
Just one remark to the previous question, because it's linked to this question as well. It's very difficult to negotiate with suppliers if you are not allowed to negotiate on long term. So I think it's an issue, and the Commission also realized this. I think so that we are different options, as I mentioned previously. Also, for example, Turk Stream is a real option. However, I think that we are facing issue in the next 2-3 years. So on long term, Europe has different options and sources. But on midterm, so I would say in the next 2 years, we are still facing problem without Russian gases. I believe that it's also a capacity problem and also a supply problem. So there are bottlenecks, and LNG is the solution which can work nowadays.
Okay, I asking this question because of latest initiative of the TSO of Bulgaria, Romania, Hungary, Poland, and Slovakia, concerning the using the existing infrastructure by delivering the Azerbaijan gas or Turkey gas to the Central Europe. And as far as I know, there were the letters sending to the European Commission. So how is the situation with this infrastructure, Mr. Nukovic?
This initiative was linked to memorandum signed between Ursula von der Leyen and President of Azerbaijan on increasing gas deliveries from Azerbaijan. When we wanted all these countries and transmission companies with these mentioned countries to highlight that there are existing capacities, how to deliver this gas immediately or with really timely limited and financially limited actions, provide this gas into Central Europe and further to the whole Europe, which we consider as better idea rather than to reinforce stop towards Italy. And this initiative could also provide further more capacity solution, as it was original project called East Ring. So our proposal was to highlight existing capacities within these countries for the memorandum, and also that there is a possibility to enhance it in the future.
Thank you.
Currently, as the question was, what is the current situation?
State, yes.
Well, we are still awaiting response from European Union. What we expect is that at least this first step to use existing capacities will be welcomed, and then there is question mark about future.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kula. Would you add maybe something?
You all said already.
Yes. Okay. There is also a question for Mr. Pereloma from Slido. After your victory, Ukraine will be flooded with reconstruction money. So when do you see the best opportunities for investment in Ukrainian energy sector?
Well, I don't know who's the author of the question, but I love how it is formulated.
Anonymous.
Yes, I see, but I love how it is formulated, because we can see both simultaneously the confidence that Ukraine would be victorious and the readiness to invest. Both things are very important for my country, it's 100%. But to be serious, I think that after war would be ended and Ukraine would be victorious, as was mentioned, it would be two main fields of investments. The field number one is to restore and to rebuild those energy objects which would be destroyed or, let's say, which suffered from attacks. To say now what could be the size and necessity for these investments is absolutely impossible, because all missiles shelling is still active almost every day, and we'll be able to assess the total damage of the energy system only after the war would be ended and stopped. But certainly it would be the second field of, for the possible investments. and it would be dependent not with rebuilding of the infrastructure which was built years and years ago, but it would be about the future, about new sources of energy, about the Green Deal, because now when there is a possible shortage of resources like we are discussing today, certainly the Green Deal actions theoretically could be postponed for the number of years, but this way wouldn't be cancelled by EU. And the countries who have the same values and wants to be also a member of the European Union. So in Ukraine, we would be developing the Green Deal, the green transformation. And talking about Ukraine, certainly in this respect, two things would be important. Biomethane, absolutely, because Ukraine historically has very strong agriculture sector. It means raw materials for this type of fuel. Currently, even having a war at home, our authorities are working to change the gas standard, and they are changing the proportion in which biomethane could be added to the traditional natural gas within the grid. I think that Eustream has absolutely the same, not problems, but issues to deal with at home, but it's very obvious potential field for further investments. And certainly it's a hydrogen. I'm more skeptical about the hydrogen, not because it's very complicated to produce. At the moment, I do not see enough consumers, because to consume the hydrogen, pure hydrogen at least, each consumer has to change his own infrastructure, the internal grids, and it's very costly and time-consuming. Then the transportation, which is also a question. Talking about hydrogen, I believe in blend, probably the blend of hydrogen to a certain proportion with natural gas. Yes, it's not so-called 100% green fuel, but much better with the traditional. So I think that these two streams, Ukrainian would be requiring investments, and these investments for 100% would be beneficial for the investors.
Thank you very much. You are opening the question of greening the gas industry, which is also important, and concerning the blending of hydrogen, I can say that we have in Slovakia a very successful project, H2 pilot, with blending the hydrogen in a small grid in one village, and the result was as far as I know, excellent. So we are prepared to develop, the highest level of blending. But there is also a question if can biomethane play important role in this part of Europe, and what dates and amounts are realistic. And company SPP are also very strong intentions concerning the biomethane projects. So what do you think, Mr. Kula?
It's marginal. It has to be said. Of course, it helps. Yeah, but as we discussed before, hydrogen or any other technology, basically it's still in the early stage, and the source or the amount of such gas, that can be produced in a relatively short time is small. Yeah, so I think, but as I said, any solution helps. Yeah, it will not come probably from one source, so we have to really diversify as well the primary source of energy, and it will help a little bit.
What about in Hungary concerning the biomethane?
I agree with Mr. Kula that it could help marginally. However, I think now everything can help, so which is different, which are from different sources, and I think that now the timing is perfect for biomethane due to the extreme high natural gas prices. So I agree also with our Ukrainian colleague that hydrogen is not ready yet, so you need a different infrastructure for that. But biomethane you can just inject into the grid, and you can use as natural gas because of the same gas quality. However, now if we see the market situation, normally investors produce from biogas electricity because it's much more expensive than natural gas. So it's an issue that how to produce biomethane that is profitable and it could be a solution. But I do believe that really now it's the time for it.
And what is the maybe potential in Hungary and Slovakia? It's 10% of the replacing of consumption of natural gas by biomethane?
I think it's also a question of feedstock. And also in Hungary, the agriculture sector could be a solution for this. I think it's between 5 and 10%, but definitely much more than hydrogen. However, we also have a hydrogen R&D project, the project Aquamarine, which is done by the Hungarian gas storage. But I think it's more research and development, and biomethane could be also a real source for customers.
Okay. For Mr. Nukovic, in this greening initiative is a question: how compatible are investment into gas infrastructure with green objectives?
Maybe I will start in more general. In Ustream, we take green targets, carbon neutral targets, as very serious one. I suppose the whole European Union cannot be blamed that their green targets are not ambitious enough. And what I would like to highlight is that we as gas people never challenged these targets. What we challenged is the way how to get there. And our narrative is that we should go within transition period with solutions which are proven and affordable, and only when the new one is prepared, mature enough, stable, reliable, and affordable, then we can switch. And now we can see, in the morning we had here protest of Greenpeace. If there is some solution from renewables already mature and available, then we don't have these high prices, we don't have energy crisis. So I don't agree with one of the sentences that gas equals to gas crisis or energy crisis. I suppose that gas can only help in this transition period how to achieve carbon neutral goals. And maybe part of the current situation is maybe a bit naive policy to get to that goals merely earlier than technology is available. And I can see it from practice, and now I come to the core of that question. We started several initiatives to prepare for transportation of hydrogen, or in general carbon neutral gases, but definitely hydrogen will play the focal role in the future. We already started project how to separate and dedicate one of the pipeline. We have 4 of them, to one of them to dedicate for 100% hydrogen. We started with blending. There was mentioned that our sister company, SPP Distributia, started with blending of hydrogen up to 10%, and the project was successful. Our research shows that this blending up to 10% should be quite, let's say, easy in brackets, also in our terms. But if we are talking on blends higher than 10%, the requirements are basically the same with pure hydrogen. And definitely the technology and even suppliers, when we ask suppliers of pipelines, equipment, devices, compressors, they are working on that, but it's still not ready. So the industry still has some time that this technology is mature enough to be implemented. Nevertheless, we already started this preparation, and I think the solutions are compatible, but need some time.
There is also an initiative of the European Commission concerning the supplies of green hydrogen to Europe from Northern Africa and from Ukraine. So, Mr. Pereloma, after the conflict or after the war, it is possible that Ukraine could be really a supplier of the green hydrogen to Europe.
Absolutely, it is possible, and Ukraine have started investigations in this direction. For example, a year ago, for me it looks like it was might be a century ago, together with Rostislav, we took part in one of the conferences in Ukraine, in the city of Lviv. We had a discussion about the green hydrogen and the initiative between our countries, how it could be organized. War just stopped our field experiments in Ukraine about the storing of hydrogen. Because each gas storage is unique because of geological, let's say, structure it has. So we need to start, and we are planning to start this summer, this field, let's say, project to understand the ability, the effect, but unfortunately the war postponed these plans for certain months, I hope, not even years. And we are still working with our European partners in the theoretical part of this project. We do understand and we do realize that the future is there. How fast this future would come would depend on many, many things which were already announced by speakers. The readiness of consumers to accept, the readiness of transportation system, the readiness of equipment producers to provide the necessary quality which needs for the spare parts, for pipelines, for valves, for compressors, for all other production units which are involved in this process. But one day this future would come. So we absolutely do understand that we need to be ready and to prepare today.
Thank you very much. I'm afraid that we are running out of time. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for discussion and also for your audience and attention. Thank you very much. And hope we see again in some kind of a interesting discussion. Once more, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I may grab your attention, after the short break there will be 2 parallel panels. Here in this conference room there will be panel on hydrogen, and in connections the panel on smart grid infrastructure. And also, if you are interested to going on in natural gas and solidarity discussion, so please join Martin Jerušek, who will chair the roundtable on solidarity in natural gas. So, thank you.
Áno, my ich priebežne nosíme. Máme teraz. Aha, tam sú iní. Dobre, to je tam, dobre. Pozriem, že koľko ich tam je. Myslím, že nie. To je teraz o 12. že? Čiže 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 je tam teraz, treba. Tam je 5 teraz a tu 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, toto je ale online. Dobre, tam 10, 11 takých vín, ak sa ti vojde. Dobre. Dobre.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this afternoon panel devoted to hydrogen and hydrogen infrastructure. My name is Robert Diambrich, and I will be a moderator of this panel. Concerns related to energy transition, energy security, and energy prices are more than up to date as regards Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And among other technologies, hydrogen could benefit in a positive way from this, because it could be a potential source of replacement of natural gas for the future. Also, International Energy Agency described hydrogen as a versatile energy carrier, which could be used in different fields and different sectors throughout Europe and throughout the world. So is hydrogen the right answer to the current situation? What are the sectors which could benefit from hydrogen use? And how can we produce hydrogen for the future? These are basically the questions we would like to tackle within this panel. And I would like to introduce you a distinguished panelist who are sitting on my left-hand side. So the first one is Aleš Doucek, who is chairman of the board of HITEP, which is a Czech hydrogen technological platform. He is also head of hydrogen technologies at UJV Rzesz company. He is very active in support of hydrogen in Czech Republic, so I really welcome you here, and I am happy to hear from you some news from Czech Republic.
Thank you.
So the second panelist is Gábor Dudás, who is head of business development at Hungarian National Gas TSO FGSZ, who is responsible for many kinds of development projects, including hydrogen. So I would be very happy to hear from you some experiences in the hydrogen field, pilot projects. What is your view on hydrogen as such? The third one is Tommy Isaac, who is the head of hydrogen research at Progressive Energy Limited. Generally, his work is devoted to the creation of technical and economic evidence to support UK government's hydrogen policy, and he is involved in many hydrogen projects and hydrogen promotion as such. So I would be very happy to hear some experience from UK and from that region from you. Welcome. Then we have Jan Vajteršúc, who is the chairman of a Slovak National Hydrogen Association. And I would say he's one of the most important frontrunners of promotion of hydrogen in Slovakia, and one of the most important people who drafted National Hydrogen Strategy and then Action Plan. So I am happy to have you here to share with us some thoughts from Slovak perspective. And finally, we have Christoph Grudler. He is not here in person with us, but he will join us by video message. Before we start, I would like to encourage you, the audience, to ask questions by using Slido. So please do it to have a really solid and fruitful discussion. So at the beginning, I will give you, each of you, some room for initial comments, ideas about the hydrogen, your recent experiences you would like to share with us. I will start with Mr. Christoph Grudler, who is the member of the European Parliament and the Renew Europe group member. He apologized for not being here in person, but he will give us a speech via video message. So if we can put it on screen. Thank you.
Or should I say in Slovakian, ahoy. The fight against climate change, the extraordinary rise of energy prices, and the Russian aggression of the Ukrainian territory, the EU lives a terrible historical time that we can only take as an opportunity. First, to boost our strategy towards carbon neutrality by 2050. And second, to strengthen our energy security. We need a sustainable, secured, and fair energy transition if we want Europe to succeed in dark times. In that regard, clean hydrogen plays a crucial role as a missing link to fully integrate our energy system and as a long-lasting solution to decarbonize the hard-to-abate sectors of our economy. The EU has already rolled up its sleeves to make this happen, notably for hydrogen infrastructure in the context of the EU Green Deal. I am notably thinking of the revision of the 10E regulation, which now regulates on cross-border infrastructure for clean hydrogen. I think for the complex revision of the RED II directive to be adopted soon, and the revision of the gas package that will finally set clear definitions on a sound governance for hydrogen and its related infrastructure. While talking about definitions, in my quality of shadow rapporteur for the revision of RED II, I am happy to inform you today that the delegated act setting criteria for renewable fuels from non-biological origin, RFNBO, is finally to be adopted by this December. At least, the mist is finally rising. The EU has also dedicated extensive financial efforts to deploy a strong hydrogen internal market, notably through the first ever IPCEI list worth 5.4 billion euros of public money, and including storage, distribution, and transportation projects. We hope that the Central European projects will be better included on the next list. Still on financial efforts, President von der Leyen announced in September the creation of a 3 billion euro hydrogen bank. We hear that it will focus on the deployment of international partnership for import. I call on the European industry to oppose to this idea. EU public money needs to be used for European actors first. We need local production of clean hydrogen transported with strong interconnections between member states. We must not replace one dependency with another. Our energy security and our strategic autonomy depend on it. Our energy transition can only be guaranteed if we invest smartly on future-proof European technologies to produce, store, and transport renewable and fossil-free energy, such as hydrogen. Let's not forget about the fierceful international competition. EU needs to be up to the task. Hydrogen requires a lot of commitment and energy. I would like to thank the Central European Energy Conference for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. I am sorry not to be physically present today. I hope this word will trigger some discussions. I wish you a very fruitful debate. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Mr. Grudler, for your introductory remarks. He really mentioned very important topics, which I would like to also touch later on, like regulatory and legislative issues, initiatives, strategies, funding of hydrogen projects. So I hope we will have a possibility to speak about this as well during the panel. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Doucek, who also prepared the presentation for us. So please give us some overview of the situation in Czech Republic. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much once more for invitation. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you are able to see my slides. Yes, yeah, perfect. Today I'm representing here Czech Hydrogen Technology Platform, which was established in 2007. It was at the beginning activity of Ministry of Trade and Industry, and we see this step as very important because from these days up today we are fighting for hydrogen, and as you can hopefully see from the second slide, we fight with quite a great strength, because this year we gain or we have altogether more than 70 members in the association, in this technology platform. Members differ from universities and research institutes to engineering companies and big companies from area of petrochemistry, natural gas industry, power industry, etc. You might see some very important companies, for example, Czech Railways, České dráhy, Alstom, who is a producer of trains and also hydrogen train, Iveco Bus, for example, who prepared very interesting project for IPCEI program, important project for the whole Europe to develop hydrogen bus for intercity connection. And of course there are many other companies like Orlen Unipetrol, who is now preparing up to 7 projects to build a hydrogen refueling station in the Czech Republic, but also they have plans in Slovak Republic and also Poland. So it's also relevant for let's say almost the whole V4 region. And of course there are many other important companies in our platform. As it was mentioned already, hydrogen is really versatile energy carrier, and we can see the importance of this carrier in connecting different parts of economy, starting usually in electrical grid, where we can utilize surpluses of energy. We can utilize energy which is green, low emission, to produce hydrogen by electrolysis. We can store this hydrogen in different manners. We can store it as compressed gas. We can liquefy it. We can even transform it to different products as synthetic methane or e-fuels, and then we can transport it to customers. We can utilize hydrogen in clean mobility. We can utilize it to decarbonize various sectors, for example, steel making or glass making, or we can use hydrogen to lower emission of natural gas in the gas grid. So it's from my point of view really important energy carrier. If I comment on the situation in the Czech Republic, what we already have is a national hydrogen strategy. We, as a platform, helped a lot to prepare it. We also have a national action plan for clean mobility, where hydrogen has quite an important position. Of course, there is also battery electric vehicles, and there was also part for compressed natural gas, what isn't the case anymore probably. so we have this strategic document. Czech government now is preparing subsidies especially for clean hydrogen production, and there is already in action subsidy to build hydrogen refilling stations, and companies like Orlen Unipetrol already has few projects, and there should be basic hydrogen network beginning from year 2023. So I hope we will see in next few years, 1 to 3 years, a huge ramp up in hydrogen pilot projects. We should have hydrogen refilling stations network. We should have green hydrogen production, and I hope it will help to decarbonize Czech energy mix, and also to, of course, to have power sector more energy independent. Thank you very much for this introduction, and maybe last slide. If you want to know more about hydrogen and specific hydrogen, we are preparing 13th International Conference on Hydrogen Technologies, Hydrogen Days, in Prague, end of March. So you are welcome here. Thank you very much.
Thanks to you. I'm very happy to see that you basically covered the whole value chain within the hydrogen. So I'm also happy that you already have national hydrogen strategy and action plan. And we will speak about that with Jan as regards Slovakia, I suppose. So now I will move to Gábor Dudas. Again, welcome. Could you elaborate a little bit about the vision of the Hungarian gas TSO on hydrogen, maybe on potential pilot projects? Generally, what is your vision in this field, please?
Okay. First of all, thank you so much for the invitation. And it's my pleasure to share some thoughts about the development of hydrogen infrastructure on behalf of the Hungarian transmission system operator, FGSZ. So as a transmission system operator, we are in the central of everything, to be honest. So we have to fulfill the requirements of all partners, not just the end users, but also the partners who are producing, maybe in the future, hydrogen. So questions related to the infrastructure cannot be answered independently from the work done in other parts of the emerging hydrogen supply chain. In my opinion, the main question is the following. How should the development of the different part of the as yet immature hydrogen market be aligned? Which will materialize first? A sizable demand, an enabling infrastructure, extended regional cooperation, a stable regulatory framework, mature technology, or sufficient financial incentives? And last but not least, how to coordinate all these tasks from the position of a TSO. I would like to start with the cross-border cooperation we have at FGSZ. So we are part of the European Hydrogen Backbone Initiative. It's a pan-European cooperation which counts amongst its members mainly the European gas TSOs. The latest plan of the European Hydrogen Backbone Initiative envisages 5 hydrogen corridors emerging in Europe by 2030. And as our Slavic colleagues at EUStream, FGSZ is also part of the South and the Southeast corridor, along with our Polish and Romanian colleagues. Speaking about these TSOs, we have just signed the memorandum of understanding with the Slovak, Polish, and Romanian TSOs to work together how to decarbonize our work, how to transport green gases, including hydrogen, biomethane, and investigating the potential of of carbon dioxide transmission. We think that hydrogen production capacities won't be so big here in this region. So there is our thinking about how to transport big amount of hydrogen across borders. And therefore, cross-border cooperation will be essential for the transit and the distribution of hydrogen imports arriving to the Central Eastern European region. Beside this, Beside this, please do not forget to touch upon the regulatory framework. So the renewable and low carbon gases was described in the decarbonized gas package, and EU revealed its vision for the hydrogen market as well. But from our perspective, the EU hydrogen legislation in its proposed form is unable to serve the evolution of the future hydrogen market yet. So for example, one of our biggest problems is the unbundling restrictions. We think that for a rapid uptake of hydrogen technologies, transmission system operators working under the independent transmission system operator unbundling model must be allowed to take part in the cross-border transportation of hydrogen without any restriction and time limits. As you might know, these TSOs who are working under the ITO model cannot operate hydrogen networks after 2030. So in these circumstances, it's very difficult to invest in such development if you know that you cannot operate this infrastructure after 2030. Other issue is the blending. So the EU first proposal aimed for 5% blending, but the dialogue shifted to 2% this year. From our perspective, it's a really important issue because if the hydrogen appears at some point of our system, for example, at the interconnection point, then we have to be sure that also this hydrogen can be transported towards the end users, towards the distribution system operators. So for example, we did a short questionnaire with all the directly connected industrial consumers to the transmission grid and asked the simple question, do you accept hydrogen or not? And some of them answered quite positively. They said that yes, because we are using hydrogen at the moment as well, for example, fertilizers and petrochemical companies. But there was also companies who said no, even not 0.01% of hydrogen can accept it. So it's really difficult in our case because the system of FGSZ is not like the system of EU Stream. So EU Stream has 4 parallel pipelines, as Mr. Nukovic said in the previous panel, but our system, it's a looped system. So if somebody is injecting gas in one part of our system, then it can appear anywhere in other part of the system. Cost mutualization is also a big problem. We believe that cost mutualization would speed up the development of hydrogen assets, but a careful balance must be reached. Financing hydrogen infrastructure is in the interest of society and thus should be spread out fairly among system users. But speaking about investment, I think that at the moment we cannot scale up the hydrogen market without public financing measures and EU funds and state financial aids. So it seems that these times still the hydrogen development are too divergent and different. Stakeholders have different ambitions. In our view, a holistic approach must be taken to hydrogen, and to build up the hydrogen infrastructure is contingent on both the regulatory framework, the technical possibilities, and financing options. So I think that the last few years up to today in Hungary have been a period of reflection for hydrogen, but in the next 2-3 years, we will know much more about technical possibilities. There will be a regulatory framework in place and conditions will be met to test hydrogen transportation in practice. And to start with that, FGSZ will finish its study regarding hydrogen transportation on our network by the end of this year. We are analyzing how to transport hydrogen, natural gas mixtures up to 2%, but on the whole network. So it's almost 6,000 kilometers of pipeline, 150,000 of different elements of the pipeline. So it's not an easy task, but we will finish soon and we will have a clear target to do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your comprehensive answer, and for sure we will come to some of the points you touched upon. Now I would like to give the floor to Tommy Isaac. Please, can you give us the flavor of what's going on in UK, the position of UK towards hydrogen, to share with us some your experience? Thank you.
Sure. Firstly, thank you for the invitation and for the British Embassy for the invitation. So if I first paint a picture of the UK energy system, and then you can see how hydrogen fits into that system. So last year, the UK consumed 860 terawatt hours of natural gas. Our per capita demand for natural gas is around 40% higher relative to the EU, so we consume quite a lot of gas. It's broadly split evenly between domestic use, electricity, and industrial. But clearly, going forward, we're looking to reduce that down to zero, so it has to be replaced with low-carbon alternatives. The UK released its hydrogen strategy in August of 2020 that set out where the UK sees hydrogen fitting into a low-carbon strategy to ultimately replace all of the high-carbon fuels that we use today. The principal use of hydrogen that we see within our economy is firstly in the industrial space, so particularly things like heavy industry, where they're reliant upon, say, 1700 degree heat in, say, glass manufacturing, and then also in dispatchable power, so bridging the gap between renewable generation and demand, so we have a flexible generation source. There's a broad consensus in the UK that that's the role that hydrogen has as a sort of minimum, and then there are some slightly more speculative and more research-driven use cases, principally in domestic heat, where there's still a lot of debate going on as to how much hydrogen needs to enter the domestic heat market and how much we will rely on electrification. For reference, around 85% of homes in the UK are heated with natural gas. That's around 23 million homes, so we are a very natural gas dependent population within our home. If I look at the supply side and then the demand side of the market and sort of where policy fits in to each of those sides, first of all, on the supply side, the UK is taking a twin track approach. So what we mean by this is that we are financing both green and blue simultaneously. So we aren't picking winners, but providing a framework for the market to decide the cheapest low carbon production source, with a production target of 10 gigawatts by 2030. That's supported by a £240 million net zero hydrogen fund that was released in 2020. So for reference, in comparison to the €3 billion that was made available in the EU, the EU has a much greater funding position than the UK. So per capita funding via the Green Bank is around 60% higher than the UK. So the sort of level of financing ambition is greater in the EU. But where the UK is probably still slightly ahead is in the detailed policy. So we're now at the stage of developing all of the necessary business models that ultimately private capital will need to, one, access funding and then also put in their own money. So the first major hydrogen production plants are due to have their final investment decision middle of next year. So we are very close to unlocking around 1 gigawatt of capacity, and then they're then meant to ramp up to 10 gigawatts over the course of this decade. On the demand side, I've already outlined that we primarily see hydrogen being used in the industrial space, but also in dispatchable power. But there is likely to be a role for hydrogen in the domestic setting under all scenarios. So it is likely to either be piped directly to homes for use in the home, or the demand for dispatchable power will increase as homes go on to a heat pump, and then peak demand has to be met by some energy source. And the UK isn't going after a grid-scale battery strategy. We are focusing on dispatchable power, and it's highly likely that in a low-carbon world that will be hydrogen. So overall, the UK is very supportive of hydrogen. We've been working on it since around 2016 with the undertaking of various trials, which I'm happy to go into later on, building both the evidence base and the policy frameworks that will allow the early deployment of hydrogen to be de-risked so that private capital can play in the market, and then ultimately creating the long-term market structures so that we can get over the initial subsidized hump, if you like, of creating the market, and then allow private capital to then take over.
So thank you very much for your initial comments. Last but not least, I will move to Jan. We cooperate quite intensively in different fields as regards hydrogen, so my question is very direct. Any news about hydrogen in Slovakia? National strategy action plan, please. Could you share us some news from Slovak point of view?
Thank you very much having me here. So I'm glad to be here in the first panel, hydrogen panel, in this 16th of conference of CEEC. And yes, the question was, hydrogen strategy was born 2 years ago, almost 2 years ago. And more than 1 year, we are preparing an action plan. So the measures and the tools, how we translate the general goals to the practicality. And this is not still approved. Now we are in the stage after Slovakia knows IMPK, medzirezortné pripomienkové konanie, that's bringing all remarks and some suggestions from the ministries, from the associations, and other stuff to improve action plan. And now we are waiting for our Minister of Economy, Mr. Hirman, to give us a target to approve at the end of this year, or let's make it better, because meanwhile, after the year, everything was changing. And Fit for 55 goals now are REPower EU goals. There are 3 or 4 times more ambitions than before. So our action plan is not such ambition according to EU targets, but very ambitious, still very ambitious as a Slovakian goals. I can mention, many of you knows that we have targets of 45,000 tons of generation, and also the consumption of hydrogen in 2030, in the meaning of green hydrogen. We would like to see also supported blue hydrogen by EU, but we know that the renewable hydrogen what is now discussed, and we see in the video that will be approved only green hydrogen in December, not blue hydrogen. But Slovakia has a limited potential for green hydrogen, but a big potential for blue hydrogen generated from, for example, a nuclear power plant, and also from the waste, for example, by pyrolysis, that can give us a cheap hydrogen in the beginning, and then in the future we can focus more the green hydrogen, be more greener and greener. As Aleš said, they have 70 members in their association. We have also almost the same, 79, but also the physical persons are among those companies. And we are a lot of younger than your association. Your association since 2007, as I remember well. Our association born in 2018. Since 4 years, including COVID time for 2 years, we are growing to a big association, and I see that this has an impact. We have a very nice and very important members. That one of its representative sitting here is our moderator, Robert from Slovenské elektrárne, which has a pilot project in a green hydrogen production in Nováky. And there are only 2 of those pioneers in the hydrogen field that is give us the way how to deal with authorities, how to go across the obstacles. And this is a good learning, good school for us in the boards of association and for politicians, how to set up the really good system to allow deployment all necessary part of hydrogen value chain. So after action plans will be approved, we have 3 main measures or tasks to prepare legislation, regulation, and norms to be able to do without exemptions every project in the future. I mentioned about domestic generation, but we know that we have a hard industry here in Slovakia. Chemical industry depends on hydrogen, namely Duslo, which consume more than 100,000 tons of hydrogen per year. Now they are producing by themselves from natural gas, and at the same time they produce 9 kilograms of CO2 per every kilogram of generated hydrogen. So they have a huge potential for greening their production. We have US Steel Košice. Now they are thinking about how to be greener and left coal and use directly electricity or hydrogen to produce green steel. And we have also the Slovnaft company, refinery, that is using now hydrogen for the production of fuels, of course fossil fuels, but they want to translate or maybe change their production program more to plastic or other products. So we have a huge amount or huge potential in industry and also in heavy duty transport. So there are 2 ways where we want to deploy hydrogen economy in Slovakia.
Okay, thank you very much. Before I will come to my first question, I would like to really ask audience, if you have any questions, please use Slido. We would be very happy for your questions. I can't see any question now, so I really encourage you to do so. I would like to touch up on the support from the government or ministerial point of view, because I think that the support from their perspective is very important. Could you elaborate a little bit on that? What is the support in your countries from the governmental point of view, from the ministerial point of view? And if you can elaborate more about the national strategies or action plans you mentioned, or would you maybe improve something, or are you satisfied with that? So this is my question. Please, Aleš, if you can start.
Yeah, probably the most important thing is some coordination of all activities, which is now happening thanks to Ministry or in-person Minister of Trade and Industry in the Czech Republic. There is a national coordination group for hydrogen, which which meet together every 2 weeks. So it's very, very intensive. And then there is a National Council for Hydrogen, which happens once or twice a year. And again, it's directly council to Minister of Industry and Trade, who is responsible for hydrogen in industry and power sector. So this coordination is very important because always there are many important topics regarding EU legislation, regarding national legislation. For example, at the moment to build electrolyzer to produce hydrogen, you have to undertake environmental impact assessment. So it's quite a huge process, and okay, maybe it makes sense for 50 megawatt device, but it definitely doesn't make sense for 100 kilowatt electrolyzer. So there is some obstacles which needs to be overtaken. So this coordination is very important from the point of view of Czech national strategy for hydrogen. There are basically two pillars of this strategy. One of them is to decarbonize economy, but the second one, and also very important, is to help industry to develop new technologies and to start also economic growth using hydrogen technologies. So there are two pillars, and both of them are important. Regarding some national subsidies, there are many programs to help hydrogen to be implemented. Unfortunately, the support is quite fragmented at the moment. There is support for hydrogen refilling station under Ministry of Transportation. There is support for hydrogen buses under Ministry of for Regions. There are financial support for low emission hydrogen production under modernization fund funded from emission certificates. So it's very fragmented, but fortunately almost the whole value chain is covered. So that's good, but it would be much easier if there would be one integrated program to support the whole, let's say, hydrogen valley or whatever you can imagine. If I am talking about hydrogen valleys, there are two regions, two candidates for hydrogen valleys in the Czech Republic, and it's Moravia Silesia region near Slovakia, and also Ústecký region, Ústí nad Labem, which is neighbor of Saxony, Germany. So these two regions, they are regions in transition, in the means of a transition from coal to something low carbon, low emission regions, and both of them declared that they want to go for hydrogen economy instead of carbon. So yeah, I hope these visions and these in combination with national support and of course support from European money, of course, it will lead us to at the beginning to some pilot projects and later to full-scale implementation of hydrogen technologies.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dudas, do you feel the support from the government or the ministry as regards the hydrogen, and do they plan any national strategy or action plan in the future?
So yes, in Hungary we do have a national hydrogen strategy, but it's mainly covering the industrial and transport sector, not heating or something, these kind of things. And they would like to set some targets for blending as well, how to transport blended gas in the transmission system and towards the end users. But still, it's missing a clear legislative approach towards that. So I would be really happy if somebody would like to set a target how much hydrogen can we accept to our system. So whether it is 2%, 5%, 10%, or so on, because without that, it's very difficult to plan our system and to plan projects. But thanks to our colleagues from the Hungarian gas storage, we have a pilot project called Aquamarine, which was mentioned in the previous panel as well. And from next year, 2030, I hope that we will start to receive hydrogen to our system and transport it towards the end users and distribution system operators.
Okay, thank you. From UK perspective, the position of the government, support, and so on and so forth.
I'll try and be brief because we've got questions.
Yeah.
I would say that the sort of primary colours of all of the policy that's been created are basically correct. And everyone likes to debate the detail, and there will always be individual preference at the detailed level. But in terms of the overall structure of policy that's been created by the UK, it is broadly been accepted and should achieve its aims. The two constraints, if you like, or the two major risks that need to be managed. One is the level of ambition. So in the early phase of the hydrogen market development, it will be dependent upon public support, and therefore there is a direct correlation between scale and support capacity. And then secondly is around the coordination of different policy areas. So creating a new system from scratch requires independent parts of the system to all move together. So production, demand, distribution, storage, these are owned and operated and invested in by different organizations and in different parts of policy. But the whole system needs to knit together so that everyone can move. And that's probably the largest risk, is that policy gets developed in isolation of other policy areas. So it's either misaligned at a sort of technical level, or it's misaligned in terms of timelines, which ultimately causes a constraint on the build-out rate of the overall system.
Yeah, and a short comment from your side about the governmental support.
We are facing the same problems like our colleagues in Czech Republic. Hydrogen is a topic belongs to many resorts, economy, finance, ecology, transport, but we have no official work group that should coordinate all the activities in the resorts. So this is my recommendation to the Minister of Economy when we met after his change, or after he was named to the position, that there must be some person or some institution or some group that manage these initiatives across the resorts. Because we saw before the previous minister open door for hydrogen widely. We are very thankful. We thanks for this, because now we are sitting here because of him. But the communication was not so good before. So this is the point when we must focus somehow to coordinate our activities through the resorts, and also pick up priorities from the action plan, the low-hanging fruits, which can be done in short terms. I mean, you know, Robert, you have a project for hydrogen generation, but you need your off-takers on the other side. So the investments must focus for the pilot project for building the complete hydrogen value chain on the small region, on the small hub, small city. Not a big scale, but small one. The small one scale show us how to continue further to avoid mistakes in scaling up the hydrogen ecosystem. So there are my two recommendations: to create working group and focus to complete hydrogen value chain in the beginning.
Okay, thank you for your recommendations, and now I will tackle the questions from the audience. And some of you already spoke about the barriers generally the hydrogen is facing. You spoke about the permission process. So now there is a specific question as regards the using hydrogen in transport sector on daily basis. So what are the biggest barriers to overcome using hydrogen in transport sector to achieve this goal? So who would like to tackle this question? Yeah, please.
So, I will try. Can you hear me? Okay. I will try to be very brief. So there are, let's say, two pillars of transport sector: personal vehicles and buses. At the moment, in personal vehicles, it's quite easy. We just need refueling infrastructure, and then basically we are ready to use hydrogen cars. So from the next year, basically, where there will be the first, let's say, full-scale hydrogen refueling station in Prague, the Czech Republic will be ready to implement personal cars. For buses, it's a little bit more complicated because usually you have to go through some public procurement to get the cheapest operator of the bus, and it's not easy for hydrogen or even battery electric buses to be the cheapest possibility. So it's up to regions, up to cities to prepare new approaches to do public tenders for clean mobility, and then they could start to operate buses also. And of course, there are some let's say, technology barriers. I mean, at the moment in Europe, there are only approximately 4 manufacturers of hydrogen buses. So probably today, if you order hydrogen bus, you will wait approximately 2 years to get it on the line. So we need also improve our production capacities.
Any other comments as regards using hydrogen in transport sector? Jan, please.
It's not a technological or chemical barriers, but it makes sense. Must be sustainable. All the project must be sustainable via technological and economical way. So it means that, yes, it is not easy to deploy a fleet of buses, but I think this is the way to build a local hydrogen generation and also refueling station. And to the refueling station, you need customers. And if you bet only for individual passengers, all project will be down in 1 year. So every refueling station needs at least 10 or 20 buses to survive. And this access point will give a reason for individuals to choose hydrogen vehicles for the future, because they have possibilities to fill it up. And also this gives an opportunity for another heavy-duty transport. We can build a refueling station in the border between rail station and the bus station. So they can use the same refueling station both, for example. And why we prepare the roads for the, why we not prepare roads for the heavy-duty tracks, for example? So now, then we have just one filling station, but 3 ways of heavy-duty transport that will be satisfied with hydrogen.
I will move to another question, which is also relating to barriers. Now I lost it a little bit, but it was about technological barriers as regards switching from natural gas to hydrogen. Maybe Tommy, you and Gabor, if you can comment on that, because UK, as you mentioned, is a huge consumer of natural gas in electricity, heating. So where do you see the biggest barriers to switch from natural gas to hydrogen in different fields?
I would say sort of fundamentally there aren't huge barriers from a technology side. So engineers with enough time will solve any problem. The constraints really aren't on the technical side. It's much more policy development funding that are the real hinders of switching from natural gas to hydrogen. So the use of hydrogen or the use of low carbon hydrogen, should I say, is a novel technology, but the use of hydrogen isn't. So there's a very large and buoyant hydrogen market globally, but it's based on industrial use of hydrogen, either in Haber-Bosch to create ammonia or in refineries. And you can convert, say, a boiler from operating on natural gas to hydrogen relatively easily. So it's a change out of the burner system and then minor tweaks to the control system, but there's nothing fundamental about that. The sort of timeline, if you like, on the use technologies is just in the development of them. So, for example, gas turbines, where there are no 100% hydrogen gas turbines that are operating today, but all of the major manufacturers are producing them. And so we've got them at sort of the low megawatt scale. And again, there aren't really any fundamental barriers other than just designing the equipment, because the properties of hydrogen are very well known. It's just about embodying that within the design processes of the equipment.
Okay, maybe Gabor, from your point of view, as a...
I fully agree with Tommy that engineers are here and they will solve our chemical or technological problems for sure. The question is the time. When will everything be ready? From the perspective of a TSO, the biggest problem is that we have a pipeline system built for transporting natural gas and not to emit natural gas. Now we have to deal with a much smaller molecule, hydrogen, and we have to be sure that we can also transport these guys as well. And for us, the main issues or problems would be that pipelines built in the 70s or the 80s are still able to transport hydrogen. And the other question is also Tommy mentioned, the gas turbines. So we have built-in gas turbines. If we want to transport hydrogen, do we have to change our gas turbines and invest a lot of money on that?
Thank you. There is a question about the employment, and it relates probably what you have said, Aleš. So you talk about Ústí nad Labem and Ostrava region. Will people be able to rely on new jobs places in newly hydrogen regions?
This is definitely not an easy question. I would say there are studies in Europe that with transition to hydrogen economy there will be a lot of new working places in connection with technology, in connection with operation of this technology, etc. Maybe the most important thing, and I already said this, that Czech National Hydrogen Strategy really has economic growth as one of its pillars, one of its priorities. So yes, Czech government definitely aims to have to have new working places during implementation of hydrogen technologies.
So experience from other countries. You mentioned you have national strategies. Can you elaborate if employment is somehow incorporated into the strategies, if you can tell us something more about that? Tommy, please.
Our government's estimated that it's around 9,000 jobs by the end of the decade would be created through the hydrogen economy. Now, it's ultimately just a function of investment. If you invest, you create jobs. So it's not particularly anything special about hydrogen. If you were to put that same investment money into another investment, it would create jobs there. So it's a bit of a false dynamic to say hydrogen is creating the jobs. It's really the investment that's creating the jobs. Yes, there will be clearly a very buoyant market for hydrogen if the investment is there. But I think probably the more sort of interesting question is the distribution of that employment. So as I say, the amount of employment that's created per pound or per euro of investment is broadly the same depending on what infrastructure you invest in, but what's more interesting is the distribution of that employment. So in the UK, we have a very sort of London-centric economy. So London is a huge part of our GDP, and that's where most of our wealth is. And then we have lots of industrial regions in the north that have some catching up to do in terms of their economic prosperity. And the sort of advantage of hydrogen is that it focuses investment outside of the urban areas. So it isn't in financial services or law, but it's in industrialized regions which have historically not had the same amount of investment that other parts of the economy have. And therefore it creates a means of sort of rebalancing prosperity across the nation by being able to invest in regions that haven't had the same level of investment historically to the urban areas.
Okay, I will move to another question. A large amount of electricity is needed for producing green hydrogen at large scale. What could be the source for it? So maybe from your country's perspective. Who would like to start the first? Jan, please.
As I may, as you know too, we have limited sources in Slovakia, in meaning of green renewable sources. There are PV, there are wind, which not are yet here in Slovakia, but the plants are big, and limited amount in hydropower, because hydropower is already built. Almost the full technological potential is set by hydropower built from the past years. Biomass is questionable, and yeah, there is also geothermal energy. But geothermal energy in Slovakia is not high-grade geothermal energy like in Iceland. Yeah, Iceland. We have a good potential for generation of heat for our cities. Some of location are, yes, could be good for also generation of electricity from geothermal nearby Košice, for example. But I can see that we have a potential for if economy will grow, scale, hydrogen economy, I mean, then we need a lot of hydrogen, and the local hydrogen, domestic hydrogen will be not sufficient enough. We'll need to import it, and we will import it from the abroad, where hydrogen can be generated maybe in €1 per kilogram in some sites. It's very cheap. For you're not familiar with hydrogen economy. If you go to Vienna and you have a car, hydrogen car, you can fill your car with hydrogen in €15 per kilogram. Maybe now it's 12, a little bit lower. And this 1 kilogram of hydrogen can secure you to drive 100 kilometers. So, but this kilogram can be generated per €1 in the countries where it's windy and sunny. Now there is a huge debate, discussion from COP, from Egypt, that Africa has a great potential, and especially South African countries like Namibia Namibia, you know, there is a desert, nothing is there, no rain, but strong wind and a huge amount of sun, and they can generate hydrogen very cheaply. You can add it, but you must add some costs for transport to Europe for the future. Need to rebuild terminals, which now are LNG, but it's not big, complicated to rebuild it for hydrogen, and join European hydrogen backbone to the terminals and transport hydrogen, for example, to Slovakia. And you will have, for example, for 3, 4, or 5 euro hydrogen here in Slovakia. So it's competitive price with the cheapest way of production here in Slovakia by renewables. So those two sources, domestic and distributed abroad sources, are the future for the satisfying demand in Europe and all the countries globally.
What about other countries, potential source of electricity for green hydrogen?
Primary source would be wind, because we have a very large and buoyant wind market, which started in the early 2000s and is now the largest source of electricity in the UK. Mm-hmm. So that would be our sort of primary source. But I would say the question is that there's a sort of a question behind it, if you like, that really it's not so much about production of green hydrogen per se, but it's the production of renewable electricity. That's really what the question refers to. And if we look at installed capacity of generation globally, in 2021, 75% of the additional installed capacity globally was from solar and wind. So 50% of the new capacity that came online last year was solely from solar, which is largely across the equator and China and India. So I would speculate that in terms of international sources of green hydrogen, it will follow that trend. It will be wherever the cheapest base production cost of solar will be, which will likely be in the sunny regions of the world, understandably.
What about Hungary?
I think the source could be PV, okay. But it won't be enough. So for sure we have to import some green hydrogen as well. Maybe the green hydrogen produced in Hungary would be enough for the industry or consumers who would like to use hydrogen. But if we scale up the market, then we definitely need to import hydrogen from out of Hungary. I think in this case we are quite in a good situation because, as it is said, Ukraine could be a very huge exporter of hydrogen, and we have a connection with Ukraine.
Maybe I will make a comment. I mean, Hungary, Czech Republic, and Slovakia relies on nuclear energy, even though it is not defined formally as green hydrogen, but I think it is a clearly CO2-free source, so this could be potentially the source of, let's say, CO2-free hydrogen for the future. About Czech Republic?
Maybe just to clarify, there is no definition of green hydrogen at the moment. There is renewable hydrogen and low-emission hydrogen. So, yeah, Czech Republic will produce some renewable hydrogen from photovoltaics. We are trying to build new wind farms, but it's very complicated in the Czech Republic. We are really trying also to get better conditions for low-emission hydrogen from nuclear. It's important for Czech Republic, and of course there will be import, and there are more ways to import hydrogen. The first is by pipelines from Ukraine, Turkey, Kazakhstan. There might be more regions, and also there is, or it is possible to import hydrogen by ships. It could be maybe from Australia. So.
Okay, practically the time is over, but I will try to tackle the last question, which has the most likes. So could you maybe comment on the similarities, differences between management of the hydrogen value chain and the battery storage one? So who would like to tackle this question? Tommy, please.
I'm just trying to understand the question, but it's, I suppose they are fundamentally different technologies in that one's managing a gas, one's managing an electron. In terms of the sort of business models that one would need to invest, they are broadly the same in that you are either providing capacity, so you are there waiting for people to use your store, or you are providing a service per megawatt hour, and you would charge it either based on capacity or on operation. That's broadly the same. I would say that the sort of primary difference between them is around the scale. So batteries work very well at small scale, and they scale quite badly. So they're very good at distributed solutions. So say in the home, for example, that would be a sort of good use case for a battery, but try and scale that up to say a few gigawatt hours of storage, and then it becomes very difficult. Whereas hydrogen storage is the reverse. It works very well at large scale. So for example, we're developing in the UK a hydrogen storage facility that's 1.3 terawatt hours of storage, which is just inconceivable in terms of battery. But hydrogen scales very badly in terms of storage. So you're not going to have a 300 bar cylinder of hydrogen in your home in the same way that you could have a Tesla Powerwall. So in terms of the sort of basic sort of economic architecture, it's largely the same because they're providing the same service, but in terms of their role in the energy system, they are bounded by their natural scale. That hydrogen works very well for grid balancing, and batteries work very well for distributed individual balancing.
Okay, thank you. So before we finish, I would like to give each of you a very short period of time for final, let's say, comments or recommendations you would like to address as regards hydrogen towards the audience or generally. So who would like to start the first with the recommendations to be addressed in the near future? Jan, please.
Yeah, I'm sure that hydrogen will be one of the key elements of a future energy mix. Hydrogen will be used everywhere where electricity will not cost efficient or impossible. And there is only two gases without without carbon. It's hydrogen and ammonia. So let's take this topic together and make a first pilot project to improve, to prove that the hydrogen has a place here in our economy.
Tommy, please.
I'm still sort of thinking, but I think probably the largest, the recommendation most significant in this forum is in the sharing of information. There's a huge hype of hydrogen globally, and that's now turning into government support, it's turning into policies, and there is the danger that everyone starts to go off and do their own thing. And then when we try and knit this together into a global market, you then find that people are using different standards, different regulations, and then we're going to have a sort of 15 years of harmonization trying to create an international market. So I would say that we have the opportunity now in the creation of the industry to coordinate with different regulatory regimes so that at the point where everyone can start exporting to each other, that we don't have this sort of constraint on the integration of different economies through everyone going off their own track.
Gabor?
I think the most important is the cross-border cooperation. So the hydrogen market, it's quite new to everybody. It's like the natural gas market was in the 60s or the 70s. So if we want to do it in a good way, then we have to cooperate together. Not just the ministries, the regulatory authorities, but also all the companies involved in the hydrogen market, like the transmission system operators, end users, and and different kind of associations.
Thank you. Aleš, last but not least.
I would say that transition to hydrogen economy is really long-term vision, but if we want to be successful, we need to start now. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much for being with us, for coming here for this conference. Thank you, the audience, for listening us, and I would like to invite you for a lunch. And have a nice day and bon appetit.
you. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are about to start panel number 4 on World Energy Outlook. Thank you.
Ladies
I don't know whether you can hear me very well, but good afternoon to all of you. My name is Ingrid Brodskova. I'm the State Secretary at the Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs of the Slovak Republic, and I'm extremely pleased to be here today to moderate the panel which will present the key messages of the World Energy Outlook. It has been really nice tradition at this conference to present every year the key messages of the World Energy Outlook, which is prepared by the International Energy Agency, which is part of the OECD. The World Energy Outlook has been launched this year, not in London, as they usually do, but this year it was launched in Paris on 27th of October. And the timing of this conference always allows us to have really fresh messages from the IEA regarding the outlook in the energy sector across the all energy segments, gas, oil, renewables, and so on. So it has become throughout the years the Bible for energy sector. I do not have the publication in my hands, but it's a quite thick thick publication. It has been for years a flagship publication of the International Energy Agency, with a very rich source of analysis, trends, and projections. This year is a special year because who would think that 1 year ago, when we had the presentation of the World Energy Outlook, that we will be in a totally different situation this year. Ukraine has been a game changer from many aspects, but in energy architecture, definitely. The situation in Ukraine actually has shown us how vulnerable, how dependent we have been in Central Europe. This year, the World Energy Outlook explores 3 scenarios that differentiate primarily by the assumptions made on government's policies. I'm extremely pleased that again this year we have Tim Gold with us, who is the chief energy economist in the IEA, with a very rich experience. He has actually 2 hats in the agency as a chief energy economist, but also he is also head of the division for energy supplies and investment outlooks, and he directly he's the co-author of the World Energy Outlook. So we will really hear the views of the agencies from the right and very heavily engaged person in this in the preparation of this publication. Also, what is really valuable is that Tim has been working in Ukraine for more than 10 years, also for the European Commission. So really, he has very rich experience in the field. We have also commentator who is Jan Osička, who is the Associate Professor, Department of International Relations and European Studies at Masaryk University. But first, I would like to give the floor to Tim to present the key messages of the World Energy Outlook 2022. Please, Tim.
Well, thank you very much indeed, State Secretary, and thank you also for the reminder, because I had this in my bag and I wanted to make sure I passed you out a copy of the World Energy Outlook. And thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to you today about some of the key findings of the new Outlook. I'm going to go through some of the highlights, but I mean, you can see it's a fairly thick book. There's many areas of intersection between what we were looking at in the Outlook and the sorts of discussions that we've been having today. Very much enjoyed the talks this morning. I thought there was an excellent mix of principle and pragmatism when it came to thinking about the big topics affecting this country and the region. But I'd also like to return, to begin with, to the introductory words this morning, because there we talked about today's energy crisis being the biggest shock for the energy system since the 1970s. And if you look at there we go. what we're showing here is not the energy sector per se, but the broader economic implications. So it's showing what percentage of countries around the world experienced inflation of higher than 6% a year. And we haven't seen the sorts of strains on the broader economy due to today's energy crisis since the oil shocks of the 1970s. But whereas the 1970s oil shocks were largely around a single fuel, the implications of today's shocks are much broader, because Russia is not just a big exporter of oil, as we all know, a huge exporter of gas, major exporter of coal, and the repercussions of Russia's actions are really reverberating through the energy system, not just here in Europe, but much more broadly. And that is putting strains on the most vulnerable in our societies and the most vulnerable in the international community as well. We've been tracking the number of people worldwide without access to electricity for decades now. And since COVID and with the energy crisis, we're now seeing for the first time that the number of people without access to electricity is rising again. It's particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, but not only in sub-Saharan Africa. In our view, around 75 million people worldwide who gained access to electricity in recent years have been losing it over the last 18 months, and because they can no longer afford to pay for a basic bundle of electricity services. So that just gives you a sense of, Europe, natural gas, very much at the epicenter of today's crisis. But there are those ripple effects going very widely across the system as a whole. I won't dwell too much on the here and now. We're all aware of the damage that Russia's invasion of Ukraine has caused to economies, to households, to businesses. What I'd like to focus on also is, what about the reactions to today's crisis? What are governments doing in response? And what does that tell us about the way that energy systems might evolve over the coming decades? Because there are responses. You see that in Europe with the progress on the Fit for 55 package, the funding associated with REPowerEU. You see it particularly in the United States now with the Inflation Reduction Act. There's the Green Transformation Program in Japan, and there are other countries that are seeing that they are going to push energy transitions harder, not necessarily because they are more committed now than they were a year or two ago to emissions reductions, but because they see a strong alignment between their energy security priorities and affordability and the technologies that will also deliver a cleaner energy future. This is the amount of money going into clean energy transitions in the years since the Paris Agreement. And what's striking immediately is that despite the agreement, the amount of money going to transitions was pretty flat for 5 years after Paris. Now, every year, clean technology costs came down, so you got more for your money. But this is a long way away from where we would need to be if we were going to seriously tackle climate change. Now, we started to see a pickup in 2021, but as a result of those policy measures that I mentioned, by 2030, in our view, investment in clean energy transitions is going to be more like $2 trillion per year rather than the $1 trillion that we had up until recently. And that has a number of quite important effects on the energy system. And I'd like to talk about a few of them. Because one of the things you'll hear about today's crisis is that it is generating a sort of resurgence in coal use worldwide. And you see that in parts of Europe, you see that in parts of Asia. I'd like to put that in context, because our expectation for the change in global electricity generation this year is that coal, yes, it will go up. But it'll probably go up less than the increase that we're expecting for wind, and it'll go up less than the increase that we're expecting for solar PV. And as you move through this decade, today's policy settings now, in our view, are strong enough to deliver lasting growth on renewable sources of generation, and they are strong enough also to put coal into structural decline, so that by the end of this decade, the amount of low emissions generation worldwide, if you put together renewables and nuclear, will have overtaken for the first time the generation from fossil fuels. And that also has quite substantial implications for the emissions associated with the electricity sector. In our view, we are on the cusp of a peak in global power sector emissions. And that come down, as you can see, in today's world, today's policy settings, they come down fairly steeply. A lot of that has to do with changes in advanced economies, but those clean technologies for generation are also gaining ground in many other parts of the world as well. But let's have in mind that the sort of trajectory you're seeing there, I mean, it looks quite impressive to see that peak. But if we were to get on track for a 1.5 degree stabilization in global average temperatures, that global power sector emissions line would need to hit zero in around 2040. So it would need to be a precipitous fall down from the peak that we're seeing. We could do more. And there are many indicators that show that we could be moving faster than the trajectory that I've just outlined. And one of the ways that we wanted to demonstrate that was to look at what are companies doing? What about the supply chains for some of the technologies that we think are critical for transforming the energy system? Now, NZE deployment in 2030, that shows you what you would need to do in order to get on track for a 1.5 degree stabilization. And in 2021, that's roughly the manufacturing capacity of those technologies that you see at the bottom of the screen. But if we put together all of the projects that have been announced, so the pipeline for things that companies say they would like to do, then you'll see that for many of these technologies, you're getting up to the sorts of levels that would move us well beyond the trajectory that we're on. Now, not all of these projects will come to fruition. There's a long way between an announcement and a final investment decision for some of that manufacturing capacity. But some of it will. And that should give policymakers confidence that in certain areas, they can move faster because the supply chains can cope with it. I mean, there's another aspect of this, which we will come back to later, about the resilience and diversity of those clean energy supply chains, and we need to be very attentive to that. But just to say, in aggregate, there are reasons why we could be moving significantly faster than we are today. One of the big areas that has generated commentary after our launch of our World Energy Outlook is the outlook for natural gas. Some of you may recall, a little bit over 10 years ago, we worked on a piece of analysis that asked the question, are we entering a golden age of gas? And the hypothesis at the time was that because of the shale revolution in the States, and because of various sort of areas that governments were pushing on the demand side as well, that natural gas demand could actually be strong for quite an extended period. And if we look at the projection versus where we ended up, you know, we're pretty much spot on for that kind of scenario. But one of the messages from the new outlook is that that was the golden age. The 2010s were probably as good as it got for rapid natural gas demand growth, because high prices are taking the edge off that demand. And in many emerging economies that were previously looking very seriously at expanding the role of gas in their systems, they're taking a second look now, particularly if they are importing that natural gas. Because the reputation that gas had been building up for being relatively affordable and relatively secure, that has of course been shaken by the current crisis. So we see a bit more growth in global natural gas demand under today's policy settings, but then it really flattens out. And many of the things that Europe is doing are going to take significant quantities of gas out of the system, whether that's in the power generation side or whether it's efficiency retrofits and various heat pumps and so on the building side, but also some of the changes that we're seeing in European industry. And it's true also in the United States. The Inflation Reduction Act, in our view, is going to take about 40 billion cubic meters off annual US demand for gas by the end of this decade. So we still have some growth in emerging and developing economies, but the net effect is a flattening. very interesting things happening also on the trade side. Because when it comes to gas delivered by pipeline, of course, we're all aware of the dramatic implications of Russia's curtailments of deliveries to Europe. We don't think there's a way back for the Europe-Russia gas relationship. That gas relationship was built up over many decades on the basis of trust that's now disappeared. So you can see there's an extended drop in Russian gas deliveries to Europe in our outlook, and it's only partially compensated for Russia by an increase in deliveries to China. And what fills that gap and also allows for some of that gas growth in emerging economies in Asia is LNG. So we have roughly a 5% increase in gas demand overall to the end of this decade under today's policy settings, but a 25% increase in LNG deliveries. And if you put that outlook for gas together with our outlook for coal, which does see a decline, and then also the outlook for oil, which sees continued growth for a few years but then flattens out. One of the very striking findings from this World Energy Outlook is that today's policy settings are now strong enough to deliver a distinct peak in overall fossil fuel demand. That's the first time we've seen that in this kind of scenario in this year's outlook. The sorts of decline that you're looking at on the screen to 2050, that's not enough to tackle climate change. We would still be exposed to very severe implications of a changing climate. But I think it's worth just taking a step back and thinking about what this moment represents in energy history. Because fossil fuel use has risen every decade since the Industrial Revolution, alongside an expanding global economy. And fossil fuel emissions have risen every decade since the start of the Industrial Revolution. And now we're at a moment where continued growth in the global economy is not going to be accompanied in the same way by increases in global fossil fuel use. There will need to be other forces that accompany the global economy on a continued growth path. And that's, of course, where clean technologies, efficiency, and all of the other things that we've been talking about today will come in very strongly. I did want to say a few words about Russia. Russia, by a distance, the largest fossil fuel exporter in the world. It's neck and neck with, well, was neck and neck with Saudi Arabia when it came to exports of crude and oil products, but by a distance, the largest exporter of gas. So it's 50% more deliveries of oil and gas to the world than the country that's in second place, that's Saudi Arabia. And in our projections from last year, Russia maintained that sort of preeminent position without a great deal of trouble. But that's changing too. And particularly once the EU ban on seaborne crude imports and then on oil products kicks in over the next couple of months, in our view, that takes around or up to 2 million barrels a day off Russian export. And the changes on the gas side are even more striking. So you have roughly a halving of Russia's gas exports compared with today by the end of this decade. Now, there is a school of thought that says that Europe's loss will be Asia's gain, or more particularly, will be China's gain. That over time, Russia will simply put in place new infrastructure to feed that gas to fast-growing markets in Asia. There's all sorts of infrastructure issues involved with that, particularly given the huge distances from Western Siberia and Yamal to the Chinese border. But what our projections also point to is that there are significant market issues with that switch. Because in our view, Chinese gas demand is not going to increase by anything like as much in the future as it has in the past. And there are existing pipelines, notably the existing Paris-Siberia line, that are still ramping up. Chinese LNG importers have also been very actively contracting for new gas. And if you put all of that together, it's not obvious to us that there is room in the Chinese gas balance for another large-scale pipeline from Russia. And that leads us to the conclusion, therefore, that having lost its main market in Europe, Russia does face a much diminished role in international energy. As you can imagine, given today's context, energy security is a big part of the work that we've been including in the Outlook this year. And there are different components to that. And I wanted to illustrate a few that we think are particularly important for the prospects of a smooth transformation of the energy system. And the first one, naturally enough, is all around investment. So right now, we're arguably not putting enough money into the energy sector. We've been saying that for some years now. But the relationship between the amount that we're spending on fossil fuels and the amount that we're spending on clean energy transitions has evolved slightly in recent years, but essentially for every dollar that we're putting into fossil fuels, we're putting around $1.50 into clean energy transitions. If we want to get on track for a 1.5 degree stabilization, that would need to change dramatically. So I mentioned at the start of the presentation that today's policy settings will probably get us close to $2 trillion invested in clean energy transitions by the end of this decade. And that's not just renewables, that's infrastructure, end use, electrification, efficiency, and all sorts of other clean technologies. But that ratio would need to shift. For every dollar we put into fossil fuels, we need to be spending something like $9 on transition. So we need to see not just a reallocation of the current money that's going into the energy sector, but a significant increase in that spending. And a lot of the additional money would need to be going to countries where they need it most because demand is increasing, infrastructure is insufficient as we speak. So a lot of it would need to go into emerging and developing economies. Last week, I was at the COP27 meeting in Sharm el-Sheikh, and this was a big topic there about what combination of actions can actually lead to that increase in capital flows to emerging and developing economies. But the thing we also need to be aware of is what we're trying to show on the screen here is that the cost of capital for a solar project in a large emerging economy is significantly higher than it is in advanced economies or in China. And that speaks to a number of real and perceived risks that investors see when putting money into Indonesia or into South Africa or into some other countries. And so, especially at a time when borrowing costs are on the rise, we need to be working much harder to tackle those risks and to try and understand where they come from and what policymakers can do to bring them down if we are going to see that surge in clean energy investment in developing economies that we believe is urgently needed. And a final point on the security side. Of course, we're focused today very much on gas, but let's not swap one energy security vulnerability for another. Today it's gas. Tomorrow it could be some other aspect of a clean energy supply chain. And what we highlight in the analysis is that many of the clean energy supply chains today are significantly more geographically concentrated than the fossil fuel value chains that we have today. So the share of the top 3 countries in the production of these minerals, whether it's rare earths or cobalt or nickel, is significantly higher than it is, say, for oil or gas. So we need to be working much harder to create more resilient and diverse value chains. And that's a big focus now for policymakers in many parts of the world. A final slide about what does all the things that I've been talking about, what do they mean for the stabilization or the prospects for bringing emissions down? Global energy-related CO2 emissions have been rising steadily for decades. And prior to the Paris Agreement, our baseline assumption was that that would continue. And that would have put us on track for something like a 3.5 degrees Celsius increase in global average temperatures over pre-industrial levels by the end of this century. Now, 3.5 degrees Celsius, you can see it in the IPCC work. I mean, that would be a truly catastrophic level of climate impact. We are in a different world already. Because of the things that have taken place and the sorts of changes that I was describing earlier. We do have the prospect of a peak in overall global fossil fuel use, and that brings, of course, with it a peak in the related emissions. And so already now, in our view, we've probably shaved around 1 degree off that 2100 temperature increase. So we've gone from 3.5 to 2.5. 2.5, it's an improvement, but let's not kid ourselves that that would be a safe place for us and for our way of life. So we need to do much more. If you give governments the benefit of the doubt and you say all those net zero pledges that have been made around the world, if all of those are achieved in full and on time, then you get quite a different picture. So if countries can implement the things they've been talking about, then you would get down to a significantly more rapid transformation, and that would be around a 1.7 degree increase in global average temperature. So we have seen countries step up in terms of ambition. But the big question that was also debated a lot in Sharm el-Sheikh, what do those pledges mean? Are they really backed up by anything meaningful in terms of shifting the economy onto, or shifting the energy economy onto a different track? And even all of those pledges, that would not yet be sufficient to get us on track for a 1.5 degree stabilization. So, a few conclusions. I said I was going to talk about the sort of reactions to the crisis. I mean, we're all aware of the sort of human cost of the invasion and everything around it. But there is a slightly more hopeful perspective when you look at what governments are doing in response to the crisis. And in our view, when we look back on this in about 10 years' time, we may be looking at a moment when we did make a turn towards a safer and more secure energy system. Big changes in energy investment and trade because of today's crisis, and in our view, that will leave Russia with a much diminished position in global energy. I'd like to remind you about this moment that's coming, in our view, this decade already, when a rising global economy and global fossil fuel demand, they finally part company. But all depends on how quickly we scale up clean energy investment. We're still not doing enough to move us on to a more rapid transformation of the system. And that has a lot to do with sort of big policy issues, but it also has a lot to do with some quite granular things that any clean energy project faces in practice, or any transmission project faces in practice. All the sort of permitting issues, all the issues around supply chains and skilled labor and everything else that goes together to make a successful project. And finally, we can think a lot about the implications of today's crisis and what it means for households and businesses. And it reminds us that the journey towards a more secure system, it may not be a smooth one. But if anything, this crisis does provide a powerful reminder about why we need to press ahead. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and I will give the floor to Mr. Osička to comment the presentation, and then we will have the time for the questions. I would like to remind you that we have Slido, so if you have questions, feel free to pose the questions through the Slido. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the organizers for having me. I will try to be brief. I would try to talk about where we are, what are the reasons for optimism, and why we need to do much more. I would not differ or deviate too much from what has been said here by Tim, so I would like to develop further a few points. So first of all, also there might be one silver line in what I'm going to say, and that would be that we need more government, and most of all, we need more competent government. So if this is all what you get from what I'm going to say, it'd be perfect. So first of all, I'm very happy, or I was very happy to watch, to follow the presentation and to read the outlook, because there's so many reasons for optimism. Throughout the outlook, you are being continually reminded that the renewable energy is the clear winner of today, of the past year, and of the past 2 decades. And we have even come so far that we can say that the good old energy trilemma is a concept that we can scrap, that pushing for energy security, sustainability, and affordability are no longer mutually exclusive goals. If you are for sustainability, just go to renewable energy. If you are in it for energy security, renewable energy is there for you. And if you are concerned with affordability, again, renewable energy is the cheapest source. So throughout this conference, we have seen this trilemma sort of gradually redefined. And the new topics that I somehow consider as emerging in this topic are resilience. So how do we make the new system resilient? What are the drawbacks in that? Then political economy, so who will benefit? How to make sure that we benefit if you are a policymaker. And justice and equity, the final point made by Tim. So how do we make sure that we do not forget somebody, or we don't end up with people being disenfranchised by the transition. Then it was staggering to follow the development and the outlook for the development of renewable energy. But at the same time, we need to do much more. So we are sort of in the situation where we got the tools needed for the transition. Finally, we can say that the tools are in place, but now we need to build a house. So more and more effort is actually needed to get there. And at the same time, we need to keep the fossil fuel investment in check, and that's the problem. So if you look around for the analysis, you'll probably find out that we shouldn't be really opening new LNG if we are at least on track with the announced pledges scenario. So the governments probably shouldn't be running around and pledging for climate-friendly solutions and booking new LNG at the same time. You can't have both. So it would be probably desirable to be cognizant of the fact. So all in all, maybe to sum up this point is these decisions that are to be taken are inherently political. This keeping fossil fuels from expanding is a politically fairly demanding task, and expanding renewable energy to the level we need is also a fairly demanding political task. And we need to make sure that our governments are capable of performing these tasks. Second, if we are to stick with the 1.5 degree and you go through the outlook, you'll see that the challenge is really daunting. If we don't make our emissions decrease, we will run out of the 1.5 carbon budget in 9 years alone. So that's about it. So we really need to get all sorts of measures on board, including energy efficiency. And energy efficiency is something that has been continually discussed over the past 10 decades without actually us doing much, because somehow it wasn't like that interesting, probably, as renewable energy. But now is the best time for energy efficiency. We had a decade of fairly cheap energy, so who would bother? Nobody. But now we have inflation, and we have extremely cheap, and we have extremely high energy prices. So everybody is willing, and everybody understands that energy efficiency is something extremely useful right now. So we need our governments to do the first step, to really push forward. And I'm asking why this is not happening. I've been through several analyses on what the governments in Europe are doing as a reaction to the crisis in terms of energy efficiency and energy saving. And most of it is like raising awareness and making the population aware of the fact that they need to save energy and stuff. Maybe a few millions of euros here and there for development projects or energy saving measures at government buildings and so on. But is that enough? Is it the first time we are doing it? Don't we have enough information about how energy efficiency works? I would expect the governments to be much more bullish on energy efficiency right now, because it's clearly a no-brainer. Then what seems to be an even bigger challenge than anything that we have discussed so far is behavioral change. that, like it or not, would have to come at some point. Just to name a few examples, we have a flying problem and we have a car problem. I'm not saying don't go to vacations, don't use planes at all, stop using your car. Not that many people are saying that. I'm saying stop being oblivious that we have made the most destructive transportation system, the most convenient one. We have been working on this continuously for past 100 years, and this is where we are, and we need to redo it if we are anyhow on track to mitigate the climate change. And this obviously, like driving change in behavioral practices and providing the right incentives and the right infrastructures for competing forms of transportation is a daunting political task. And we, again, better watch our governments that they are capable of doing that. And finally, a side note, what Karel Hirman said today made me think a bit about us developing the technologies and the solutions as engineers for sort of climate-friendly future. But this is not a technical challenge anymore. We do have technologies we need, at least the vast majority of them. We just don't employ them at the pace that it's needed. So that, made me think about what kind of problem this actually is. And this is a purely political problem. We know that the siting of energy infrastructure, of green energy infrastructure, takes quite some time. We probably know why is that, but we haven't put that many thoughts in how to overcome these things and what would be the costs that we would be willing to pay to overcome these problems. And this sort of made me think about, is this pace of the transition the fastest we can get? Is this the best we can do? Right? Is it? I don't know. But by definition, and let me underscore this is a political problem, not a technical problem anymore. And that's why you see Greenpeace here and not at the power plants as they used to go. This is the best place they can actually be, right? So I would like to highlight the message of what I wanted to say. Look at what the governments are doing and find solutions in our governance system as much as we try to find them in our energy systems. So if I were to pledge to allocate resources, I would like to see more people working for the government. I would like to see more skilled people working for the government. And I would like to see more interventions in the government system. So governments have data, and they have the capacity to use them and to bring on the change we actually need. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Before we will get to the questions from the audience, let me use this opportunity and building on that what has been said about the responsibility of the governments. Very short answer from both of you. We are a couple of hours after the end of the COP27. Should we be more optimistic or more pessimistic? Very short answer from both of you, and then we will get to the questions.
My feeling of optimism or pessimism hasn't really changed as a result of COP. I think it was a sort of mixed outcome, some positive things, but on this crucial question of implementation, I left feeling a little bit disappointed.
Disappointed, yeah. Mr. Osiczka?
I'm generally very optimistic about the transition and very optimistic about 1.5.
Okay. But feelings, emotions after from the results of the COP27?
There hasn't been much done about reduction in emissions. So maybe next year?
Maybe next year. Okay. Okay, so there are several questions, but most of them are for you, Tim. So if you can, should I read them or all of them? Yeah, we have 10 minutes, 5 minutes more than expected, yes?
Maybe on this LNG question for next year, because I didn't really talk about that in the presentation. We do have significant worries about the European gas balance in 2023. And it's probably relevant to, of course, this part of the world to explain why. One of the issues is that if you look at 2022 as a whole, everyone's focused on the amount that Russia didn't deliver. But by the end of the year, Russia will have probably delivered something in the order of 60 billion cubic meters to the European Union. Mm-hmm. Deliveries in the first half of the year were close to normal for much of the time. Now, you can take a number for what next year's deliveries are going to be, but I think most people would reasonably expect it's going to be significantly less than 60 billion cubic meters, and it could also be zero. So there's already a big gap that needs to be filled compared with this year. And the other thing to really watch out for is China, because China's LNG imports have been unusually low this year because of lockdowns and slower economic growth. If and when China comes back, that's going to intensify competition for available cargoes. Mm-hmm. And let's also be aware that we're not going to see a big surge in new LNG liquefaction capacity next year. It's going to be something like an extra 20 BCMs worth of export capacity. So if you take reasonable assumptions about Russia, if you take a reasonable assumption about China, then it could be a tough year again, or potentially an even tougher year as Europe tries to refill its storages after the winter. Mm-hmm. Going up from the bottom, one of the criticisms is vastly increased demand of raw materials. Is this a major obstacle? It's not an insuperable obstacle, but we have to make sure it's not an obstacle, and we do that by paying close attention to, as I was trying to say, the resilience, diversity of those supply chains. If you're thinking about what's required to get us on track for a rapid transition, then it's going to put a lot of pressure on the battery metals in particular, but also some of the other things that go into solar panels and wind turbines. And the amount of new projects that are being planned is not sufficient for the moment for the sort of demand that would be required to get us on track for a rapid energy transition. So there is that mismatch. You already see price pressures for lithium in particular, but also for some of the other. Let's not imagine, though, that all of the solutions are on the supply side. And there's a lot more that we could be doing in terms of innovation on battery chemistries, or particularly also on setting up the recycling value chains that are going to be needed, that are going to need to be in place by the end of this decade as we get a first wave of EV batteries coming to the end of their life. We need to make sure that we act now to get those in place. I'm not sure I understand the one about the biggest liar. Who represents the biggest liar that we can expect to fail to meet stated goals and promises and thereby prevent a decrease in the global? What's the biggest risk? I mean, is there? I think one of the
governments.
Probably which country, maybe.
Yeah.
Would you like to point a finger?
No, but I think there's plenty of responsibility to share about. I mean, my personal conviction is that as a result of today's crisis, that there's going to be an important boost to transitions driven by energy security. And we would like to think, people working in the climate world, and would like to think that emissions reductions and the work of the IPCC is already sufficient to move us onto a rapid transformation. But unfortunately, the experience of the last, 10, 15, 20 years is that that's not been enough. We haven't made that transformation. But I think there is evidence also from, if you look back at the 1970s, that where you have an alignment of security with environmental concerns, that you can get some quite important changes in the system. The 1970s were a decade of quite strong innovation, some big new improvements in technology. I mean, some clean tech came through that hadn't been available at scale before. And today we have mature, clean technologies that are really ready for the big time. They are accessible to countries to move much more rapidly. So I think if there's a risk there, it's that this energy security discussion is sidetracked into a feeling that we need to double down on the fuels that are, you know, that got us into this mess in the first place. How do we balance perpetual economic growth leading to increased resource consumption with a finite world? I mean, we need to do things differently from what we're doing at the moment. We are exhausting finite resources at a significant rate. I mean, we're not running out of them. I mean, unfortunately, we have more than enough fossil fuels to increase the average temperatures on the planet by significantly more. But we need to make sure that we find better ways of meeting rising demand for energy services. The amount of energy that the world uses today is already enough for a much larger global population. We are not using energy efficiently. We are not recycling. We are not putting some of the resources that we use back into productive use again. We could be doing so much more of that. And I have colleagues at the IEA who believe passionately in the ability of technology and policy and behavioral to get us onto a different track. But yeah, there's so much more that we could be doing. And how do we balance it? Well, hopefully we'll be having a much more serious conversation about that in the future than we have up until now. What are the most important partnerships the EU needs in the coming years to achieve the clean energy transition? Well, clearly there's a partnership with industry that's going to need to drive this forward. But I think there is a risk that the EU's energy transition becomes a bit too inward-looking. And it doesn't focus on what's the value proposition of the transformation of the European energy system for countries in Europe's neighborhood, but also more broadly. I think that's an area where we need to think a bit more seriously. I don't personally think that the promise of exporting low emissions hydrogen to Europe is that magnet that sometimes it appears to be in conversations in Brussels and elsewhere. I think you need to offer something else, something which allows countries not just to produce raw materials for Europe's use, but to move up value chains, to talk about, you know, not just exporting, you know, green ammonia, but manufacturing fertilizers and being the sort of location for future energy-intensive industries that are going to be needed for if Africa is going to build up its infrastructure. So I think we need to have a slightly broader perspective on what's needed in that respect.
Maybe the new energy economy, something like that. New model. I like that very much in the World Energy Outlook. New energy economy, and really to think out of box and how to engage all of the actors and all of the aspects which play the role. The last question about the nuclear energy as we are in Slovakia, and the nuclear energy plays very, very high percentage of the energy mix in the country.
Naturally enough, perspectives on nuclear differ widely by country, but we think that for countries that are willing to give that technology a chance, the safe deployment of nuclear energy can be an important part of the solution. And I think it's not surprising that many countries are giving a fresh look to the possibilities for nuclear to play a role, both in terms of lifetime extensions for existing facilities where those can be safely done, but also some of the new technology options that are being tested at the moment that could be very interesting for the sorts of energy system or electricity system that we have in the future. So I mean, some of the small modular technologies. I don't think it's the sole answer, but I think climate change is sufficiently important that if there's a chance that nuclear can play a constructive role, then you know, we should look very seriously at that.
Yes, so thank you very much. I think that we are 5 minutes late, but thank you very much, and I think that both of them, they deserve the big applause. Thank you.
Is working now? Ah, okay. Okay, so does it work now? Can you hear me? Perfect. Okay. So let's get started. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this panel, which is called Towards Cleaner and More Efficient Heating Systems. My name is Martin Hayek, and I will be moderator to this distinguished panel. And before I get to my speakers, I will shortly introduce the topic of the panel. Despite covering 50% of energy demand, heating sector remains still rather neglected in EU policies and also in a legislative framework. Unlike electricity and hydrogen, which get much more attention, hot water is most natural, efficient and clean and also safe energy carrier to get energy into your home. It doesn't explode, it doesn't kill you when you touch it. So it's really, really important source which unfortunately is rather neglected in EU policy. District heating, as you know, has been historically developed in Central and Eastern Europe. In Poland, they have 6 million households connected to district heating, which is rather something over 40% of the population. In the Czech Republic, we have a little bit less than 40% of population. In Slovakia, it's 1/3 of the population. So it's a very important sector in those countries. And certainly, what we need to see is a transition in this sector from fossil fuels. The sector is still very, very much depending on fossil fuel and coal in particular, to renewable energy and also waste heat. So today we are going to discuss how to do this transition, how to get to really efficient and low carbon heating, and what are the legislative barriers and policies needed really to deliver, and not only to decarbonize district heating sector and heating sector and the whole heating sector, but also how to grow district heating, especially in Central and Eastern Europe. So that's for the introduction, and let me introduce our speakers today. I'm the most lucky moderator in the whole conference, as I have all ladies panel. So first one is Wanda Buk. She is a Vice President of the Management Board for Regulatory Affairs in PGE, Polska Grupa Energetyczna. Eva Hoss is joining us online. She is a policy officer in renewables and energy system integration policy in DG Energy. So hopefully, Eva, can you hear us? You don't know. Hopefully. And we have Biljana Grbić, who is a consultant at Energy Community, helping contracting parties to align their legislation with EU legislation. And she is also active in research in regulatory and policy aspect of district heating in the University of Vienna. Unfortunately, we have to apologize by Pau Garcia Audi and Jerome Valete, who are unfortunately sick and cannot take part in the panel as was announced. So that's for the introduction. Please also you can put your questions on Slido. We will get to those questions, so don't hesitate. And if you have questions, let's Slido. And I will give the floor to the first speaker, which is Wanda Buk, with her presentation. So please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the introduction. I'm from PGE, Polish Capital Group. We are the biggest Polish energy company when it comes to energy generation. We deliver the energy to over 5.5 million customers. And when it comes to district heating system, we are also a significant player, as you can see here. We own
more or less 25% of market in cogenerated heat. We have 16 CHPs, which are right now mostly coal-based. We have over 677 kilometers of distribution network, and we deliver heat to almost 2 million end users, which is out of total 6 million connected to the district heating system household in Poland. I just want you to put you in the picture of our current situation that we are facing right now. Every one of you knows the struggles that the energy market is going through this year and the last year as well. It's not only because of the gas prices, which are sixfold. It's not only because of hard coal prices, which are 3 times fold, but also it's because of EU ETS allowances system. And it's not only about the price itself, which are high, but it's also about the volatility of the system. And we are operating nowadays on a daily basis, like kind of a sailors in the storm, and we cannot focus on our green agenda and the straight path to the shore to get the climate neutrality, as we have to focus on surviving the daily waves that happen to us because of the EU ETS system. So at the same time, we are asked by the we are expected by the policymakers to accelerate and speed up green transition, but also to keep our conventional assets up and running, because everyone expects in the European Union that our citizens in Poland and in other countries will have an access to the energy. So as you can see, the expectations are huge, but no one has the answers how to make it doable. And this is our reality right now. Welcome to our world. Nevertheless, we were the first Polish energy company that announced green neutrality. We're going to deliver climate neutrality till 2050, but when it comes to district heating system, we want to completely phase out coal in our assets within this decade. So we have to build almost 2 thermal gigawatts to replace our coal-fired assets, which will bring the emission reduction of 50%. And as I said, we're going to deliver this within up till 2030, so still 7 years left. This is how our portfolio will look like in 2030. We are considering different technologies. We are considering electrode boilers. We are consider waste heat, biomass, geothermal, and heat pumps, obviously. But the significant role will be played by natural gas. You are here talking about switching from gas to hydrogen and other sources. I mean, here in Slovakia, but in Poland, we are talking about switching from coal to gas. And the problem is that we cannot switch to other renewable in many areas because our reality and the circumstances that we are operating in don't allow it. We need high temperature when it comes to our sources because our network are not yet adjusted to lower temperature, and our buildings are not modernized enough to, for example, be fed by renewables. And you can see, probably some of you know that we've noted a huge increase of heat pumps in Poland last year and also this year. Very interesting report was released recently. There is a significant increase, it's skyrocketed, the number of households with heat pumps, but we are talking about district heating systems and the large agglomerations and the geographical challenges that do not allow us to replace the coal
plants with renewables. We do scrutinize electrode boilers. We already have 2 of them installed in Tri-City, but these are mostly answers to our peak demand, but we're also going to explore that in the future. When it comes to emission reduction that we want to deliver with this green transition path, you can see that we are facing a lot of challenges. If we want to deliver emission reduction, the only way, as I mentioned, is to switch from coal to gas. That's the first step for us, for Poland. But if we want to deliver it till 2030, we have to take the investment decision now, because those installations that are commissioning this year in 2023, in 2020, in 2022, in 2023, and for as well, where these decision investments were taken in 2017, 2018. So this process lasts. And if we want to deliver, if we want to bring the quicker emission, well, we need to take the decision now. And of course, it's a very difficult time because no one knows whether there will be a sufficient supply of the gas in Europe, but we are pretty sure that when it comes to Poland, gas will remain a significant source in district heating. But the only thing is to no longer use the Russian gas. We no longer using Russian gas. We already deployed LNG and Baltic pipe, which are very significant, which were extremely significant investments for us. And we have no doubts that we will be using them for years, especially when it comes, as I say, to district heating. Last slide that I want to share with you is about currently ongoing legislation. We have energy efficiency and renewable energy directives, also EPBD ongoing right now. And these are the pieces of legislation that will ultimately decide whether the inevitable and already ongoing transformation in district heating system will be carried out in a consistent and sustainable manner, whether it will be additional burden for our citizens. Because I think that we can all agree that there is no turning back when it comes to transition in district heating system. But the question right now is how to make it doable in the circumstances that we are facing right now and not put the additional burden for people. So here you have 4 policy requests from Polish sides. The first one is to recognize CHB-based condition in the new definition of efficient DHC system after 2035, as it was already agreed in the Council. Apply a new emission criterion for high efficiency cogeneration only for new and refurbished building. It was also supported by the Council. The third one is to introduce provision on renewable power to heat in the Renewable Energy Directive revision, acknowledging all technologies, and it's supported by the Parliament. And last, but obviously not least, enable to connect new buildings to every efficient district heating system under the new EPBD, as it was already agreed in the general approach of the Council. Just to sum up, I'm calling European Union representative to make the situation to no longer be, that being radical in nowadays circumstances could be counterproductive. So we need to be really very smart about it right now. It's a very crucial moment for all of us to deliver climate neutrality in district heating system. So that's from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, I think it very much summarizes the situation and challenges in all Central and Eastern European countries. even though, of course, each country is different. If each country has a little bit different energy mix, I think that the overall situation is very similar, and we face, I would say, shared challenges. But now I would like to give floor to Eva Hos. Eva, can you hear us?
Yes, yes.
Okay, great.
Thank you. And can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We cannot see you, but we can hear you.
Okay, you cannot see me. So may I share my screen? Does it make sense or not?
Yeah, you can. I think you can. You can try at least.
We have a screen there to see it. Because I will try then to do that. Okay, so I would continue with a bit the discussion that was started by the previous speaker and you, Martin, that indeed the heating and cooling sector is coming now to the forefront. This has been a sector that was and still is quite largely neglected in the development of renewables, energy efficiency, and also the internal market in the last 10-20 years, although it has started to move a bit with the adoption of the Energy Efficiency Directive in 2010 and the Renewable Energy Directive in 2018 that have dedicated provisions on the heating and cooling sector. Where we are today is that we still have more than three-quarters of the heating supply from fossil fuels. There was not much progress in the last 10 years, unlike in the electricity sector. So now, at this moment, when we are facing a need to accelerate the phasing out of fossil fuels, including natural gas, due to the geopolitical crisis and the unavailability of the Russian gas, which was a very, or is still a very important supply source, especially for the Eastern, Central European countries, we suddenly face a situation when we need to find alternatives very quickly and start moving to on the road to transition the heating and cooling sector towards more sustainable solutions very fast. Out of the overall heating and cooling sector, where we need really to act because it is 50% of the EU energy consumption, so if we don't do anything on that sector, there is no real chance to really reach the 55% greenhouse gas reduction target that is part of the so-called Fit for 55 package, a very big legislative package that the Commission proposed in 2021. And then we would even have less chance to face the current crisis and the goals that have been enshrined in the REPower EU communication and plan that was adopted on the 18th of May this year. So there is now a crunch time where we need to do something in this sector. If we look at the district heating subsector within the heating systems, what we see that there the situation is only slightly better because there around one third of the supply comes from renewables, but still the part of natural gas, coal, oil together is very, very significant. The less good news is that this one third of the renewable part is mostly coming from biomass, and going forward it is going to be problematic because as long as we keep that level of biomass and we don't plan to increase it substantially, there are perhaps not big issues with sustainability and availability, but obviously it would be quite problematic to rely on a single source to replace the very big amount of fossil fuels going up to around 400 MTOE or 300 at least if we look at the projections for demand reduction and energy efficiency. So that's still a very vast amount of energy that is needed just for the heating and cooling sector, and it's quite clear that this cannot come from biomass alone. So we need to ramp up those types of technologies that are not combustion technologies and that do not require high temperature heating systems, as this is mostly the case today. So what are those sources? Obviously geothermal. Geothermal is actually an unlimited source. The shallow geothermal can be easily used through heat pumps, which are very efficient, and they have a COP of 4 or higher. That means that they maximize heat production, and the energy input, the electricity, is really minimum. Then we also have solar thermal that counterintuitively is very big in countries where you would not expect to be, such as Denmark, not exactly a very southern country, but still they are leading in solar thermal district heating systems, and so does, for example, Austria.
Emma, can I ask you? Can I ask you? Could you please put it on the whole screen, because we are still seeing just the first slide. If you could maximize it on the whole screen.
It's maximized on my screen.
Okay. I think it was there.
Okay,
yeah, because,
I will do it again. Is it better?
Not really, not really.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. Yes,
I think if you can double click on the slide, I think it will.
Okay, I will double click. Sorry, hold on. I have to double click. Okay, I will do it again and then double click. Is it okay? No.
No.
Very strange, because on my screen, I put it on full screen.
Okay. Wow. Well.
Anyway.
Well.
So you can also read my notes.
Okay.
Anyway, so what I'm trying to say that there would be a need to start to ramp up those kind of technologies that are fully tried, but today have really marginal shares. So solar thermal, geothermal, heat pumps, and including industrial and tertiary sector waste heat, which is not renewable, but is recognized as a possible resource to fulfill the definition of efficient district heating and cooling, and also the district heating and cooling target. So now we come to the Fit for 55 package that was mentioned in the previous presentation, and also the Repower EU. So the Fit for 55 made the heating and cooling sector a key element of the revised Renewable Energy Directive proposal, which set out an overall 40% renewable energy target for Europe. But this target, in view of the recent geopolitical events, doesn't seem to be sufficient. So in the Repower EU, so this year in May, the Commission amended this revision proposal and suggested that the renewable energy target should be raised to 45%. And similar ambition increase has been performed with the energy efficiency target, whereby the REPowerEU suggested that instead of 9%, the target should be 13%. Just as a footnote, this 9% and 30% is defined against the new baseline, the 2020 baseline. The current target is 32.5, and this is defined against the 2007 baseline, where the European Union had a very, very high energy consumption. That was the last year of the economic expansion before the 2008 financial crisis and the ensuing economic downturn. So this ambitious target has been translated for heating and cooling into a binding baseline target of 1.1 percentage point average annual increase in the share of renewables in this very big sector. And the aim is to ensure that at least 40% of the heating and cooling supply would be provided from renewables. The proposal also strengthened the district heating and cooling target. From the current 1.1 percentage point annual increase, it was raised to 2.1. That's an indicative target, and the Commission introduced a new target, new renewable target for the building sector, the EU building sector, of 49% renewable energy share.
Emma, yes? we can see you now perfect, but you are not clicking. Yeah, you are not changing the slides. Okay, so thank you. Just
you see it now?
Yeah. Now we can see it perfect. Yeah.
Okay, I am making it big.
You just need to change slides, otherwise it works now perfect.
Sorry. It's very strange that it doesn't follow my screen.
Yeah.
Very, very strange. What about now?
Now it's perfect. Now it's perfect. We see the slide, everything fine.
49%. Now, we didn't propose to raise this sector target in the REPowerEU to be adjusted for the 45% increase of the overall renewable target, but we made an additional impact assessment, and that has shown that this sectoral target would be needed to be higher. So instead of for the heating and cooling sector, we would need an overall 2.3 percentage point annual increase. That means that we could keep the 1.1 percentage binding level and then add up member state specific increases, so-called top-ups. So at EU level, we can come up to a 2.3 percentage point increase annually. District heating, the same. So this would need to have a 2.3 percentage point annual renewable share increase, and the building target would need to go up to 60% in 2030. Now, so that is basically an ideal situation where this heating and cooling sector contributes to the overall target proportionately, meaning to the extent that it's basically 50% of the EU consumption. It really needs to be a much higher burden. But that's an ideal approach. What we have now is the trilogue negotiations are ongoing, and actually there is a provisional agreement between the European Parliament and the Council on how to move forward. And perhaps the good news for you that the co-legislators agreed to include renewable electricity fully into the district heating and cooling target, so you can, so this will be possible to count in the target. So that solution, that situation has been solved. Now, moving forward, and I have a new slide, I hope you see it. The REPowerEU also proposed specific actions on heat pump deployments as basically the central major technology that can replace gas and oil boilers on a one-on-one basis.
Emma, can you switch the slide? Can you switch the slide, please? Because we still have the old one.
What about now?
Okay, now it's perfect. Thank you.
Okay. And now, is it full picture?
Yeah, everything is fine. Yeah,
okay,
so you can continue.
So the objective is to have 10 million units in the next couple of years, then 30 million after that until 2030. So overall, we modeled 40 million new heat pumps, hydronic heat pumps. Just to compare this, the current heat pump stock in Europe is 17 million. So we want to add 40 million new heat pumps to this, and also stimulate the deployment of large-scale heat pumps in district heating systems together with geothermal and solar thermal energy. It is important to develop communal heating, which is both district heating but also renewable energy communities, and to exploit industrial heat, waste heat in the heating sector. So that is the REPowerEU, and I would like to add one more information, if I can, that in the meantime, the European Commission also adopted a new emergency regulation on heat pumps, which basically, that was, I believe, on the 11th of November, and this is now being discussed in the Council, which proposes to make it mandatory to have simplified permitting for small heat pumps up to 12 kilowatt-hour electric capacity. Similarly, simplified permitting for bigger heat pumps until up to 50 kilowatt electric capacity if there is an offsetting renewable electricity generation capacity from a renewable self-consumer. And we also proposed very short permitting periods for all heat pumps above that capacity range. So for big heat pumps, we proposed 3 months as a maximum permitting period. So that includes all types of heat pumps, geothermal, but also air source heat pumps. This proposal is now being discussed in the Council, and I think there are some clarifications brought to the text, but the purpose is to adopt this emergency regulation very quickly, and basically this would apply. It also obviously covers not just heat pumps, but other type of renewable energy projects, wind power projects, solar PV, and so on. And the idea is that this would apply until the adopted revised renewable energy directive is not entering into force. So it's around one and a half year. And after that, we would have much more long-term and structural solutions in the directives. Directive as adopted with amendments proposed already, also not just 2021, but this year, 2022, which also covers permitting procedures, review of the permitting procedures. So there is a lot going on, and overall, the key message is that this sector really needs to move now, because it's really the key sector for all the EU energy and climate objectives that otherwise will not be possible to reach economically, or just it would not be possible probably technically at all either. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Eva, indeed, for your presentation. And please stay with us because we will have still some questions in the Slido later. So maybe you will also get one also from me later on. But now we will move to Biljana Grbić. Biljana, you are a consultant, so I see you as an independent person. So, I mean, it's not directly connected with the sector as we both are. So, what's your view on the transition of district heating? What could be improved, and where are the main barriers? What the Commission could do better? You have, you can cover it all. So.
Thank you for a nice introduction. First of all, I would like to thank organizers for excellent conference and really interesting topics. And I'm glad to be part of this panel and discuss this topic. I'm not consultant, is just contractual arrangement with energy community, but basically I represent here Energy Community Secretariat. And for those of you who are maybe not aware what is Energy Community, it is an international organization established back in 2005 by the European Union as a tool to extend its EU energy policy to countries who wish to become member states. So currently we have 9 contracting parties, Western Balkan 6 countries, so Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Kosovo, North Macedonia, Montenegro and Serbia, and Georgia, Moldova and Ukraine. For example, Croatia was our contracting party. Once it became a member state, it ceased to be our contracting party. And task of the Secretariat is to support all these countries in aligning their national legislation and energy markets with EU energy legislation, not only energy, but also environment and climate. My everyday task relate to supporting contracting parties in aligning their legislation with regards heating and cooling matters and district heating matters, and I work in district heating company in Serbia. So I bring this local experience to, I would say, international level. With regards to our contracting parties and their district heating systems, Ukraine has the largest district heating system. It has around 1,500 district heating systems. Unfortunately, due to this war, all reforms that were happening before stopped, basically. I will use this opportunity to say one more task of Energy Community Secretariat, and this is support to Ministry of Energy of Ukraine in repairing its energy infrastructure, electricity infrastructure, district heating infrastructure. So basically we are intermediaries between donators and Ministry of Energy of Ukraine. We are supporting, logistically supporting energy companies who wish to donate energy equipment to Ukrainian energy companies. So I would like to invite, I would use this opportunity to energy companies who want to donate to have in mind that they can approach Energy Community Secretariat, and we provide this I would say logistical support, and this is all authorized by European Commission. Basically, DG Energy give us authorization to be intermediary and to facilitate these donations. Yes, Ukraine have the largest district heating system, then Serbia has 60 district heating systems, Bosnia and Herzegovina has 33 district heating systems, and Kosovo, Moldova, and North Macedonia have district heating systems in several cities, so I would say, yeah, small, large. All of them, you guess, rely on fossil fuels, so mainly natural gas, but also coal. For example, Kosovo was basically relied 100% of coal. Now this year they initiated biomass cogeneration, so this reliance on coal is reduced. Anyway, in parallel with decarbonization of these district heating systems, what is also needed and missing is actually systematic reforms that relates to tariff setting and that relates to governance. District heating systems in our contracting parties have quite bad reputation in terms of managing and governing. First, district heating system cannot cover all costs of heat production because tariff model that is used basically do not incentivize investments. Even though there is legislation opportunity basically to align their tariffs with costs they have, they don't use it, and the reason is that local authorities basically who are in charge to approve tariffs are not allowing this to keep social peace. So this social political approach, I think it's a very big problem for district heating systems to move towards the decarbonization and investments. And basically, with regards to this governance, local authorities are not really interested to invest, and basically, probably they are not aware that how big this is, how big problem is. Yes, what is important for them is to have these low prices, which will keep consumers, I would say, quiet, but not to really restructure district heating companies so they perform well. Also, in largest district heating systems in Ukraine, Serbia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, local authorities are those who approve tariffs and who monitor district heating companies, which is also not good solution because local authorities are not experts, there is no expertise, regulatory expertise, and there is no independence and not enough transparency, I would say. But not to leave this picture of district heating companies, so energy community in some dark picture, I want to say that there are many good projects going on with regards to integration of renewable energy and waste heat. This is done by the support of EBRD program, renewable energy renewable energy for district for Western Balkan. So there are many projects in a pipeline of solar thermal with seasonal storage. Geothermal potential is huge in Serbia, in Bosnia and Herzegovina. They're part of this Pannonian basin, which is also Slovakia part along with Hungary. So geothermal potential is explored, but also waste heat recovery from data centers, waste heat recovery from wastewater treatment plants, and all the projects are currently in feasibility phases, but yes, we hope that these projects will be implemented in the upcoming years. And yes, I think the future of district heating systems, as Eva said before, it's not single source of heat energy, but like a mixture of different sources, renewable energy and waste heat. And I think that, yes, we all have to change this perception of having just one source of heat and basically making heating networks more flexible and heat sources more diversified. That would be all from my side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And now before we get to Slido question, I have one question for everybody. So we will start again with Wanda. We have heard from Eva Host that Commission is very much aiming on large-scale heat pumps as a new source for district heating. What's your view on that? What are the barriers for large-scale heat pumps to be developed? In Czech Republic, well, we are also considering going that way, but we also see for the moment some important barrier. The main one is the temperature level in the heating system. So I would like to see your situation and how do you see the way forward, because I think we can all agree that large-scale heat pump will be important technology for district heating. The question is how quickly can we really switch to that technology.
Okay. Actually, I think, Martin, that the situation of our countries is quite similar. We are on the same page more or less, because if you personally ask me, well, I'm a fan of a large-scale heat pumps, but the question is whether they are. This is the kind of the technology that is an answer for our the answer for needs of our countries, and nowadays they are not. They are not because of the reason that you mentioned. As I also said during my presentation, we have to, when we're talking about the carbonization of district heating, we cannot just focus on the one part, which is the source of the heat. We have to see the whole picture, and the whole picture is also contains district heating networks and the building itself. And so it requires not only replacing the source, but modernization of the district heating networks and the thermomodernization of the buildings, which takes time, and it's very pricey. So in the future, these are the technologies that will be more commonly used, I believe, I hope so, in our countries. But for now, we are not able to deliver the heat with large-scale heat pumps in large agglomerations when they are, a huge demand for thermal megawatts during the day, and there is a high density of households. Yeah, and so I hope there will be a place for them in the future, as near as possible, but not yet. Actually, we started this year, today discussion with the keynote of Mr. Duleba. He said that he's afraid of militarization of the national budgets. Well, actually, Poland is, it's like border country of Ukraine, so the militarization of our budget already started. We are focusing on, we are transferring a lot of funds and a lot of support to Ukraine, but also protect ourselves in the context of the war on the Ukraine. So these are not the, I remember, I mentioned that because I remember the discussion carried out by the government, our government 2 years ago, and there was a big focus on the thermomodernization of building. And right now we are focusing on, taking care of our energy generation. We are taking care of our energy prices to our end customers. And I cannot see this debate right now on a priority level, because of that, we have to acknowledge the fact that this time for large-scale heat pumps will be later than sooner as well.
Okay, thank you. And now I have a question for Eva. Eva, can you hear us? Eva, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, we can hear you. Thank you.
Super.
Great. I have a question for you. You have said that the biomass. I understand that biomass doesn't earn really good reputation in Brussels. Partly it's well deserved, because all those imports of biomass overseas, etc. I understand that it's not really can be seen as not really environmentally friendly. But on the other hand, I'm totally not ashamed of what we are doing in the Czech Republic, but we are using really the residues from cutting the forest, which anyhow would be left, otherwise would be left in the forest and would get rotten, would release greenhouse gases and without any use. So I'm not really ashamed of this practice, which I'm not expert on biodiversity, but I don't see how it could harm biodiversity or whatever. because we are using just what's left after the quality wood is used for processing industry. So my question is, do you see any room for compromise, because you as a commission will be now or are now in the role of let's say of a honest broker between the parliament, which I think took a little bit extreme position on forest biomass, and the council. So do you see any reasonable compromise ahead of us, or what's your view?
Thank you for this question. Unfortunately, I will not be really able to tell you what is the likely outcome. This is not really, so I am not on the biomass file, and I follow it from some distance, but on the details I am not really privy. What I can see is that on the heating and cooling articles, there have been a good compromise between the co-legislators. I think both institutions aim to close the negotiations already this year, although there are still big political issues to be discussed. So I see a willingness to go forward on this file fast, which is not possible without a willingness to compromise also on the parliament side. But I don't know whether this will be the case on the biomass issue, which is one of the most controversial and most debated political question in this directive, in addition to transport. So there are really two big issues. One is biomass and the other is transport. So we will see how it goes. I see goodwill, but it cannot be excluded that that's not going to be very easy to agree on these points.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the answer. And now we have some questions already in the Slido, so we will turn to that. The first one is what is the future of gas in district heating? When will it be possible to phase out all fossil fuels in this sector? So it's for your two ladies. So who would like to start first?
Yes, I would say that probably it will take years to phase out all fossil fuels in this sector, but we definitely should start thinking now about how to do that. Yes, I think there is no concrete answer when will it happen, but definitely it is a challenging topic.
I think it's the answer which is connected with the previous question, because actually we will be able, when we will be able to replace fossil fuels like gas in the district heating sector, it will be probably the moment where we will be able to put there large-scale heat pumps, and the network will be adjusted to this temperature, and the thermomodernization of the building will be finalized or will be much more advanced. So this is actually the moment, right?
Okay, I see. So. Well, if I can partly try to answer it also, I think that with gas we are basically buying some time, especially for the building stock to get reconstructed, because that's the main challenge in the end. Because unless we get to lower temperatures with district heating, it's very difficult to use other sources the Commission would like us to use. But the condition is that we need to be able to deliver the heat to the buildings, which then need to be refurbished to be able to accept low temperature heating. And before that happens, you know, they still need to be warm. They still need to have at least 18 degrees Celsius in their household. So that's the challenge. On the other hand, we see that it's not possible to keep coal beyond 2030. I think it's there is now broad consensus in the heating sector throughout Europe, including Poland. I would say that coal will end somewhere close to 2030 in district heating. So, but we are not able to immediately to replace it all with renewable energy for the reasons I have said. That we need to get reconstructed the building sector. So. Unfortunately, we don't have the colleague from the buildings sector in the Commission, where I would have also important question because I really like what the Council did on EPBD on this directive. I think it was reasonable what they did. Maybe we can still discuss, the ambition. Europe always discusses the ambition, but overall, I think the direction is right. So I hope the Parliament will somehow follow it, and that we will get to some reasonable framework for the building sector transition, because district heating can follow. We cannot be in advance of what's going in the building sector. But well, we have some more questions. One is for Eva directly. How do you see the possibility, Eva, can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah.
How do you see the possibility to apply heat pumps on mass scale with the current energy prices?
Well, heat pumps are very efficient, especially the ground source heat pumps, because below 16 meters, the temperature is constant. So the heat source is not affected by outside temperature, like the case with SOS heat pumps, where the performance goes down below 0 or below -5. So we are looking at least 3, but generally 4, 5 or higher COP. That means that 1 unit of electricity can provide 4, 5, 6, 7 units of heat. Now, actually, the current energy prices are so high that basically anybody or any kind of supply that comes on board should be very profitable. So the high energy prices hopefully are probably going to invite a lot of new investment and a lot of new production capacity, simply because they are very profitable. So I don't see that this is a problem. It's actually something that makes the payback period for heat pumps much more attractive.
Okay, thank you. And next question is, who should pay the biggest share for this rapid transformation of district heating? So, who wants to answer this?
I can start, yes. Well, I think that this investment fee is supposed to be part of the tariffs, definitely, but tariff structure also should reflect other changes in district heating in terms of better governance, oversized employment to be cut, so that other costs that are not necessary are reduced, and those costs which are necessary, such as costs of investments, to be justified. So definitely consumers will pay one part of this transformation of district heating systems, but also national authorities are supposed to support all this transformation through support schemes, the same as happened for electricity.
Okay, yeah. Who will pay for transformation in Poland?
Well, I cannot agree with you, because actually I think that we should, governments, also European Union representatives, should protect European Union citizens. And I don't think that putting all the burden on them would be a perfect solution, especially in times of a crisis that is impending. So I would rather expect our policymakers to implement solutions, subsidies, or other tools that would make this transformation like consistent, as I said, and sustainable, because it's already going. There is no risk for us that we will turn back from this part. I think everyone agree, but just let us do it in a like sustainable manner, and let our citizens, of all countries in European Union, to not suffer from the rapid transformation.
Okay, thank you. Well, I think in the end, it's always the customer who pays the bill. Even though in this case, of course, we need to use EU money as much as possible, especially, for example, modernization fund, which is important source in Czech Republic. Hopefully, it will be possible even after the changes in the directive are made. So. We have another question. Do we need district heating at all? Why can't households just switch to their own heat pumps? So.
I think it's definitely a good solution where in places where there is high heat demand. But for cities, municipalities where there is no great heat demand, definitely individual solutions are better. But in contracting parties of the energy community, district heating is quite developed, the same as in Central and Eastern European countries. This is the heritage that we have like from communist time, and definitely should be used. It should be abandoned, it should be transformized and decarbonized. Yes, where there is no district heating network and where heat demand is not high, individual solutions are totally okay.
Well, I will try to answer this one because I really like this question, so I will try to answer it. Well, we desperately need district heating. We desperately need it. And the reason is very simple. 95% of those heat pumps in individual households will be air-to-water heat pumps. Those heat pumps in low temperatures, like below zero, work as direct electric heating. They have the factor of 1, so they are just electric heating. If we replace everything with this electric heating, you can see in France what that means. It means huge peaks demands of for electricity. That's the first problem with this approach. Second problem is that you have very limited capacity of electricity network in the cities. They are very limited, and you will be barely able to, at least what I see in Czech Republic, we will have a really hard time to go for heat pumps in individual family houses. But it's total nonsense to try to implement this into the large blocks of flats, because simply you will quickly run out of the electric capacity you have in the city. And to increase that capacity, to double it or triple it, it's for decades. It's not for 1 year, it's not for 10 years, it's for decades. So if we want to have rapid transition, we desperately need district heating to decarbonize it and even to expand it to replace local gas boilers, because we cannot achieve it we cannot achieve the same with heat pumps, with local heat pumps. And you have heat sources like sewage water. How do you use heat from sewage water with individual heat pump in your in one building? You cannot do that because you have number of sources in the city. You have waste which can be used to produce energy. You have heat from metro systems which is used in London. So you have number of sources which basically cannot be used on the building level. They have to be used on the city level, and then you need district heating to deliver that energy. Sorry for being a little bit long. I have maybe a little bit overstepped my mandate as a moderator, but I have to answer this one. And we have one last question, which is, what's better, carbon duty or carbon tax? So, well, It may be, okay, it looks like, it looks like this one is for the other panel. Okay, so one last word. What do you see, how do you see the future of district heating in your country or in your area?
Well, depends if these reforms that about which I talked are implemented. Yes, definitely. With the implementation of better tariff setting and better governance, this district heating could have a bright future. But without it, I'm not sure. Yes.
Yeah, I see. Optimistic. No, I think at least my company, we're going to do our best to deliver fully phase out of a coal within upcoming years till 2030. Of course, bearing in mind that our gas-fired CHPs will be also hydrogen ready, so they have additional potential in the future also for completely green transition. So yeah, it will be okay with that.
Okay.
But don't make it rapid and like counterproductive.
Okay. Haste makes waste. Okay.
Exactly.
Eva, you have last word. So.
Yes, thank you very much, Martin. And I was very happy to hear your words on the importance of district heating systems, and I fully agree that the heat networks could be absolutely a central solution for the issue that we face. But for that, really it is needed that the district heating sector and companies take up on that challenge. And they realize the potential that they have to start investing in new renewable and waste heat production capacities. They start upgrading their networks so they can provide they can go for very high temperature to low temperature systems. I agree that for that there is a need to also transform the building sector. So there should be a dialogue and coordination between the building policies and the district heating policies. But that means that the sector needs to be very proactive. It has a historical chance to become a really central solution and the big winner of the energy transition. But unfortunately on the ground I don't see that much happening. There are very good examples here and there, so the potential, the promise has been fully proven, but I don't really see too much effort to make that happen. And the sector was not really heeding to the urgency that this needs to be happen already in this decade. And please do not delay it for another decade because it is going to be too late.
Okay, thank you for this. And since we used all the questions and I don't have any others, so thank you everybody for joining this panel. It's now over, and I think we have 15 minutes break or something like that. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye.
set, and we can start with our panel. So let me welcome you at the panel number 6 of the CEEC conference. This one will be about buildings. So we will pretty much follow up on the previous panel, which was about the heating system. We will be looking more closely at the role of the building sector in securing clean energy transition, especially in the light of the dependence on the Russian gas. More and more countries push for energy efficiency measures. And I think that in this panel and in this debate, there will be no doubt that we need energy efficiency measures. What I would like to go more in depth into is whether we are on the right track when it comes to sustainability in the building sector, both in terms of policies, mechanisms, financing and implementation, or whether we need to speed up and do more. So I would hope that we will come and define concrete measures that might help us to accelerate the decarbonization and energy saving and the transition towards green economy. So a lot and very important topics ahead of us. My name is Katarina Nikodemova, and I am the director of the platform Buildings for the Future, which is based here in Slovakia. And I'm very glad that I'm not here alone for this discussion, but I have very profound guests joining me. So at this point, I would like to welcome, and I will start here, Livia Vašáková, Director General of the Recovery Plan Department.
Good afternoon.
Then we have Justina Glusman, Managing Director of Fala Renovací from Poland. András Rejt, CEO of Advanced Building and Urban Design from Hungary.
Hello, everyone.
Lubica Šimkovicová, President of Passive House Institute Slovakia and Manifest 2020.
Hello, good afternoon.
And last but not least, Lenka Vaniek, Head of the Innovation and Decarbonization of CEEC Group.
Hello, everyone.
So I am very glad that you are all here in person. Because I think it's much better than online connections, and I think this is the biggest here present panel that we have, so I hope we will manage to cover all the topics in time. What you can expect from this panel, I would like to give each of the panelists a little bit of space for introductory remarks. And then in the discussion, I hope we will go more into detail in all the topics that we need to cover. Livia, I will start with you. I think we can agree that energy efficiency became quite a political priority in Slovakia, and you are in charge of the recovery plan, in which there is quite a lot of money allocated for the building sector. So maybe tell us more about these ambitions from the recovery plan, but also I would like to challenge you with a question whether the Slovak government is doing enough for delivering energy efficiency goals.
Okay. So I will start with energy efficiency. It was rightly pointed out that it's becoming a priority, not just at the EU level, but also here in Slovakia. And if there is a silver bullet in the energy sector, it is energy efficiency, and I think more and more people are getting closer to this knowledge and are trying to integrate it not just in their words but also in their actions. In the Recovery and Resilience Plan for Slovakia, which I consider the greenest and environmentally most responsible investment program that we have in Slovakia, it's, I would say, not just coming from us, but that's where the requirements coming from the Commission, that for every reconstruction of the building, you need to save at least 40% of primary energy, if not even more. And then also, for instance, recyclation of waste when constructing buildings. So definitely all these requirements are making it for us harder to implement. But on the other hand, I would say setting the right principles for the construction sector in the future, not just for, I would say, public money and the EU money, but also more in general. In the Slovak Recovery and Resilience Plan, we have 6 billion euros, and out of this, something like 2.7 billion euros are allocated to buildings. And it's not just reconstruction of buildings as such, but we have combined it with substance measures like, for instance, reconstruction of university premises, building of hospitals, reconstruction of courts. So in all these buildings, we have integrated the green elements, and we are trying across all public and sometimes even private buildings to build this urgency that we need to do something in order that we are more energy efficient, that we are more secure, given the current Ukrainian crisis, and then we are emitting less CO2 emissions. So these are, I would say, the priorities that we have in the RRP. I would just mention one of the flagships initiative that is, I would say, quite new in Slovakia. This is the 30,000 family houses that will be reconstructed from the RRP money, and we will spend €500 million on this, so it's really one of the biggest investment priorities that we have there. Regarding what can be done more, or whether everything is already on track, we have seen in the crisis, when speaking in particular about public buildings, that there is a lot of fragmentation in Slovakia. There is nobody really responsible for all the buildings, so each building has its own manager. So meaning, if we are now going to adopt certain measures, how to save energy in public buildings, it's quite dispersed and it's very difficult to get it through. So I think that a measure that we are considering for Repower EU is definitely to be more central on the facility management building in the public sector, and this can bring us not just energy savings but also financial savings, and it can be definitely beneficial for the environment.
Thank you very much. We will definitely come back to public buildings and also Repower chapter in the discussion. But I would like now to give floor to Justyna. You come from Poland, where your platform is active. Can you maybe tell us more about ambitions of the Polish government when it comes to delivering energy efficiency goals? But also maybe compare the ambitions that are set on paper or in strategies with reality.
Thank you for this question. Can you hear me? Yes. And thank you for the invitation for this event. Just to introduce myself, I represent Fala Renowacji, that is Renovation Wave Poland, and we cooperate with the Renovate Europe campaign as a national partner. And this association was established by the leaders, business leaders and producers of the building materials and technologies that are used for the improvement of energy efficiency of buildings. So just to give you a quick overlook of the situation in Poland, I prepared just one slide, if you could put it on the screen. So we have quite an old building stock and quite depleted building stock. 70% of our buildings require renovation. 16%, that is 1 million more or less, are in the worst technical stage. 40% are being heated with the solid fuel and gas and basically fossil fuels. And now as to the plans. Poland does have a plan, and it is a long-term renovation strategy that was adopted in February this year, just before the war in Ukraine, and the plan anticipates that there will be 2.4 million buildings renovated by 2030, and among these 0.5 that will be deep retrofit. In general, the goal until 2050 anticipates 7.5 million of renovations, which is more or less consistent with the Fit for 55 package, with the old provision, with the current provision of the Buildings Performance Directive, not the more ambitious ones that probably will be in place in a moment. But nevertheless, the plan is quite decent. It does have a kind of pathway of the renovations. However, it was not translated into any operational program. So the numbers that are provided in the plan from 2021 are more or less similar today in 2022. We do have support programs that support mainly private people in making renovations. Out of this building stock, 5 million buildings are the private individual houses. 500,000 are multi-flat buildings. So individual houses are the target, basically. This is the main source of problems. And there are programs that address issue of especially heating of these houses. But with the changing situation and rising energy prices and heating, these programs became obsolete. Basically, people lost interest in exchanging fuel stoves for more ecological fuel because they are afraid of losing control, they are afraid of paying more. So we are in a need of the radical change of these programs to address buildings renovation and building structure as a problem in itself, and the exchange of the fuel that is heating those houses as an issue which is part of this problem. So another problem is the quality of renovations, that we do believe that, we do believe the data shows that a great majority of investments that are being conducted are restrained to exchange of fuel stove and only minor changes in the structure of buildings, and the reason behind it is not enough money for renovation, basically. So there are some short-term solutions which are kind of an answer to the problem of buildings, which is the major program, Clean Air Program, which is another new program for multi-flat buildings and better conditions of the retrofit bonus, but they still not well fitted to the reality, to the material status of people that are potential beneficiaries of this program, and therefore the rollout of renovations is far not sufficient. So we have still 4 million houses that are heated with coal. That's obviously causing another problem, a huge level of air pollution. I think yesterday was one of the largest in Poland in the world. And then just to finish, major problems, well, financing until now, it was available within the framework of the programs. We did not use up the budget of the programs that was anticipated. But obviously a huge issue is lack of recovery and resilience plan. In Poland, there is more or less 10 billion euros for energy transition and energy efficiency, but due to political discussions, the program is still not working for Poland. There was zero money being spent. So obviously we're very much waiting for this money, and very much waiting our self-government, as public buildings are obviously an issue, and that's the second problem. So apart from the private individual house owners, public authorities, and the self-governments, especially after, well, due to many factors that happened during these last months and years even, are in very difficult financial situation. They have no money for financing renovations of their own building stock. So that would be the major issue. And if I would have to sum up, lack of the clear-cut goals, lack of the operational programs that would accompany these quite decent, ambitious plans is the major issue that we should look at.
Thank you very much. I picked up 3, let's say, topics that I would like to come back to then later in the discussion. First of all, how to make strategies that do impact, not to write them just to put them in a drawer and not to use them for delivering the goals. The second one, the quality, how to define the quality, how to push for the quality, and then maybe a topic of deep versus quick renovations, because of all the circumstances that we are living, it's probably difficult to focus on deep renovations when we need to do the renovations fast, and we need to be ready for the heating seasons. But we come back to this later. Now I would like to give a floor to András, who is from Advanced Building and Urban Design. We discussed his company and the mission of his company during one of the breaks. And I very much liked how you described this approach towards building and the urban planning in a holistic, sustainable way. So maybe tell us more about your company and the mission. And I also would appreciate if you mention some of the examples that we can showcase as a very good examples.
Yeah, thank you so much. And also thank you so much for this invitation. Yeah, it's a quite unique species what we have as a company. I would say because we are working in 3 different fields very intensively. And one, I'm sure that most of you know, green building certifications. So we are market leader in Hungary. I am not really happy with green building certification. Maybe we can discuss it later on, but we are working every day with those systems. Then the second one is more scientific focused. So we do a lot of R&D projects directly funded by EU. So we take place in consortial agreements from a lot of research institutes, universities. So we do also a lot of publications on a scientific level, which give us also an opportunity to use those theoretical results to implement in the reality. So, and this is what we do in the last place, let's say. So we consult a lot of municipalities, cities, even governments sometimes, if they allowed. However, we also work together with real estate developers every day. And by myself, I worked 20 plus years as a design architect. So we really are confronted day by day. What does it take to be sustainable, and not only from the ecological point of view, but also from economy and how to serve the society at the end. So this is what we do more or less in not only in Hungary, in other countries as well. And if you ask me about good case studies, I would be very happy to show you some. However, I think if we are, looking for real and good case studies, then we should maybe first somehow define net zero concept if we are talking about energy or carbon neutrality. So what does it mean? And I think it's quite hard not to crack. So I would be also very happy to have some comments also from the audience later on. However, so I don't want to go very deeply right now, but maybe the most important takeaway that to create positive districts or built environment, it is already an interdisciplinary and cross-sectoral approach. So it's not possible to solve that only as an architect. So we need social scientists as well. So I would very much appreciate next year to hear in this conference also a lot of presentation from social scientists, because we are talking a lot about how to change the energy supply system, but at the end, buildings don't use energy, people do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lubica, your turn now. The passive houses standards are about the legal requirements. Sometimes we even struggle to fulfill the legal requirements, and the passive houses wants to go even above the requirements. So it's not always easy to follow the passive houses standards. But on the other hand, we are in energy crisis. So my question would be, do you maybe see a shift in the demand for passive houses or passive solutions in the buildings?
Thank you, Katarina, and thank you for the question and for having me here. Let me first provide some information about passive houses. They are defined by specific criteria that need to be reached, and it concerns not only newly built, but also renovated houses. The passive house standard is reached by 5 most important components: very good insulation, very good windows, high air tightness of building envelope as verified by Blaverdor test, ventilation system with heat recovery and use of renewables. But the best result always starts with a good plan from an experienced architect. The Slovak legislation does not require a passive house standard, what is a pity, but it has become a base for nearly zero energy buildings, which are a part of EU legislation, and passive houses significantly influenced energy efficiency of buildings in general. Passive houses are supported in many countries and have become a part of many subsidies or grant schemes, financial schemes, and not only in the European Union, but also in Asia or the USA. And it is because passive houses are reliable and verified building standard, which has been built for more than 30 years, and its popularity is growing. As I have already mentioned, passive house standard is determined using exact criteria. However, we could say that it doesn't need to be so important for future users if the requested criteria are not reached. More important is if a well-experienced architect design the building according to the criteria for passive houses. Then we can probably expect a good result. And of course, we are using an exact methodology. We are using specialized calculation tools helping to reach the best results. If architects design the buildings carefully according to passive house criteria, they create not only aesthetically valuable building, but also energy efficient building and building with added value, and of course also with a very good indoor environment quality. So the answer. The interest in passive houses has been growing, and after the uncertain situation with energy supplies, it accelerates. Investors, of course, are worrying, and it generates also a bigger interest. However, it is obvious that the wider deployment of passive houses needs to be incentivized by our government, but by systematic support from our government, and not only partly or temporarily. The time has come. So I can only confirm at the end of my short intro that passive house standard is the best yet known. From passive house, it is only a small step to zero energy buildings or plus energy buildings, and it is very important information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will come back to that as well in the discussion, but now I would like to give a floor to Lenka Vaniek. I think that it's the situation for the region, the CEE region countries, that we rely too much on public financing when it comes to renovation of buildings. But this might not be enough. So my question to you, what would be your suggestion for effective and sustainable financing of complex renovations, and how can the private sector contribute?
Thank you for that question, and also thank you for the invitation. Maybe before I answer the question, a little bit intro about CEEC ESCO. We are the part of group CEEC, which is quite well known in Czech Republic. And ESCO, as a energy services, focus on a B2B sector. So that's maybe for the intro and explanation when my answer will be focusing on. And also the part of CEEC ESCO group is ESCO Slovakia. So we are placed also in here Slovakia, but CEEC ESCO is focusing on the Czech Republic mainly. But we also take inspiration for abroad, because we have in our group the company Elevion, which is ESCO services abroad in many countries. So back to your question, and well, it's quite interesting, because actually the project with the contribution of private sector currently exists, I think, 25 years in the Czech Republic, and this method is called the EPC. So it's energy performance contracting, and this EPC contract really mean, or the main principle of this EPC is that there are the guaranteed the saving of energy, and it's paid from the investment is paid for the savings. So itself, it's really save the money. So you have the guarantee that the saving will become reality, which I think it's the main issue now, that mainly because my team is focusing on innovation and decarbonization. It's like big words, and innovation, it's always like really blue skies, but we are really trying to make the business cases even in innovation. So this EPC project, let's say the innovation now is CPC, so we are also focusing on carbon performance contract, and we are really delivering these projects to municipalities or regions all over the Czech Republic, and we are succeeding the savings, and actually there are usually overachieved than we guaranteed on the beginning. So this method is also guaranteed or recommended from the European authorities. So I'm really looking forward to use more EPC around all sectors. We have good use cases in hospitals or universities. There are big savings, and it's really projects that it's really complex solution. I think that's the main cause here, because we don't do like this solution and then solution. We look about the calculation for the whole building and trying to find really the complex solution for the best saving on the building. And we talk about like heat, water, electric energy, and cooling, and also indoor-outdoor lighting. But among these energy performing contracts, I really see the trend in as a service solution. I think this is becoming really top issue nowadays. It's a really big boom with photovoltaics here, with as a service. So there is no investment, and the company takes place all the solution, and we call it, for example, the green heat, or with the heat pumps also. It's possibilities for as a service. So I really think as cars used to be like that, now we have other parts of our industry, and I really think this is the future, and all the solutions we are trying to develop across the industry in each part, this look on the financing, on different view out of box, it's something which will come also together with the crisis, because we need to innovate our view during the crisis. So yeah.
We'll have a follow-up question for you because, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems that EPC works better in Czech Republic than in Slovakia. Why do you think this is the case? Why, if something is working well in a setting that is very similar to Slovakia, here it doesn't really have results?
To have the EPC, it also takes big courage from the part of people in the building itself, also on the other side. So it's really partnership among company and or public sector, and also it needs the support from the government itself. And I think it's also thanks to, let's say, older heritage of EPC. It's, as I said on the beginning, it's 25 years now, and of course we struggled on the beginning, but nowadays we see the results after 10 years, after 15 years, because it's really long-term contract. So when you see it, you believe it. So I think that's proved in the Czech Republic, and Slovakia is coming. I really believe in that. The boom will come also in the Slovakia.
This is very good about the panel, that we can inspire each other as a countries. I will come back to public buildings now, if you agree. With our platform, we think that public buildings should lead by example. Yeah, if the state promotes energy efficiency of buildings, it should be at the first place buildings of the state that should be setting the standards at a very high level. But on the contrary, it's the reality that the public buildings are not very energy efficient, and if there is a renovation, it's not very complex renovation. So what would be your recommendation? How would public buildings, how could they become a leader in the building renovations? Justina?
Yeah, maybe just to start, we need the standards. I think that without the common standard, that will require some level of energy efficiency, the minimum level to be achieved. It will be very difficult to convince public authorities at local, regional level to go for more ambitious policies because it is more costly. And what they look at is the capex rather than opex. So they look at the amount of investments at the beginning, and they calculate how many, for instance, schools they can renovate with limited amount of money they have. So I would say that first of all, it's the standards, the green building standards, and I know it's very difficult to implement. We started in Warsaw. I used to work in Warsaw as a deputy mayor in charge of sustainability. We embarked on this project to prepare such a standard for Warsaw, and we hope this to be a standard later that could be adopted by other cities. After I left it, actually the work has stalled, but at the level it was already nearly completed. And I believe there was a lot of political issues with this standard that cannot hear. Other units in the self-government, they basically saw it as additional, complexity, difficulty to be implemented over, more burden than needed. Good practices, for sure. It's another thing. Often public authorities do not have idea how to renovate, especially with the listed buildings. This is, at least in Poland, big percentage of the public buildings, and good regulations actually, and a support for sure from the state. And I see here the question: do you perceive EU funds absorption fatigue? I would say that not really, at least in Poland, especially money supporting this sort of good policies with long-term results in terms of environment, in terms of quality of life, in terms of energy poverty. I mean, they would profit very much if there would be more financial support. But one more word, the ESCO is obviously extremely important element of all this picture, because no public money will be sufficient to renovate buildings in any country, I believe. I once calculated for Warsaw, and it was more or less 5 billion euros for the buildings in the city, just in one city. So it's huge money, and it doesn't need to be public money because most of these investments are bankable. So we have to look for a mix of solutions.
I very much agree, but if there are more views?
Sorry. In Slovakia, the answer is quite easy because we don't build new public buildings, and the old one needs to be renovated. But our legislation is very, it's not so, it's not enough what we have in our legislation, and you know. That there is a very, let's say, loosened kind of information that we know, all of us, if it is functional technically, and I don't know how possible. And this is what that is always a kind of help for architects and engineers, because they rely on this, that if it is not reached the best result, then nothing happened. So we have to change the legislation, and I think it will come with a new building directive, energy efficient building.
Olivia?
I think that you also had this area whether we should go into deep renovations or I would say normal renovations, and if we are really trying to achieve a perfect result, we might not come to any result at all. So that's why for me the implementation phase is much more important than setting new standards. Currently, definitely in Slovakia, I don't know about other countries, but in Slovakia we need to start moving, we need to start renovating at a larger scale, and if we are shifting the benchmark or the technical standard all the time, we will not get there. So this is my first point. And the second point, I will also mention it in my introduction, that we do not have a central facility management of public buildings. So that's why in Slovakia there is no expertise, there is no knowledge. If, for instance, imagine a school that is managed by a director, and the director should be in charge of a big renovation. He has no skills, he has no experience, because it's the first time in 20 or 30 years, or maybe even more, that he is doing the renovation. So for me, the biggest reform that Slovakia needs to undertake in this field is really to centralize facility management for buildings, to create an entity that would be the leader in the market regarding skills, regarding the scope of work that they are undertaking, and it will be basically the one knowing which buildings require deep renovation, where I would say a moderate renovation is needed. So I would not go via legislation at all. I would really focus on practical implementation, and this would be it. I don't know whether in other countries, like in Poland or Hungary or Czech Republic, you have centralized the management of public building, because here in Slovakia, it was not done at all, if I can say it so.
Not in Poland?
Poland, but I think I would disagree. I think that logic would work for the private buildings when you have instruments encouraging deep renovations and the accompanying instruments such as some knowledge institutions, one-stop shops, advisory services, and so on for the private people. But public authorities, they do know, I mean, they can get expertise if they want, and they will want only if they have to, because they have too many problems all over. So, I don't think, I mean, in terms of Poland, maybe it's a bit different because Poland is a larger country, so I don't think one central authority would solve the issue. I would rather give my trust to the EPBD then to the legislation on the national level, and then to the local authorities that are responsible for the, in front of the citizens. And in fact, when you have a transparent policy, and also we spoke about the strategy versus policy, the strategies in the drawer versus policies in the, in life. And when the strategy basically becomes equipped with the clear goals, and then it gets this transparency bonus, let's say, then it's easier for the society to control and to ask the authorities, have you done it or not done? So I believe these instruments are then working better.
Lenka?
Maybe I will just add that I really resonate with Livia, because the skills and the knowledge, it really helps to move forward. We can really see it in the Czech Republic. We do a lot about education in this field, about EPC, with the government, with really all the stakeholders, because when they have even the basic knowledge, it really helps to discuss this topic for the hospitals, for the universities, schools, and now it's something you have partner to discuss. If on the other side is somebody who just hires some experts and doesn't know why they need it because it's complex and it's energy and nobody understands it really well, so it's too complicated and they are lost. They never say it's lost. Mainly men don't say they are lost,
Don't
Sorry
misunderstand
for
me,
that.
I'm not against knowledge and skills. It's just I don't see this as excluding things. I mean, this should go
it's
pair.
yeah, it's together,
Yeah.
but this really helps, and I really see from the private sector that this is how we can move forward with the public ones, to show them the good examples, to show them that it really helps. There is the energy efficiency, there is the saving money, there is innovation, they help them to get more clients and be more happily ever after. So yeah, it's really about the discussion and the connection between, and the standards helps.
Yeah, but just imagine a situation when the city has its in strategy that it has to renovate 300 buildings until year X. And then it starts looking for skills and knowledge and, ways to implement this plan. So, well, we are talking about the hen and an egg problem.
I love strategy. I love strategy, but sometimes it's lost in that strategy. And
if it's in the drawer, yeah.
Okay, Andreas wanted to react as well.
Just a few words, Kurt. Just a few words. I try to be very short then. Okay, so maybe back to the original question. So if the government or the public sector should show us some nice examples. And as I mentioned, I worked a lot as a design architect. And, I don't think that real estate development is a core business of the public sector. Is anybody in the room who experienced a public project in budget?
Private one?
Yeah, I realized a lot in the private one, but never in the public sector. And of course, you have different levels of public projects as well, but for sure not at the governmental level. And I try to be on the safe side, so maybe their knowledge is not given in this area. And there are some municipality projects where I can say, okay, that was nearly budget. However, I think it's very complicated, and this lack of knowledge leads to us actually to pay much more for those projects. So, and I just would like to give you an example. So, maybe 12 years ago, the Hungarian government announced that we will create a lot, so many thousands workplaces. And as I heard this, we had this system, and it was maybe 40 years ago, and we are very happy not to have it anymore. And I, as a private company, would like to have an environment from the legal, from the policy side, to be able to create nice projects. So I mean, if the public sector, the government, or the municipalities can pass law and different codes that makes us to be able to create examples for everyone, that would be the nice way, in my opinion. Of course, there are several other issues as well, but I think it's not the core business. It could be nice, and they will also change their mind in a few years if everybody else is doing on the right level of the projects, but maybe not yet.
Yeah, so in an ideal world, we have very good strategies with very good ambitions. We have enough money, we have enough knowledge, and we have capacities for implementation of all the brilliant projects. The source, yeah. But the bad news is that we don't live in an ideal world. And now we have too many crises going on in Europe. We have war going on in the neighboring country, and there is, you know, quite a lot of demand for quick solutions. So what would you recommend to focus on now? And I'm also maybe leading this towards this discussion whether quick measures on the buildings would not do more harm than good in the long term. Like what is better, to wait and to focus on complex renovation, or just forget about ideal strategies and complex renovations and just do the measures quickly?
Can I?
Yes.
For the industry, we really saw it when the crisis came after COVID, that the independence was the main issue to really be able to deliver. So we did projects in shorter time, which was like 5 months, let's say, in the energy sector, not the middle period, a year or two. So EPC projects usually are a year or two. So we really delivered the project to make independence in the buildings or for the industry. So the energy was the topic, and it was the boom with photovoltaics to really have something I can rely on, and I can focus on the next part to do the strategy, to do other things. And usually this is the discussion with our clients. Okay, you want to do something for decarbonization, you want to do something for independence right now. So here are several solutions you can do in the short term, and then we can build together the strategy for the longer term, and you can show us why you want to do it, because the why is always the issue, because there are different types of clients, why they want to do the strategy, do the decarbonization, or do the efficiency of the building. So the main cause, it's usually the big discussion why they want to do it, and give them time to do it.
I would actually recommend in every project, and every project is different, and that's why I'm talking more strategically. So the 3 steps what we are doing in every project is looking how to reduce the demand, then the second how to increase the efficiency, and only the last part is how to cover what remains, you know. And just to make a very simple parallelity, I do a lot of climbing and mountaineering, and if you are asking any climbers how to be on the fastest weight stronger, is weight loss. And the second step is, you know, just making your moves more efficient, and only the last one, which costs a lot of money and time to be stronger. Okay, so really, and this is the lowest hanging fruit, how to reduce the demand, and that's why I was talking about social science. So if you can not directly change your behavior, but somehow to going in that direction, that I am the one who is turning on the thermostat, And I am the one who is not taking a jacket or even taking a jacket in the summer as well in interior. Why I have to cool down this interior. So this is what we are following, and I'm just talking now about energy, but there is also water and other resources like materials and so on. So those three steps you can go really on the fastest way to reduce the economical need at the end. So what you have to invest. Because everybody is asking, yeah, what is a sustainable building? And if you see any PV on the roof, then you are pointing, oh, yeah, this is a sustainable building. But how to know it? You know, if you are putting on an old house with any renovation process or changing the efficiency of the system, you are just putting PV on the roof that will cost at least double than what you would need actually after doing these three very simple steps.
Okay, Justina? Yes, go ahead.
Following on that, I believe, I mean, when we come back to the public policies, that we need to redefine our goals, first of all. And resilience is ability to answer the shocks of different nature. So we cannot stay with the same goals and with the same policies in a completely new circumstances that we have and we experience since many months. So I believe, like, very generally, that when it comes to public buildings, and especially from the perspective of the self-government, the high energy costs are the probably highest problem. So the low-hanging fruits, to pick them up, basically to measure how much energy we're using, which buildings are the ones that require intervention, and which sort of intervention. I don't think we can give one answer for all, whether this should be deep retrofit or general interventions, general renovation. And we actually did one study in Warsaw analyzing 50 schools and in context of the planned ESCO project. And the advice was not to actually make deep retrofit of all of them, because the best climate result in terms of climate and in terms of costs was the mix of solutions. So I would look at the concrete cases. And in terms of private buildings, energy poverty is honestly something that the scope of the problem that we haven't experienced. And I believe that we need to, apart from changing the goals, we need to prioritize, and this is an absolute priority, to supply people with heat and energy for winter. And I know about Slovakia and other countries in the region, but in Poland it's for sure a huge problem. And therefore I would propose much higher level of financing and of all sorts of aid provided by public authorities to take these people out of the situation that is, we shouldn't allow for that, basically. And then, if we already invest public money into this sort of renovation, I think, stick to the deep retrofit, because it's the only permanent solution that does not require further investments. So if we finance generously from the public money these sort of renovations, we should also require certain standards, so obviously audits and proper order of works should be looked after.
Yeah, for Slovakia, I can confirm that we don't have sufficient data about public buildings. And maybe I would, Livia, have a question for you.
I think that's what I was suggesting, that in the public buildings we do not have data, they are not digitalized. So that's why I'm speaking that we need more centralization in the management of public buildings, because otherwise nobody knows what are the priorities, what should be done first, and what are the overall needs, how to manage the whole process, skills, etc. Yeah. So for me, when we are speaking about public buildings, this is, in my view, a silver bullet that will help Slovakia right now to move forward with this reconstruction of public buildings. But you rightly pointed out that for private buildings, and for, in particular, family houses, the big question is basically that the government needs to spend a huge amount of money now on energy compensation. So these are cash handouts. And whether a quick renovation is basically better than cash handouts that will be done this year, maybe next year and later. This is, I would say, something that needs to be calculated. Of course, the optimal solution is deep retrofit, but not everybody can basically pay it from his own pocket, and public money, in my view, should not 100% basically cover the needs of be it private houses or industry. For industry, I think that we anyhow have stated rules, but for private houses, I don't think that there should be no motivation that it's just basically public money that is spent on private households.
So hopefully we will see this in the Recover chapter, and this will give us space for a reform in Slovakia. But Lubica wanted to react.
Sorry, I would only shortly add to the topic of public buildings that I think each public building should become a lighthouse. And motivate and motivate others and demonstrate its approach. So this is, I think, very important to have some pilots. And there were some information that they don't want to spend money because it will be regarded like something that they could offer this money for others. But I would say it's very important to show how should be public building renovated and what are these measures that has been taken. And also I wanted to say something regarding the other topic, and now I have forgotten, sorry.
So we come back to that, but
Okay.
Let's go to Slido questions, because
just to follow up on this sentence about the public handouts, we spend in Poland already more than twice more for public handouts for people to support them with money for the growth of increase of prices of fuel and fuel basically. Twice more than was spent for the retrofit or the program for the cleaner program, it's called, which was focused mainly on the exchange of fuel, but also some retrofits. So it's, as you said, I mean, we need evidence-based policies when we calculate and we see what is more beneficial for the society.
Yes, definitely.
Okay. I heard again that we don't have data, and you might don't have data, but my question is, then in 10 years we will sit here also and talking about that we don't have data. So I think of course, but in an age where digitalization is an option to get the data also in a proper and quite quick way, I think the politicians, so this is only a political question and decision and nothing else. And I think this is the core business of politics. So we have the technical solutions for that. And normally the countries also have the money. The question is for what they spend it. And we know that on the long term, to invest in the building stock, this is the lowest hanging fruit if we would like to save emissions. Nobody debates about that. So it's longer hanging fruit than transport and anything else.
So how to make it a political priority then?
It's not just how to make it a political priority, but also at a technical level. If each director of a school is in charge of a renovation or should think about renovation, it will never work. So you need really to have a specialized entity that has its core task just to take care of buildings, and then it will work. Because imagine you are a director of a school. How many % of your energy, time, and money are you spending on this issue? 1, 2? Definitely not more. How can you manage the contractual relationship with somebody who is going to do the renovation? There is so much informational asymmetry on this. So you need experts also on the public side in order that you can manage the project.
Well, I agree. And then you don't know, as a director of this particular school, if this school should have this renovation, and if that's a priority with the limited amount of resources of maybe the neighboring school that is in a much worse condition. So I do believe that some sort of data is, the data gathering is important. And my experience is that self-government cities, big cities in Poland, do not have data sets, databases in buildings. And you're right. It's because of lack of political priority. It's not visible. It's difficult to politically sell renovation as an achievement. Some cities did that. There are some examples, like in France, in Bordeaux, where they show all around the world the cases of public buildings renovations. But I cannot think of single renovation in Poland, like, let's say, complex, deep retrofit that I could give as an example, like an obvious example. We don't have it because it's not political focus, and although we speak about it at every conference, it's still not publicly recognized. Once the public will recognize, then politicians will recognize.
Exactly. I think this is the good question. Why isn't this the political priority? And this is completely different question than to ask why we don't have data. Okay, so I think if we would like to go that direction, that we should discuss very much the multiply benefits of deep retrofit, for example, and how to think about new economical rules, and how those influences on a multiply level could influence an efficiency of a whole society if we have deep renovations.
And how to show them.
Yeah, exactly. So this is the right question, I think. So sorry, I don't want to be too direct.
So much,
it's
just good,
it's just
very
Welcome together.
Yeah.
You presented as something in opposition. I don't think so. It's the element of the same puzzle.
Yes, yes, exactly. Livia.
Still react to what you are suggesting, that it is sufficient to make it a political priority. If you are speaking about a single pipeline, yes, that's right. If you are speaking about energy efficiency, that's a necessary precondition, but not a sufficient one. Because in Slovakia, I can imagine that the Prime Minister will declare energy efficiency as the highest priority. But we have no tools how to achieve it at the technical level. I am now really working with various line ministries, working with different kind of, I would say, issues that we are dealing with. And if technically it's not ready, in a very multiple field like energy efficiency, the political courage or the political visibility is not sufficient. So that's why I am speaking in favor of this big reform that would give us the tools. Also, for instance, there is one question about the renovation of 30,000 private houses that we have in our recovery and resilience plan. It's not just sufficient to give money if there is no demand, if there is no sufficient demand. We have 1 million family houses in Slovakia. 30,000 might seem, I would say, a rather limited amount of this. But when you're taking into account that the yearly rate of renovation is around 1%, we are aiming at 4%. This is enormous what we are speaking about. We have launched the scheme in October. And so far we just have 1,300, something like this. And this is not basically a realization, it's just the number of applicants. So it's really going very slowly. You need to take into account that they are in various situations, these people that should normally ask for money, but if they are in a divorce proceeding, if they're basically are just too old to get anything done. So it's not that easy just to basically give it a political priority and spread money across various fields of energy efficiency. And in particular, when we are speaking about households, when we are speaking about vulnerable, be it households or clients, these groups, it's not just money, they need technical assistance, and these are very costly issues.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would take 2 other questions from Slido, and I think it would be Andras and Lubica who can, or maybe Justina also. Do you think that projects from Vienna, Seestadt, or all the projects, Alterla, are a good example how to use green energy or reuse materials? And then there is another question, is there a business case in our region for energy companies to provide households with energy services rather than just energy supplies?
I don't know the project from Vienna. Maybe somebody can explain.
Maybe somebody knows.
But
András? Yeah?
You're welcome.
Yeah, okay. Yes, actually, I like very much Seestadt. However, I see also better projects in Austria, especially in Salzburg, so where the whole ecological footprint of the whole project is much better. And this is an interesting issue what you mentioned as well with the new EPBD. So I think it would be very important to include in the EPBD in a certain time LCA, so life cycle analysis as well, which is missing right now. And I think the goal from Seestadt wasn't to create a zero carbon city in the holistic way, which means through the construction and so on. So it was much more a case study how to make a smart grid and ICT on the highest level in the built environment. So I see it as a good example and trying something out, but is not my favorite project in Austria if we are talking about it. Please.
Well, okay, I just wanted to complete something to the previous question, because we have spoken about mainly about public buildings, but on the way of to climate neutrality, we need to have all buildings as efficient as possible. And in this way, I would say that these data, which are devils in this whole topic, are very much important, because without data we are not able to create scenarios. And so where is the start? This is what we need to very quickly change and to find a systematic approach to this very big problem, I would say.
Can we see other Slido questions? Because there are 3 more. Yes?
Not answered about the business cases. I know a case, for instance, in outskirts of Warsaw, when the company that supplies district heating, is a district heating supplier, Veolia, actually invested in the area where there are no pipes being well connected because it's too far, and the houses are not dense enough. So they provide these houses. This is a new development with the heat pumps, and they service the heat pumps. They have agreement with the future owners, and heat pumps remain within the company, let's say. So it's sort of solution for areas that are not fit for the district heating.
Okay, maybe Olivia for this one. Do you see a need for the social climate fund to be established, and what should be the rules and criteria for using the money?
The idea is to enlarge the emission trading scheme to buildings and to transport. So that's why there was this idea to create an additional fund that will compensate vulnerable groups. And there is a debate whether it should just fund this energy efficiency improvements, or whether it should serve also to give cash handouts to the population. So in this situation, when we are facing really steep increases in energy prices, it would be nice to have an EU-wide instrument, because some countries are more impacted by, than others. But this should come into force, I think, by 2025 or 2026. So I would say that in countries like Slovakia, we are grateful for the EU funding. We are also grateful that it comes with certain strings attached that is spent to priorities. But I don't have any particular feelings about this fund.
Yeah, but the next question is also maybe for you to clarify, the establishment of a public building management facility, is it part of the recovery plan?
So far, it is not. We have tried to include it there, but at the time, I think that the political atmosphere was not right. Now, with the Ukrainian crisis, I think that we have more chance to include it in the Recover EU. Recover EU is an additional bunch of money that should come to enhance the green components of the Recovery and Resilience Plan. The final discussions at the EU level should be finalized by December or January, and then all countries will have the possibility to include the Recover EU component into the Recovery and Resilience Plan, and we are already working on some ideas what can be there, and this management facility is something that we are strongly considering.
We ran out of time, but I think we can take 2 more minutes for a final question. I would like to make a round with one question. It relates to Ukraine, because we can probably assume that our region will play a crucial role when hopefully soon the war will be over and the rebuilding of Ukraine will come. So my final question in this discussion is, do you think we are ready for this role, and what can we offer in this field to Ukraine to help them rebuild the country?
No, I will volunteer.
Well, I think, well, we have a will to help, obviously, and there will be, well, apart from the human case, also a business case, as was mentioned today in previous panels as well. But we need to build a supply capacity, because we would have to supply our own country and other needs. And in order to do so, I believe we need European regulations. I would go for that support long-term programs and long-term demand for production materials, for energy efficiency in general. And we need some financing that would play a role of the engine, the growth, which will not be sufficient, as I said earlier, for covering all the needs, but will basically steer an interest. And yeah, and once we manage to build a strong base in our countries, we will be ready also to expand it to the, you know, to the outsiders. I believe that's the order it should happen.
Andras?
Yes, I think we do have the possibility, and we are also ready for it. However, I think most importantly, we should ask them what to help. And this is I think it's always you know, possible failure to make that I know what I should do in your country. Okay. So and you can see this in several regions where happened not the same but very similar situations, that Western countries are going there and they're saying, yeah, this is the best for you. Now I think we should ask them.
Good. Lubica?
I would say that in Ukraine it's an interesting situation, because they weren't involved so much in energy efficiency of buildings. They didn't need it. And I was in contact with one Ukrainian architect. She told me that it's not a topic in the Ukraine, and so this is a little bit different. But I think the new buildings will need to be efficient, because the situation is changing. And also from my last experiences as a part of Manifest 2020, which is an official partner of New European Bauhaus, we were involved in a let's say small project which was launched by Japanese architect Shigeru Ban. He offered his solution, so-called paper partition system. So we helped Ukrainian people to spend the first day in Slovakia in these shelters. It's a It's a very simple construction from paper tubes covered with fabrics, and it helped the families a lot to have some privacy and intimacy in this hard time. So I would say that yes, we need to help them to find a new solution for building. So I would be pleased to help.
To be fair, I would still like to give a word to Lenka and Livia, if you want.
Thank you for that. Maybe just from my point of view, our resilience in saying no to any fuels from Russia, it's also the big help for Ukraine and showing our respect and support in this way. And maybe one example I saw in the Czech Republic was the company who developed the 3D print for the houses. They use it now for the defense way, but for the future after war, I believe this is also one of the thing how can help to Ukraine with innovations, with really new way how to build the houses, how to give them their home back. So this 3D building prints I see really interesting.
Rebuilding of Ukraine is definitely a task that is beyond the scope of abilities of the V4 region, despite definitely the willingness of Poland, Czech Republic, Slovakia to help. In particular, regarding financing, it is, I would say, a far bigger cake that we can afford. So what we can think about, how to make it a business opportunity in order to make it a win-win situation for us, for Ukraine, in order that it works, that we are building infrastructure links that are missing, at least on the Slovak side, I don't know, for other neighboring countries, that we can maybe export our experience, how to deal with reception of the EU funds, as I think that our mentality is closer to Ukrainians than, for instance, the German ones or the French one. So I see, I would say, many similarities where we can be of help, but really the biggest chunk of money will come from other regions. And also I would say that when speaking about big reconstruction projects in our country, I am not sure whether we can cover all of this given, I would say, the capacity of the construction sector. Also regarding Ukraine, and maybe also responding very briefly to the question that is on the slide, whether we have too much money in the V4 region or whether we need more money. The needs are normally like this, not just in the Ukraine, but also in the V4. Then the EU money or the money that is available is somewhere here. And in Slovakia, absorption capacities are even below the EU funding that is coming. I don't know whether it's true also for other V4 countries, but we are struggling to use all the monies with all the strings attached, with all the requirements, etc. So I think that for Ukraine, it would be a very similar story. That they would need much more money that would be available, but even the money available would be very difficult to use in the manner that the EU or other international donors would like them to use it.
With this, we have to close the panel. I'm sorry. But thank you very much for your active participation, and thank you for listening. There will be another panel after a coffee break, so enjoy the coffee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Diana Motuzova. I'm an editor of the daily news website Energie Portal, and it is my great pleasure to chair the last panel discussion of today's conference. This panel will be dedicated to the role of the waste management sector in the face of the new geopolitical as well as energy market reality, mainly in terms of helping to end the European Union's dependence on Russian fossil fuels. Today we have discussed some very crucial topics, such as strengthening regional energy cooperation, substituting Russian natural gas through renewable gases or LNG, benefits of the use of hydrogen, or even the issue of energy efficiency. So we have covered some key areas, but in my opinion, we still have the last missing piece of the puzzle, and that missing piece is waste. And I'm really glad that in discussions about energy security, we are slowly starting to pay attention to the role of waste management sector. And I'm equally happy that organizers have included the issue of waste in the program of today's conference. And let me tell you why. It is because we can look at the importance of waste from two perspectives: energy use of non-recyclable waste, as well as biodegradable waste, but also material use, since we cannot forget that a significant amount of high-quality resources can be extracted from waste. So by focusing on circularity, we can substitute a large number of primary resources as well as save energy. But what I think is even more important to mention is that these two levels have one common shared foundation. It is a local use of resources that is not subject to any geopolitical risks. And I'm really glad that real experts who can further develop and analyze these both mentioned levels have accepted the invitation. And I'm honored to welcome Mr. Tamás Jászai, Power Plant Director from Metropolitan Waste to Energy Plant, Budapest Utilities. Our second panelist is Mr. Miloš Kužvart, an Executive Director of the Czech Association of Circular Economy. In the past, he also served as Environment Minister in Czech government. Next, I would like to give a warm welcome to the only female representative of the panelists, Ms. Ivana Maleš, who is a co-founder of the Institute of Circular Economy, which helps companies, municipalities, and people create less waste. Our next panelist is Mr. Miroslav Mravec, a technical director of the company Veolia Energia Slovensko, a member of Veolia Group, which provides solutions for energy, waste, and water management. And finally, our last panelist is Mr. Michal Struk, a researcher from Sustainability and Circularity Institute at Masaryk University. So here's the format, just to give you a quick idea of what to expect. Firstly, we'll take a few minutes for each of the panelists to briefly introduce the main topic, and then we will proceed to the discussion as such. And I also remind you that you can ask questions through Slido. So what are the benefits of making use of waste and secondary materials in cities? Are we doing enough? If not, what should we focus on? What are the options and limits? I think that we are ready to start discussing these questions, and I think that Mr. Jászai is ready as well. So he can tell us something about how the waste-to-energy plant in Budapest can contribute to energy production in the city. So, Mr. Jászai, the floor is yours.
Also, thank you very much for the invitation to this conference. The waste which we use as a fuel in our power plant is makes the whole power plant a very special sort of animal, so to say. So we are somewhere in the borderline of waste management and energy generation. And the fuel which we use is municipal solid waste. The heating value of that is around about now 9 gigajoules per ton, which is equals to a low quality lignite. So probably with that you can classify what we use as a fuel. Also, this fuel is very interesting in its behavior, as its composition changes all the time. So in the summer period, you have more melon peels in that, and in the winter period, you have more Christmas trees in that. That means that the composition changes all the time. Also the volumes of waste changes all the time. In the summer it's somewhat more, and in the winter time it's somewhat less. And also depending on the weather, the fuel can be colder and more wet, more humidity in it, or it can be dry and can be also somewhat warmer. On the slide which you may see on, or we will see somewhere on the screen, I will show the in and outputs of the waste to energy plant in Budapest, where you can see how the power plant basically operates. So the waste of Budapest is around about 600,000 tons per year, and roughly 2/3 of that comes to the waste to energy plant, and the rest goes to a landfill which is south of Budapest, and the waste will be then deposited there. What comes to the waste to energy plant will be then incinerated, and we generate with that basically around 1 million gigajoule of heat, which equals to the heating of 28,000 flats in the city of Budapest. We also generate with cogeneration, and this is also an important point, also around about 100 gigawatt hours per year, which supplies around about 44,000 flats, average flats in Budapest. But also, if you want to compare the quantity, it equals to the consumption, yearly consumption of the Budapest waterworks with the pumping stations, or very similar to the consumption of the Budapest festive and street lighting company. In addition, we we select and separate iron from the slag, which can be also sold on the market. And due to the specialty of the fuel, which is 50% biodegradable and 50% fossil of origin, we can sell also the so-called guarantees of origin, which is kind of a green type of certificate which can be sold on the market. We have also waste which is coming out from the plant, and this is the slag and the residue materials from the flue gas cleaning, and these parts of the production go again to the landfill. And if we go to the next slide, we can see the benefits of how we reduce the quantity of waste by this process. So in the Budapest waste to energy plant, we burn usually between 360,000 and 390,000 tons of waste. And we have a mass reduction of the residues, so the slag basically, by 75%, and a volume reduction of 90%. So only 10% of the waste, which otherwise comes from the Budapest households, can be then deposited if the waste comes to our plant. Within the mass reduction, roughly 23%, so around about 20% is the slag, and the rest is the residue materials of flue glass cleaning, and the rest iron, which we separate from the slag. So basically, this is the product range of a waste-to-energy plant. And with that, with the heat production, we support the Budapest district heating company, and around about 8% of the Budapest district heating is based on our production, and the rest, 92%, is based on gas. So basically, if we increase our capacity and increase our production, heat production, then we can replace imported Russian gas, basically. So this is a very important issue today, and therefore our capacity is now fully booked, and we even increased our heat production with around about 15 to 20% this year, and by that we could save the district heating division of our company quite a serious amount of money. And of course, as we are a cogenerating plant, we reduced also somewhat our electricity production for the benefit of heat. Thank you very much for the intro.
Thank you very much for sharing interesting information about waste-to-energy process in case of Budapest. I'm sure we will be able to discuss some details later. Now I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Kuzsvárt. Mr. Kuzsvárt, can you tell us why is it important to talk about energy in relation to waste?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for invitation. And I will start with this main question: how can waste contribute to solving energy security? Please, my presentation. Okay, great. On this first slide, in the first 3 lines, there is mentioned also, I would like to go back 2 months. The Czech Association of Circular Economy, together with FEAT, European Waste Management Association, organized on September this very similar conference as today's conference here in Bratislava, Greater Energy and Material Security in EU countries. And there is something like a backbone of my presentation, and hopefully in the 4 minutes I will be able to go through. From the point of view of circular economy, energy is at the forefront of interest on the one hand, because the technologies and processes used in the circular economy, right, for example, collection, sorting, and especially the recycling of secondary raw materials belongs to very energy-intensive activities, including, for example, chemical recycling, mostly of plastics. Please, second slide. Do you have this one? No. Aha, from there. Yeah, great. Because I was always looking where is this small piece of some intelligent. Yeah, great. Aha, it's working. Back. No, it is not working. Only. I think that it will be better from the organizing committee to change my slide. Please wait 1 minute. My following detailed description of what the national or European level needs to be enforced in this so-called taxonomy EU, because we are now facing crisis thanks to energy crisis and the Russian invasion in Ukraine, and that is why, according our opinion of the Czech Association of Circular Economy, it's necessary to change a little bit, for example, our hierarchy according existing not only Czech but also EU Waste Management Act. And we sent to our Prime Minister on May, before our presidency of the Council of the EU, some main topics for our presidency, for example, that no new regulation at the EU level may be enforced without a processed impact study, because we are now facing a lot of directives and regulations without any social and economic relation. Everything that takes place in the circular economy must be placed in the context of the fight against climate change. That is, we continue to insist on minimizing landfilling, which is a significant source of the escaping methane. And there will be, and I am very glad to be here, I will send to organizers study which was prepared approximately 2 years ago by Prognos AG. It was a study concerning the CO2, the role of recycling goals, targets in the EU member states, options for reduction of CO2 emissions. And as a last point, D3, due to the absolutely extraordinary conditions to allow EU member states for a limited period of the time in order to fulfill all these above mentioned priorities, not to comply with the hierarchy of waste management. Please, next slide. Great. Circular economy is in this time of growing economic crisis in a very complicated situation. Europe has never before faced such a crisis in securing raw materials as it is now. Even the so-called OPEC in the morning today, some organizers told that it was incomparably smaller in scope and impact. And according to my knowledge, it's true. If we model the situation of the suppression of production and the associated restriction of sales of separated secondary raw materials, various crisis situations may arise. And for example, the pre-treatment of waste intended for recycling, such as crushing, sorting, pressing, packaging, is energy intensive, and electricity prices can completely paralyze or limit these necessary steps with usable waste. Next slide, please. And according to our understanding of the current situation, the solution at the level of the European Union will be these next 4 steps. The European Commission must be aware of the different state of economies and readiness of EU member countries, not only for the transition to a circular economy, but also, for example, for accepting the goals of the Green Deal. Compared to the time when the Green Deal was announced, we have an energy crisis and a war in Ukraine that affects all of Europe. And I hope that this presentation will be accessible for participants, also online participants, outside this main hall of the Sheraton Hotel. And I will be coming to the last slide. Please, next slide. Yes, taxonomy. And it will be the last slide of my presentation. This document suffers from the point of view of lawyers used to moving in the field of European law, from the ambiguity of the text and the absence of uniform standards. In the area of climate protection and the development of sustainable energy, such as fundamental change in external conditions means an impulse to change behavior. For example, terminology, sustainable development is built on social, economic, and environmental pillars, which should be given an equal share. Currently, sustainable development is, unfortunately, mistakenly associated only with the environmental pillar. And that is why I hope that the current crisis makes it possible to return to the original definitions from the early 90s in former Czechoslovakia. And it's for the introduction everything, and I would like to thank you for your attention. Yeah, 4 minutes.
Mr. Kujar, thank you very much for sharing maybe a little bit provoking ideas on waste hierarchy as well as European Union taxonomy in condition of current extraordinary energy situation. Now I would like to pass floor to Ms. Ivana Maleš. Can you tell us more about the concept of circular economy and why do we discuss it today?
The presentation on the screen. Yet? No? Yes. Thank you very much. I will be very brief. I made a short introduction of the circular economy regarding to or comparing it to linear economy that we are now approaching. What we actually do in our economy is that we extract some natural resources, we turn them into certain product in distributed to certain parts of the world, usually to different parts than it was where it was produced. Then we have a very short time of consumption of these products, and then we turn it into the waste. The approach of the circular economy is that we take the raw materials and by a smart design we create products or services that will provide us for a longer time of usage of these materials. And these products should be made locally. They should be, what is actually more sustainable is something that is produced locally, whether it's food or it's the textiles or it's something else. What is local is more sustainable than something that is produced somewhere overseas. And it also decreases our carbon footprint in the whole production chain. Then this usage of materials or the products should be very long. So this orange part of the circular economy should be like longer. And why? Because we should create or we should use the materials to create products that are reusable, that are repairable, and that have a long time of use. So the materials that we extracted from our nature should be in a longer use, not like it's today. Then after this usage, it should be collected and it should be then recycled and turned into the new product or the same product that it was already used. What is also the product, of course, of the circular economy is also the residual waste, and I think that the biggest discussion in this discussion is about the residual waste. But circular economy is trying to reduce the amount of residual waste by waste prevention, or what we are talking about, the waste hierarchy, that first should be waste prevention, then the reuse of materials and products, recycling. After that, it should be energy recovery, and after that, only like disposal onto landfill. Next slide, please. Why are we talking about this? Circular economy is not about waste, and it's not about reducing waste. It's about reducing the usage of materials that we extract from the nature. This is the slide from the Circularity Gap Report in 2022. And it says how much of the materials we extract from our nature and how it is developing, because every year we have certain conferences where we say that next year we will be smarter, we will find out some new eco-solutions, eco-innovations, and we will try to solve our problem. But as you can see, maybe it's a little bit small, that in 2015, when the Paris Agreement was signed, we said we need to do something to reduce our footprint, to reduce our impact, and to reduce our carbon footprint, because we know what to expect if we don't do that. What we do in past 7 years? Did we decrease the material usage? No, we didn't. We almost We didn't double it, but we are reaching the 100 gigaton per year, which is a great amount of material that we use, comparing to, I don't know, 1972, when the overshoot day was in December, not like today that is in May. It's really like tripled amount of material that we use. Next slide, please. It looks like rather complicated, but it actually says how the global material footprint looks like. Most of materials that we extract from our nature is using for our housing and for the buildings. This is why the buildings are also so important in the circular economy and also in the climate neutrality. And the second thing is our nutrition. So we use a lot of materials from our nature to actually grow our food. Then the mobility, healthcare, services, this is something that we are spending the most materials on. Next slide, please. As I was telling, why is this important is that our demand for materials is rising every year, and this picture shows the overshoot day for 2022. And in Slovakia, the date when we extracted like most of the materials that can replenish in 1 year was on May the 3rd. So we will need like 2.5 planets to actually live like we do today. And the last slide is also comparing to this circularity gap report that in 1972-71 the overshoot day was in December, and in 2022 it was in July for the whole world. So we need 1.75 planets to actually continue to live the way we live today. But we don't have 0.75% of the planet. We only have one planet, so we really need to reduce the demand for the materials for our everyday use. Did I manage?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
So thank you very much for sharing the ideas why we should turn our mindset or actions from linear to more circular, and I'm sure that we will be able to discuss some practical examples during the discussion. Now I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Mravec. Mr. Mravec, could you tell us something? Could you tell us more about your project in Žiar nad Hronom regarding the production of renewable and low carbon gases, also from waste?
Dobrý večer, dámy a páni. Ďakujem veľmi pekne za tú možnosť prezentovať našu myšlienku, ako pristúpiť k výrobe obnoviteľných nízkoemisných plynov z lokálnych zdrojov v lokalite Žiar nad Hronom. My v súčasnosti vyrábame energie a dodávame tak v priemyselnom parku Žiar nad Hronom, ako aj pre mesto Žiar. A stáli sme pred myšlienkou alebo pred úlohou, akým spôsobom zrekonštruujeme naše existujúce zariadenia. A rozhodli sme sa, že pôjdeme na to trošku inak, ako prezentoval kolega z Budapešti. A teda nebudeme zdroje spaľovať, ale budeme ich splyňovať. Čiže rozhodli sme sa, že využijeme dve takéto samostatné linky. Prvá linka, ktorú vidíte na tej prezentácii, bude splyňovať udržateľnú biomasu. Je to plánovaných 145 000 tón ročne. Je to také množstvo udržateľnej biomasy, ktoré využívame aj v súčasnosti. A našim cieľom je splynením vyrobiť syntézny plyn. A tento syntézny čistý plyn vieme následne využiť buď priamo spálením v turbíne a výrobou elektrickej energie a tepla, alebo druhým spôsobom vieme z neho extrahovať zelený metán a zelený vodík. Týmto spôsobom vieme vyrobiť buď, tak ako to je na tom príklade uvedené, nejakých 6 000 MWh tepla a k tomu primerané množstvo elektrickej energie, alebo vieme vyrobiť 140 000 MWh zeleného metánu a 135 000 MWh vodíka, ktorý vieme použiť ďalej. Na druhej linke, ak môžem poprosiť, chceme využívať splyňovaním tzv. Tuhé alternatívne palivo v množstve približne 35 000 tón ročne a extrakciou z takto vyrobeného syntézneho plynu chceme vyrobiť 45 000 MWh metánu a 18 000 MWh vodíka. Samozrejme, tieto dve komodity nebudú zelené ako v tom predchádzajúcom prípade, podľa tej definície, ako to je dneska vnímané. Ak môžem poprosiť ďalej, čo to znamená v tej lokalite. V prípade, že by sme všetku energiu, ktorú takto vyrobíme, využili v danej lokalite, dokážeme vyrobiť 120 000 MWh tepla. Týmto spôsobom vieme zásobiť všetkých našich priemyselných zákazníkov a zároveň zásobovať mesto Žiar nad Hronom, čo je približne 7 000 bytov. Zároveň vieme vyrobiť 85 000 MWh zelenej elektrickej energie, ktorá zodpovedá spotrebe približne 20 000 bytov na Slovensku. K tomu vieme vyrobiť nezanedbateľné množstvo vodíka, 5250 tón ročne. Tento vodík vieme využiť buď v energetike, alebo ho vieme využiť v doprave, kde má ešte výrazne väčší prínos, za využitia iba lokálnych zdrojov. Môžem ďalej. Takýmto spôsobom samozrejme znížime aj nejakú tú uhlíkovú stopu. Z nášho pohľadu vieme, že v teple a v elektrike je to približne 41 000 tón ročne udržateľných a zároveň v doprave, pokiaľ by sme celý tento vodík využili priame tam, je to 35 000 tón vodíka ročne. Z môjho pohľadu na úvod k tomu projektu toľkoto a predpokladám, že ďalej potom k detailom sa vieme dostať.
Thank you very much for showing us another way of utilizing non-recyclable waste. And finally, our last speaker, Mr. Struk, can you tell us something about the technical side of the circular economy and how should it work, maybe?
Well, thank you, I can. Can you go to the second slide already? The next one. Please, thank you. Yeah, this is the correct one. Okay, so thank you for those brave of you that are still here with us. I've been told that I have only like 1 or 2 minutes, so this is basically my last slide, so I won't take that much of your time. Yeah. Okay, I'm just joking. So when I was thinking what to show you today, I found out this very nice picture, which basically shows you 3 parts of dealing with waste process. The first part, on the bottom left, is the generation of the waste. Whether it is municipal waste from the people living in municipalities or from the commercial locations. Then the second part on the top is the collection of the waste, pre-treatment of the waste, basically what waste management companies do. And there is the last one, the last part on the bottom right, the actual treatment with the waste. Whether it is incineration, waste-to-energy plants, or some aerobic digestion, creating other energy from waste, or it is recycling. What can you see here in this picture is that the most amount of the items is in the bottom right part. From my perspective, this basically tells you that the technical part of dealing with the waste is on the very high level. Also, the transportation of the waste on the top part, this is also have been developed in the quiet, good way. So we know how to collect waste. We know what to do with waste, how to deal with the waste. But the issue, at least in my perspective, remains the very first part, the people, which at least in my perspective is often omitted from the debate about waste. How to make people behave properly. Because if you do it right at the level of source separation, you can save huge amount of the money in the rest of the process. But if you don't do it right, then it goes down all the way to the more expensive collection, more expensive treatment, more residual waste, and so on. The more we are able to separate, the less we need for those other various kinds of treatment, like thermal treatment, or trying to create energy from waste, and so on. And this also brings me back to the points that my colleagues have been talking about. Yes, we can create energy from the waste, but this shouldn't be our goal. If we look at the waste hierarchy, the creating energy from the waste is below recycling. It is below waste minimizing. So the creation of the energy from waste should be seen as a sort of like a byproduct, not our initial goal. Because of course, we can create more energy from the waste. But in order to do that, we would need to produce more waste. But this goes again against our different goals. So important thing is to set up your goals correctly. What do we want to achieve? More energy from waste? No problem. But is it truly something which we want to do? So this also puts us back to the first part of my presentation when I was speaking about the role of the people. We need to ask people what do they want, and then we need to make somehow people to do it properly. This is something which is often omitted from the discussion. And also when I'm visiting various waste management conferences, major part of these waste management conferences is devoted to these technical aspects of how to deal with the waste. Slowly, also the part of social and economic aspect is rising, but it takes time. Because in my perspective, in terms of technical solutions, we are way ahead of solutions for the people, how to make people behave properly. So this is basically my message here. Do not omit people from discussion, the behavior of the people, and also ask people, what do they want? And if you come up with some consensus, then try to find out a way how to engage more people in the process and how to make people behave properly in order to achieve this global goal according to the waste hierarchy. Thank you.
So thank you very much. I just would like to encourage you all to ask questions via Slido because I don't see any there. So you are encouraged. Okay, so we can proceed to the discussion. I would like to thank all the panelists for raising interesting topics and ideas. I'm sure that we can elaborate on them further. Mr. Struk, since you were the last speaker and you haven't had time to rest yet, I will make use of it. And I ask you the first question straight away. So during your introductory speech, you indicated several challenges facing implementation of circular economy. So which one is the biggest input of you? Is people, or how does it manifest itself, and how can we probably overcome it as efficiently as possible in practice?
Yeah, as you said, I would say from my perspective, well, I'm a social scientist, so it's natural that from my perspective, the biggest issue is always the people. So the problem is that, well, as I said, with the people, you can do very lot of things good, but also very many things bad. Because in the process of circular economy, we have seen those circles, how you collect the material, then you try to process the material, recycle the material, and so on. However, what isn't shown there is that this circle needs to make sense for all parts that are involved in the circle. It needs to make sense for the waste management companies to separately collect the waste. It needs to make sense for the treatment facilities to recycle the waste, to extract materials, to turn waste into the resources, and so on. Technical solutions are available. We know how to do them. However, if it doesn't make economic sense, then the circle would stop. Because if you aren't willing to pay enough money to the waste collection company, they will not collect the waste. They are able to, but why should they do it? They are private companies oriented on profits. Also waste treatment facilities. They are also private company focused on profits. So if it doesn't make sense to them, they won't do it. So in the end, it goes back to the people or the municipalities, depending who is the responsible subject. I think in Slovakia, the municipalities are responsible subjects for securing waste management. So in the end, someone needs to pay for it. And then it is the question to the municipalities and to the people indirectly, whether they are willing to pay for higher level of circularity.
Okay, thank you. Maybe Ms. Malish would like to contribute as well. So what is still preventing us from achieving greater circularity? Is it people's mindset or lack of economic motivation or legislative environment?
Mentioned that what is the level of circularity? It's 8.4%, like the whole world, and in Slovakia is 6.4. So only 6.4 materials are going back to the circle, because some of them stay in buildings, and it's already complicated. But we have common goals in the circular economy. We have a common action plan in Europe, in the European Union. So we have set up our goals for how can we reach to, if we are talking about recycling, what levels of recycling targets should we meet. What we need to answer is like, what is the, when we are talking about the municipal waste, where we have the inhabitants the biggest amount of waste in residual waste is bio-waste. We usually assume that it's plastic or some other material, but it's bio-waste, it's 45%. According to the analysis that INCIEN has done all over Slovakia, so we have the data directly from the field. And so this is something that was in this year, the biggest two cities, Bratislava and Košice, are introducing their systems for collection of bio-waste. So the last two cities, and the rest of Slovakia should already be, the systems should be introduced, but we know it's not the case. So what is actually, so I would say that legislation is not that big of a problem, because we are the targets that we need to that need to be met, we already know, and they are transitioned into our legislation. And also this year, the new regularity was introduced, and it is the dismantling of the buildings that have more than 300 square meters, that they cannot be just like demolished, but they should be refurbished. So this is one of the biggest changes that was introduced in this year. But what we are lacking is the amount of facilities that can also use this waste. We know that one of the biggest challenges in Slovakia is the process of environmental impact assessment, that it really takes long time to build something. We know that the city of Bratislava is planning to build the biggest composting plant in Slovakia, but it's waiting for 1 year in this process, so it's really long. And we know that if you already have the money from EU funds that you can fund these facilities from, the programming time ends and you cannot use this money anymore. So it's really complicated. But what is really working when you are working with inhabitants, 20% of inhabitants are motivated environmentally. So they want to have like a better future, they want to live in a more sustainable world. But 80% of inhabitants are motivated economically. So if you will have a bigger rate for the residual waste and a smaller fee for the sorting waste, then people, and you will have the electronic system, like how can you measure this system, and you will have pay-as-you-throw system introduced, then there is a chance that people will sort more. I don't know whether I explained it in a way that it's understandable. So if you pay as you throw, so if you pay the amount of residual waste that you produce, then you will be motivated to produce less of the residual waste.
Okay, thank you. You explained it quite well. So now let's move on to the issue of recycling, because it is often assumed that mechanical recycling can solve our waste problem, mainly in terms of plastics. But as long as you sort waste properly. But Mr. Kužbart, you point out that mechanical recycling also has certain limits. So can chemical recycling be a tool that would contribute to ending our dependence on high emission sources, or are there any limits, or how does legislation respond to this?
It's absolutely true that this mechanical recycling, mostly of plastics, has a lot of limits now, thanks to high price of electric energy and gas. And according to our understanding, chemical recycling can be a tool that would contribute to getting out of dependence on high emission resources. And in the end of chemical recycling, you will have two options. One is to use the outcome from chemical recycling to prepare new plastics, new polymers. And second, very important now during the time of energy crisis, is to use as the fuel. And that is why according to our understanding, chemical recycling is something like a flagship of current technologies concerning mostly plastics.
Okay, thank you. So we have chemical recycling in case of plastics that can be recycled mechanically. But we also have a tremendous amount of non-recyclable waste. And currently there are approximately 500 waste-to-energy plants in Europe. It may sound like it's enough, but the problem is that they are highly unevenly distributed. In area of Central Europe, there are only few such facilities. So, Mr. Jasaj, in your opinion, how many waste-to-energy plants would we need in Central Europe to both secure diverting waste from landfills and help increase our energy security?
Yes, so it's very difficult to make a clear judgment because this figure in the end has a number of conditions. So to build waste-to-energy plants is very important to avoid deposition on landfills. And this is, by the way, a prescription of the European Union, how to reduce landfill deposits by the year of 2035. So in Hungary, for example, this threshold is 10%. So in 2035, only 10% of the municipal waste should be or could be deposited, and the rest has to be either recycled or recovered by thermal recovery. And here I would come back also for a sentence to the role of education, which was mentioned during the discussion. So to educate the people, and especially the children or the younger generation, is very important. For example, in our waste-to-energy plant, we almost every day have a group of school classes or interested people simply who come and visit the plant, and then we can explain them what their role in this waste hierarchy is. And also a very good initiative which we have in Hungary for some years is the Night of Power Plants. And during the Night of Power Plants, there is an organized and institutional set of visits of people who can write to us in the internet, and then we invite and host 200 to 300 people on one Friday afternoon to 10 o'clock in the evening, and we make groups where they can look at the plant, and we can also educate them how to behave in the waste selection process and this whole circular economy process. Now back to the number of power plants. So, and we technicians or engineers have to solve that once the waste cannot be recycled, then it should be recovered in the best technical way and with the best efficiency. And therefore, the cogeneration of heat and electricity in our plants is a key factor. So roughly 20% efficiency is gained if we do not generate heat separately and electricity separately in a heating plant and in a power plant, but we generate by cogeneration heat and electricity in one plant. So therefore, it is important to have a heat demand in the area where we build our waste-to-energy plants. In Budapest, we have a relatively large district heating system, as we heard in the previous discussions. In Poland, in the Czech Republic, and also in Slovakia, district heating plays a major role. So therefore, these areas where there is a district heating and there is a heating demand, which will not disappear in 2 years from now and will last for the lifetime of a power plant, it is a good opportunity to build such plants. So how many? It depends on the capacity. So in our case, our capacity is 400,000 tons. But I was in Krakow a few weeks ago, where they have a plant of 220,000 tons per year. They have 2 boilers. We have 4 boilers. So it depends very much on the local conditions. But definitely there is plenty of room for further such plants, and to make a calculation for Hungary especially, so around about 3%, 2 to 3% of our gas demand can be saved if all the waste which is today deposited is burnt in waste-to-energy plants, which is not a huge amount, but still very important in such conditions where in Budapest, by far the cheapest energy we provide for the district heating is coming from the waste-to-energy plant. So probably a dozen of such plants in this region will have a place, but it has to be very carefully selected where and how. So transport issues can also come to question. So it doesn't make sense to transport waste for 200 kilometers to a waste-to-energy plant. So where there is a relatively large community with a district heating and with a heat demand, there it makes sense.
Okay, thank you. I also agree that education should be at the forefront. So in addition to waste-to-energy plants, non-recyclable waste can also be used to produce the so-called RDF, or refuse-derived fuel, as we have already heard. And this RDF can be used in heating plants. So, Mr. Mravec, what are the initial preconditions for such projects such as in Žiar nad Hronom? Could every city with connection to the district heating system implement it, or are there any prerequisites?
Iba nadviažem na to, čo hovoril kolega predo mňou. V podstate spaľovne odpadu, tak ako ich poznáme my, alebo zariadenia na energetické využitie odpadu typu olov v Bratislave alebo Kosit v Košiciach je možné stavať iba vo veľkých lokalitách. Ak chceme využívať odpad na to, aby sme niečo z neho vyrobili, či to už je teplo, elektrika alebo nejaké nosiče energie, musíme sa pozrieť na tú lokalitu, kde sa nachádzame. Preto my sme aj pristúpili k tomu, že sa chceme nejakým spôsobom zaoberať metánom a vodíkom. Je to kvôli tomu, že Slovensko je silne splinofikované a vy práve neviete takéto zariadenia umiestniť v každom meste, neviete ich umiestniť v každej lokalite. Preto musíte hľadať nejaký spôsob, ako tam niečo ako zemný plyn dostanete ako zdroj paliva. A vyrábať metán a vodík a dostávať to do plynárenských sietí je jedna z ciest, ktorou môžeme pokračovať. Ja som energetik, čiže z môjho pohľadu, ja som ako keby na konci toho potravinového reťazca, čo sa teraz bavíte o cirkulárnej ekonomike, a my už využívame to, čo sa zrecyklovať nedá, to, čo sa ďalej nedá používať. Či už je to tá udržateľná biomasa, alebo je to tuhé alternatívne palivo. Čiže je to komodita, ktorú neviete použiť, ale na druhej strane viete vyrobiť z nej teplo, viete vyrobiť elektriku, viete vyrobiť nízkoemisné obnoviteľné plyny, ktoré viete potom cez rozvody posunúť ďalej. Či to je možné využiť všade, je veľmi dôležité si uvedomiť, v akej lokalite ste, pretože pre nás v Žiari je veľkou výhodou to, že je tam spoločnosť, ktorá už dneska sa zaoberá separáciou odpadu a vie nám pripraviť to množstvo 35 000 tón ročne tuhého alternatívneho paliva. Čiže my plánujeme využiť iba také množstvo paliva, ktoré sa reálne vyprodukuje alebo vyrobí v Žiari nad Hronom, čo je pre nás veľká výhoda. A keď pôjdete ďalej po Slovensku, treba sa pozrieť, keď to budeme chcieť realizovať na takú lokalitu, kde sa nachádza aj priemysel, ktorý vie odobrať to teplo, ktoré z toho vyrobíte, pretože to teplo v lete je potrebné možno 20% porovnaní s tým, čo v zime, takže musíte pracovať aj s touto myšlienkou, aby ste to teplo nemarili. Čiže každé mesto, každá lokalita má svoje špecifika, ale v každej lokalite sa dá využiť to, čo tam vzniká ako lokálny materiál na výrobu energie alebo obnoviteľných plynov.
Okay, thank you. It's just that we are slowly running out of time, so we have to make it really quick. So as we heard, we can produce a great amount of energy in waste-to-energy plants. But the problem is that there is often no political will to push through large-scale facilities. And also long permitting processes are a problem. So, Mr. Kuzsvárt, is there a possibility of using potential of small local facilities, something like micro waste-to-energy plants, and what potential benefits could this bring?
Thank you very much for your question. We have the possibility, according to existing Czech legal framework, to build small facilities in year capacity not more than 5,000 tons per year, first of all. And the second option is this for biomass or gastro waste to use in the biogas plants. For example, it's very important with big cities that you will produce not only this biomethane, but also the outcome from these biogas plants is usable in sensitive areas of the water sources. Yes, it's not win-win, it's a win-win-win strategy, and that is why I am in favor for this. And you asked me of these small plants, but what is also necessary to add that, for example, from Czech perspective, and I would like to avoid some misunderstandings, I am describing situation of non-recyclable waste. We will have to double our capacity in these huge installations from current 770,000 tons per year into approximately 1.5 million tons per year. But what is really very complicated is that it's now on the way, the including of these facilities into EU ETS systems. But the main reason is not greening of our beautiful only one planet, not 1.75 planet. The main reason is that the countries like Denmark or Sweden has a huge facility, and they are thinking, what about to transport municipal waste from Czech, Slovak, Hungary, Poland to Denmark or to Swedish plants? But from my point of view, what about our honorable colleagues from Sweden or Denmark? What about the life cycle assessment of this transport, this carbon pass, yes? And that is why I think that the way ahead is connected with main priorities of the sustainable development, decentralization and diversification, nothing else. Because to transport waste from one part of Europe to another part by 1,500 kilometers, it's really a very crazy plan.
Yeah, carbon footprint will be huge.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, so we can now turn from energy recovery to material recovery. Today we have talked a lot about municipalities. So, Mr. Struk, how to motivate cities to focus more on circularity in their conceptual plans?
Well, from my perspective as economist, it is very easy to motivate cities. Just set some rules that if you produce, or if the people living in your municipality produce more than a certain amount of the waste, you will be paying additional money. So therefore, you take the responsibility to the municipalities, try to solve your situation there, try to somehow motivate the people, try to influence the people. But this is a problem, because there is a weak polluter pays principle. If the people are the originators of the waste and the municipality is the subject who is responsible for the waste. But basically, from my perspective, it is simple. Just open hands for the municipalities, let them set the rules, let them set the conditions, let them control how people are behaving, and then the municipality can come up with a solution that works. There is no one-size-fits-all solution. Basically, every municipality is different, as my colleague said. So what might work in one municipality might not work in another municipality. In one municipality, the education might work better. In second municipality, you need to find people because people cannot behave, and so on. So therefore, try to come up with solution which works for you locally, which works better. Try to cooperate with the people, involve people in the participation process, ask them. This is our goal. If we do not reach the goal, you will have to pay more money. So come up with ideas. What are you willing to do? Can we find any kind of compromise? Are there any ideas from your side as a people, what works for you, which you will agree with, and then go for this solution. And there are numerous ways how to reach this destination. But we need to leave it to the municipality. Let them decide. Make them responsible, make people responsible, try to educate the people also in the way to behave responsibly, to choose responsibly, and then eventually we will come up with a solution that will work overall.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Males, you have a lot of experience with municipalities as Institute of Circular Economy helps municipalities create less waste, thus saving resources. So what projects have you implemented in this area?
Well, we have been doing a lot of analysis and a lot of creating strategies, but I would like to point one thing that one of the biggest problems in Slovakia is that every village is a municipality that has their own mayor and their own administration and their own waste management, which is really a big problem that only few municipalities create associations and think about waste management as some kind of a service that can be improved. And what is one of the biggest problems is that these municipalities then don't make like a common strategy and don't divide their waste into certain waste streams and how should be collected and where should it end and how it should be treated, whether it should be like whether it should be a waste-to-energy plant, biogas station, composting plant, and that kind of thing. So this is something that we are helping with the municipality to do. One of the biggest changes has been done in the city of Bratislava, where it's the only city in Slovakia that has adopted the circular economy strategy with really concrete goals that want to fulfill in the next 5 years in every waste stream. But in the beginning, maybe it's a small project, but I was really thinking when you were speaking about Budapest that you are taking the Christmas trees into waste-to-energy plant. In Bratislava, they turn them into bookshelves because they have cooperation with IKEA, and when they take the Christmas trees, then they create a new furniture out of it. They don't burn it. So this is how this material usage is prolonged. Maybe this is just a small project. It's 90 tons of Christmas trees every year, maybe more this year because it's growing. But this is something that we have to do, that we really need to think about waste management as some kind of a long-term strategy. What should we do and how? Because every year we are talking about the economy, the waste management, and how it affects the economy of the municipalities. But the mayors are usually setting up the goals for 4 years because they don't know whether they will be re-elected. And this is one of the biggest mistakes, that we don't think about waste management as one of the key services in municipalities. And the biggest amount of fees or the taxes in municipalities is actually for the waste management.
Okay, thank you very much for sharing us information about how little steps can contribute to more circular economy. Mr. Jasaj, operators of waste-to-energy plants try to emphasize that these facilities also fit into the concept of circular economy. So I have 2 sub-questions in this matter. Recently, projects regarding the production of hydrogen in waste-to-energy plants also have began to appear. So in your opinion, can such projects also contribute to, or be a way to contribute to greater circularity? And the second one is that bottom ash from waste to energy plants contains valuable components, mainly non-ferrous and ferrous metals, which can be recovered. So what is the potential of waste to energy process in this regard?
From the bottom ash we already, and I think all of the waste to energy plants separate iron as much as possible. A further potential next to it is that also the bottom ash can be used for other purposes. Today what we use it for is we put it in the landfills. So there is a layer of waste and there is a layer of slag, so bottom ash on that. And then the landfill is built like that. So this is a use of the bottom ash. But there are also other technologies to mix it up with other materials, and then it can be used for road construction and such things. About hydrogen. So hydrogen is still a very expensive technology, and of course there are some investigations how to use it in our plants, but these are basically pilot plants at the moment. What can be interesting in our case, for example, because the flexibility of these plants to keep the electricity generation schedule is not the best. So to improve that, you can generate hydrogen when there is an excess capacity in the system. And then with this hydrogen, you can fuel the waste trucks. And there are already hydrogen-driven waste trucks available on the market. So this can be a solution for using or generating hydrogen in a plant. And there can be other more complicated energy-related usages of hydrogen. But the simplest thing would be to use it in the transport at the moment.
Okay, so there is still much to be done in this area.
So pyrolysis technologies, and there are electrolysis technologies which are available, but these are not for the next 10 years, I would say, without EU or government funding with at least 90% intensity.
Yeah, they're not very competitive now. So, Mr. Moravec, as you have already mentioned, the project in Žiar-nad-Hronom can ensure a significant reduction in emissions and contribute to greater renewable heat supply and green electricity production. So, projects with similar goals should be a priority. So, what could further or facilitate further development of such projects, in your point of view?
No, ja na úvod doplním, že my na Slovensku s tým vodíkom pracujeme možno lepšie. Už dneska, tí, ktorí sa tomu venujete, viete, že SPP distribúcia spravila taký pokus v Blatnej na ostrove, kde domiešavali 10% vodíka do zemného plynu a skúšali to využiť v starých existujúcich plynových kotloch, plynových sporákoch a podobne a zistili, že 10% vodíka vieme bez akýchkoľvek problémov využiť v zemnom plyne. Už to je veľký potenciál využitia vodíka. Čím sme sa my zaoberali v tom vodíku, napríklad polovičku z tej produkcie 5000 tón vie využiť sadka z Volen na celoročnú prevádzku vodíkových autobusov. Čiže tie projekty tu sú tu vodíkové vlaky, o ktorých sa zatiaľ hovorí, ale v Čechách napríklad spoločnosť Alstom sa tomu venuje celkom významne, takže ja tú perspektívu vodíka vidím, som väčší optimista, vidím to do nejakého obdobia 5 rokov. Čo by pomohlo tým našim projektom? V podstate všetko, čo tu bolo povedané. Stabilné legislatívne prostredie, pretože energetika je beh na dlhé trate. Čiže my potrebujeme mať stabilné prostredie, aby sa nám to stále v úvodzovkách nemenilo a vedeli sme využívať ten potenciál, ktorý máme. Napríklad, keď sa vrátim k OLu, ktoré tu bolo spomínané, OLO dneska začína uvažovať nad tým, že bude využívať prvýkrát teplo, že ho bude dávať do siete, ktoré zásobuje teplom Bratislavu. Čiže viaceré, tak zúčastňujem sa toho aj my, aj kolegovia z druhého brehu Dunaja, čiže hľadáme maximálne využitie pre to teplo, čo je tiež veľmi dobré, pretože dodnes to teplo išlo niekam inám. Takže to je veľký potenciál, to isté sa týka Kositu v Košiciach. Takže z môjho pohľadu začíname to využívať, začíname s tým celkom pekne bojovať a ja verím tomu, že každý rok to z našej strany bude lepšie a lepšie. Je to bohužiaľ jediná cesta, ako dokážeme znižiť závislosť od zemného plynu, hlavne čo sa týka tepelnej energie. To je elektrické, je to trošku o niečom inom.
Okay. So far we have only talked about what needs to be done, but much depends on the European Union itself. And in this regard, there are two key areas to consider, the European Union taxonomy and waste hierarchy. So, Mr. Kužvart, in your opinion, in what way should the European Union review or reassess the taxonomy? So, in relation to waste, so it can contribute to a greater saturation of our energy consumption in the face of this ongoing energy crisis, and how to set up the whole system to support greater circularity on the one hand, but at the same time ensure that it also makes economic sense. Because, for example, European plastic recyclers warned that due to extreme increase in energy prices, there is a risk that they will have to close their operations because it just doesn't make economic sense.
I will quote this. One day, it was from the United States when these activists one day it will. Do you understand me? Well, from my personal perspective, not our association, is that hopefully next month will be published this so-called second delegated act to the taxonomy EU with the acceptance of this waste to energy technologies as a possible acceptable technology, first. And second will be that not only EU but also all these authorities in Hungary, Slovak Republic, Czech Republic, Poland will consider sorting facilities and direct waste processors as a part of critical infrastructure. Second is that to ensure greater flexibility for the assessment of premises for the storage of sorted and properly packaged outputs from the sorting lines as raw materials. To divide this system, including some bureaucracy, these wastes, or this raw materials administration necessity. And also to think about a system of financial support for these facilities to bridge the period when they will process and store during this time of high electricity prices and high energy prices. And that is why for Czech Republic, only way ahead will be these three main points and hopefully this issuing of modern, prepared, this second delegated act to the taxonomy EU. I am not sure because I was informed from the headquarters of European Association of Waste Management, FEAT, that nowadays everything is preparing in some little bit different way in diplomatic wording, yeah. But on the other hand, my education was a doctor of science, and humankind is very new species, and we are able to adapt also for circumstances of not acceptable legal framework. Fully stop.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it is the right time to open a panel to questions from audience. So first one, which are the key commodities that should be focused on due to high consumption rates and low global potential stocks? Who would like to answer this? Who's the volunteer?
The key commodities and high consumption of the energy is plastic wastes. But as I mentioned before, one way is to use this so-called chemical recycling.
Okay, so I think that the second one we have already answered, because, yeah. So the third one is on Mr. Struk. Are landfills a part of the circular economy? In Slovakia, they are growing, and other technical solutions are blocked in reality.
Well, if you remember the picture that my colleague Ivana showed, in the circle of circular economy, there is also a small arrow of the residual material. So therefore, it basically says that also we need some other solution for dealing with the waste, because not everything can be recycled, not everything can be processed. The landfills should be a minority, should represent a minority of ways how to deal with the waste, but basically we will always need landfills. Whether it is a form of something like a reserved capacity in case of some emergencies and so on, because in the landfills you can store large amount of the waste in a very short time. And if you have like thermal treatment facilities and so on, they might simply not have a capacities. Or the landfills can serve as a sort of like a temporary solution for the waste. For instance, I've seen presentation in Denmark when they are storing materials in the landfill. They know that there are valuable materials in this landfill, but currently it doesn't make economic sense to extract these materials from this residual waste. So they will wait 10, 15, 20 years, and then when the right time will come, then they will extract these materials for the landfills. So landfill can be seen as a sort of like a space for like a temporary storage for waste. And so on. And also the second part of the question, in Slovakia the landfills are growing and other technical solutions are blocked in reality. Well, what can I say? Try to influence your legislators, try to influence your local politicians, try to raise up your voice, try to tell the state that this is something we don't want to. Because here we are like a sort of like a social bubble. Here probably we all are against the landfills and for better solutions. But this is not same for the rest of the society. But if the majority of the people will push this agenda, will tell their politicians, go for this, we want these solutions to be applied, then eventually the state will have to do it. But so far, I guess the voice of the people who prefer this solution is still too weak in order to push it to the higher places.
Okay, thank you. The next question is a little bit provocative. Are waste incineration plants part of solution or part of a problem, considering their energy production capacities? This is maybe for Mr. Jasai or anyone who would like to contribute.
A person from a waste to energy plant, I say it's part of a solution rather than part of a problem. So we, as I mentioned, generate energy by far at the lowest price today to the district heating of Budapest. And I may also take the next one, so the carbon capture and storage, or usage and storage implementation in Central Europe. So I would say that this is at the moment more for the Denmarks and Luxembourgs than for Central Europe.
I saw that maybe Ms. Maleš would like to contribute.
That we need to make like a smart planning, like how much of amount of waste we have for incineration plant, because we don't want to end up as Denmark or Sweden or in Norway, where they are planning to import the waste from Malta or some other countries that are really far away and increase the CO2 emissions. So this is something that is then it is a part of of course, of the solution. But when we create some big facilities that needed the constant, because the incineration plant needs constantly to be fed by the material, then we need this material, and we cannot, for example, this is the problem in Austria, that it is really hard to increase the recycling rate, because a lot of material has to go into the incineration plant, because the capacity of waste-to-energy plants are so big that they really need all the material to go into the incineration plant. So we really need to be smart in this, like how can we manage to be the part of the solution.
Yeah, I agree. But I think that in Slovakia we have it the other way around, with non-recyclable waste. So,
if I may add a few words. As my colleague said, we need to be smart with siting incineration plant. For instance, it makes sense here in Bratislava, it makes sense in Košice, it makes sense in Brno, but it would not make sense in a smaller municipality where there isn't enough production of the waste. Then you will need to carry waste from the further distances. A few weeks ago, I was in Istanbul, and they have just built incineration plant with capacity of 1 million tons per year, twice the size of Budapest. And they are planning to build 2 additional waste incineration plants because Istanbul can feed those plants. But if you build such a big plants in an area where you don't have enough people, then of course you end up, as our colleagues from Scandinavia, when they do not have enough material to feed the beast, how once my colleague said, and then you are facing different problems.
Okay, so this carbon capture we already answered. So the next one, is there any known ratio between the producers of waste and recipients of heat energy?
That in Budapest there are, let's say, 2 million people. 60% of the waste comes to the waste-to-energy plant, so that's 1.2 million people produce the waste, and it is used for 44,000 people's electricity supply and 28,000 people's heat supply.
Okay.
If I may again add something, because I have made some analysis some time ago, and this holds also for the municipality of Brno. In Brno, the production of heat from waste is able to support approximately 15% of the households in Brno. However, the capacity of Brno is basically twice of the production of the Brno, so it also serves surrounding municipalities. So if we make it into the half, it is approximately 7, 8, 9% of the households are being heated by the waste from the rest of the households.
I think
Ešte môžem ja doplniť, čo sa týka OLA. Vy napríklad, keď sme využili všetko teplo, ktoré vyprodukuje, tak vieme v Bratislave spraviť 10 až 12% bytov takýmto spôsobom, keby sme rozšírili tú sieť. Takže aby ste mali predstavu, že jedno veľké OLO, čo to znamená v Bratislave.
Okay, so I think that we have time for 2 more questions. Ms. Maleš, most of the focus seems to be on waste to energy. Could you expand on the largest opportunities for true recycling?
The biggest amount of certain material in our residual waste is bio-waste. It's garden waste and kitchen waste, so it's 45% of our waste. And this is like the logical biological cycle that we have in nature. It decomposes into organics, water, and or evaporates, and CO2. So we don't have emissions like in other facilities or regarding the other materials. So we can create, of course, different kinds of products by processing the bio-waste. We can either make compost, or we can do the biogas and then digest that. But the point is that we can reuse it in agriculture, and this is the way how we can manage to catch CO2 emissions, and how can we help our agriculture and food production, because this is one of the biggest challenges that we are challenging now, is that food production will be a great challenge, and the great challenge is also the food waste. So this is the cycle that we need to manage, and this is like the perfect, or how did you say, cycle that it already exists in the nature, so we can just kind of copy it, and it can really work. But we just started to do that. By the other materials, paper is not problem to recycle, glass is not problem to recycle. What is problem to recycle is different kind of plastics, and this is something that is raising the amount of non-recyclable plastics is raising. The amount of municipal waste is rising, but not the residual one, but the sorted one. And the biggest issue is the non-recyclable plastics. In Slovakia, we have the deposit system. So all the PET bottles are returned through the deposit system, and it goes back and it recycles into rPET, and also with the aluminum cans. But what is left is actually a problem, and it is a fuel for waste-to-energy plants. And then the last question is also...
You're a bit busy.
Yes. Energy recovery of waste is included in circular economy in all EU countries. Why not Slovakia? You have the feeling it's not included. I think it's included, but I don't know what it is part of, because it's also part of waste hierarchy, and it's part of circular economy. So, but we should, I think what we were challenging is that it should be done smartly, not to focus on like using this only one solution, because it will not increase the circularity, because it's still the loss of materials, and this is one of the biggest challenges that we will challenge this. It's the loss of materials and the natural resources, and we are losing that by putting them into an incineration plant.
Okay. Does anyone want to contribute, or no? Okay, so we are slowly but surely approaching the end. Nevertheless, I have one last question for all the panelists. So, in your opinion, to what extent can changing our perspective on waste and its management contribute to ending our dependence on unstable or on unreliable suppliers, regimes, as well as on fossil fuels? Just be really quick, 2 or 3 comments. Who wants to start?
Local, so therefore, if we use it for energy, for thermal recovery, then it will contribute definitely to the independence from other imported fossil fuels resources.
Thank you.
From my perspective, to change our behavior is only as an outcome of these absolutely extraordinary conditions, to have this good husbandry, to create normal economic systems in Europe connecting with waste management.
Thank you. Ms. Mala?
Thanks. So, yeah, for me, the changing of behavior and our approach to waste can actually change.
Mr. Morales?
Z môjho pohľadu energetika. V podstate odpad môže pomôcť znížiť našu závislosť. Na druhej strane treba si uvedomiť, že najviac si pomôžeme tým, keď tú energiu nevyrobíme. Energia, ktorú nevyrobíme, je najlacnejšia. A na toto sa my tiež musíme pozrieť. Tak ako hovorili kolegovia o tom, ako znížiť produkciu toho odpadu, tak my by sme sa mali na Slovensku pozrieť na to, ako znížiť tú spotrebu energie. To si myslím, že je veľmi dôležité, pretože my máme veľmi limitované možnosti využiť hlavne na výrobu tepla iné zdroje ako plyn. A ak chceme znížiť ten plyn, tak musíme znížiť tú spotrebu.
Thank you.
and I would agree with my colleague as well. And I would extend it also to our consumption habits. Best waste is no waste. How to create no waste? Do not waste the things you are using. Try to extend the time for which you are using your things, so you will need not to buy new things. Therefore, if you don't create the waste, you won't be dependent on new production, on additional raw materials. And that is the way to more sustainable, resilient society.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that at this point we can close the discussion, ending on a positive note. So as we heard, the use of waste and secondary materials is gaining importance in current energy and geopolitical crisis. Although there are still many challenges to overcome, the potential is huge. And I would like to thank all the panelists for inspirational ideas, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Diana, and all the speakers for interesting debate and very, very interesting insights, because waste management is not usually like typical part in energy conference, and I'm very happy that you could contribute with your expertise to that. So on behalf of the Central European Energy Conference organizers, please allow me to say a few concluding words at the end of the conference. It is for us a really pleasure to see all of you after 2 pandemic years with a pause, and we were able to network together, meet together, have a lunch together, which is very refreshing after almost 3 years already of COVID. However, on February 24, the security of Europe has been shaken by the Russian invasion into Ukraine. And the debate on security has entered also the energy sector. And once again, the energy security has become the foremost important topic in the sector. Security of supplies has become in the media discourse, even in the European Union, in the whole society. And we saw it especially in our region, in Central European countries, that we are very vulnerable vis-à-vis the fossil fuel supplies. And it was not only gas and oil sector that showed the foremost vulnerability, but also, for example, there has been discussion on nuclear sector, and nuclear energy is not longer perceived as a fully domestic source. It has been in some of the debate before. And the bringing back the energy security as a main topic of this conference also brings us to the history of the conference, because it was in the root of the conference right at the beginning. However, this year, the debates on this topic has not been only about availability, but especially about affordability, which is a very important feature of energy security as well. And with upcoming winter and all the state supports and funding, these discussions are even more debated, and we are kind of in the middle of these discussions. Moreover, the war in Ukraine showed also the vulnerability of energy sector vis-à-vis the aggressor, the Russian Federation. And the reconstruction of Ukraine, including energy sector, seems to be inevitable, really, to function again. So today we discussed these 2 huge topics of energy sector, energy security, but also energy transition. So let me please share 3 main takeaways from this conference. First is that energy security can easily be reconciled with decarbonization and energy transition. And indeed, they are mutually strengthening each other. It was emphasized also during the first panel and during the speeches of Minister Hirman and his counterpart Demchenkov's speech. But the situation is very much different for example, 2009 gas crisis, because in that time there was mainly the issue of diversification. However, today it's accentuated also the issue of renewables, more deployment of renewables, energy efficiency measures as key at core of energy security. So we kind of move in somewhere in these years. We all have the commitments, the EU countries, to commit to the 2050 climate neutrality goal. So we have to take this energy security and decarbonization as mutual and strengthening each other. The second, we saw and we repeated again the importance of regional cooperation that reemerged again. We are very pleased that we had an opportunity to discuss it also with our Ukrainian counterparts and kind of expanded the regional cooperation that is kind of historically in our region. And during the panel, we discussed many challenges. It was especially during the smart grids panel that are ahead of Ukrainians in rebuilding energy infrastructure. But the positive message in all across the panels was that the kind of a recovery of Ukraine can be reconciled with green solutions and new technologies, as we saw, for example, in the discussion of buildings, green buildings panels. So it's really, really good to hear that resilience of energy sector is not just an empty phrase, but we really have to build upon strong energy infrastructure. And the third point is that we see there has been many phases of decarbonization. We saw it during the waste management panel, circular economy, decarbonization of heating system, hydrogen infrastructure deployment. And within these topics, we all should build upon this cooperation and really redirect the political will, legislation, to focus on how to solve these issues. And these are real challenges that are ahead of us. Because at the same time, we really have to think about energy security and not to create new dependency on non-democratic countries. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, dear colleagues, let me express our gratitude to all of you to make this year's conference possible. I would really like to thank all our partners who made this conference possible and lent their support, especially Prime Minister of the Slovak Republic, Mr. Eduard Heger, and special thanks goes also to Minister of Economy, Mr. Karel Hirman. I would also like to thank our partners who supported us institutionally and financially. It's mainly in the Government Office of the Slovak Republic, Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs, Ministry of Economy, Visegrad Fund, and SPP Foundation. Another really big thank goes to all of you panel speakers and moderators for your excellent insights, but also to the audience for great questions and listening. Some questions were really very good targeted. And I'm sorry to conclude the conference without one of the leading figures and founding father of the conference, Mr. Alexander Duleba, who is in the center of the conference, but also to all our colleagues within SFPA and our friends and our cooperators. I would like also to thank our interpreters and technicians for the smooth conference. So let me all of you, thank you for being with us. Let me all of you invite to have a glass of wine with us, and I really hope to see you next year. Maybe at the same time, maybe at the same place, we will let you know. So thank you very much.